And he starts on the money. Nice swinging delivery to Jason Holder. And he also has those 3 slips in play. Might just want to pull that length a bit back.
Flies behind point. Was deceived to some extent. He tried to open the blade, Jason Holder, to manage that risk. And he gets a good result, 4.
Yeah, again, just up in the drive of Holder. Into his reach. Yeah, a bit uppish, but lands safely and runs away.
Straight away, Rohit Sharma reacting to that stroke from Jason Holder. Gully being inserted in addition to 3 slips. Just opens up that gap through mid-wicket for Holder. Good bowling from Siraj. Nice piece.
Yeah, good shape and carry to the wicket keeper as well. Luring him into that drive.
Come on, boys.
Holder batting out of his crease, as we saw yesterday. This takes a little trigger back before he makes his decision to play. Just there. So ends up splitting the crease. Edged. And it's another one. Mohammad Siraj this time just getting the ball to leave Jason Holder. Holder again tentative. And a sharp catch by Ishan Kishan behind the stumps.
Yeah, just sticking with that line. Gets that edge from Jason Holder, who just hung his bat out there. Very well taken catch by the wicket keeper, Kishan. Holder goes for 15, 2, 3, 3 for 7.
इसको पहला अंदर आने दे यही रख पहला अंदर आने दे हार के लिए रहेगा पहला ही डालना सेम में
A solid position of 229 for 5 overnight has now moved to 233 for 7. In comes Kemar Roach. Things imploding in quick time for the West Indies, Stacey Ann King.
Yeah, another very well-shaped delivery away from the right-hander. He left a few of these deliveries previously, Jason Holder, but this time, getting the edge to his demise.
Just didn't look settled, Jason Holder. The start of day 4. 4 slips, 2 gullies. Little bit of bat, little bit of bat. Luckily for Kemar Roach, they will consider the review. More importantly, will they take it? They won't. 233 for 7.
All smiles Rohit Sharma and his Indian bowling lineup, because they know that this is the start in which they needed 2 wickets, 2 early wickets, to dismiss the 2 in-form batters.
Good use of the second new ball by India. Mohammad Siraj once more in and amongst the wickets, 2 so far to him. Zari Joseph just went after that one.
This is the last ball of the previous delivery. Would have been umpire's call. Much closer than we thought.
Another play and a miss. Yep. No ball. Mukesh overstepping. And you can understand why. Of course, a wicket so far. History of West Indian cricket by Michael Manley. Might need to add this test match to that. Goes wide down the leg side, so quite an eventful phase of this test match on the morning of the 4th day. Thankfully for the West Indies, they've just avoided the follow-on. They now trail by 199.
Well, they got some overthrows in yesterday's play. 2 5s, and now a loose delivery of 5 wides from Mukesh. Won't be complaining, West Indies. All those help.
Maybe just trying to push the ball into Alzari Joseph as again swing it away. You could tell from the field set that that's the general plan. That's firmly struck. You can see from Joseph's disposition that he's in a no-nonsense mood.
Yeah, possibly just thrown off by those 2 previous shots or swings and misses from Joseph, but this time around makes contact and firmly driven. Uppish for some time, but it lands safely.
To the back of the Jerry Gomez Media Center here in Port of Spain. Left of screen, Nelson Mandela Park. And a couple of playing fields beyond that. St. Mary's Cricket Ground. Just built a new indoor cricket facility at that venue. So far, what we've seen is very good use of a new ball by a pair of bowlers. That's why captain's up for that. Straight away, it's the second new ball. India delayed before taking that second new ball. Did it in over number 103, I think it was.
Maybe after seeing all the rewards in which they're getting with the new ball within yesterday afternoon's play and this morning, might think that they should have taken it a bit earlier when it was on offer.
Very easy to conclude in hindsight. I think they'll be pleased with a couple early wickets at the start of day 4.
Yeah.
243 for 7. For the first time in this series, India dominated in wicket-taking with their seamers. 2 wickets for Mukesh, 2 for Siraj. They've swung the ball. They've been good with their control. Siraj in particular is the fastest of the lot of seamers in this India 11.
Yeah.
What he will not want to do is become impatient, especially to Rohit, who has a solid defense. We've seen over the course of his career his application as a batter. Rohit. Alzarri Joseph, a little bit different. Hard to predict. Fine leg, of course, positioned at deep backward square. Now a change in the field. Point goes to deep third. Again, India thinking about saving runs and balancing that with getting the remaining 3 wickets. Confident appeal and the finger goes up. It will be interesting to see the review and what happens. Alzarri Joseph making that decision already.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Check the front foot and fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Okay, ball is close to the bat, so ultra edge when available, please. Thank you. Just waiting for ultra edge, Richard. Okay, yeah, keep rolling through. Okay, just freeze it. Yeah, take it back, please. Yeah, and back again. Okay, roll through. Yeah, okay. Just go back to the beginning, please. Just to see where the flat lines, investigate where the spikes are coming from, please. So just, yeah, keep going through. Take it back. So back all the way. Just take it back again, please. Right, and back again. and back again 1 frame. So there's a flat line all the way there. So keep going through, please. Keep going through all the way, and freeze it there, please. The bat is next to the ball, Richard. The ball has hit the bat, Richard, so I'll get you to overturn your decision.
Evidence that there was bat involved. So the umpire will have to overturn his decision. Alzarri Joseph surviving a close call.
Yeah, but almost bluffed him with this delivery. Bowled it straighter, even though he changed the feel on the offside.
Goes away. Really showing his smarts, Mohammad Siraj. 2 deliveries before. There was that close call for LBW. Ball coming into Alzarri Joseph, and this one going away. Be interesting to see if ball tracking showed that ball going on to hit the stumps. That was for the review that Alzarri Joseph took. The successful review. Again, the appeal. And given not out. Will be that discussion as we often see, and then the decision, review taken.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Check the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Okay, bat is close to the ball again, so ultra edge when available, please. Okay, keep rolling through. Keep rolling through. Right, just take that back there, please. I just want to see where the spike is, please. So back again. Take it back. Back, please. So just roll through very slowly, frame by frame, please. So roll through. And next frame, flat line. There's a flat line as the ball passes the bat, and go through the pad, please. Yeah, so no bat involved. So ball tracking when available, please. Original decision is not out. Pitch and outside off, impact in line, and hitting the wickets, Richard. I'll let you know when you're on screen, Richard.
Another overturn of a decision from the umpire, Richard Kettleborough. And this time, Alzarri Joseph will have to depart. Another scramble seam delivery from Mohammad Siraj. Going on to hit the stumps. Alzarri Joseph not getting any bat on this occasion. Maybe was expecting the ball to swing away. And the skill of Siraj just too good. Joseph gone for 4. It's now 244 for 8.
The score now stands at 244 for 8. It's coming a batter, Jobel Worker.
Three wickets falling for just 15 runs in this first session of day 4. It's an extended one that has worked in favor of India so far. Jamel Warrican with a massive challenge. West Indies will want to score many more runs to wipe a significant part of that lead by India. Two legal deliveries remaining in this over already. A wicket and just 1 run.
Siraj is probably wondering, how did that miss? He's been bowling up for storm for this morning session. Swung inward to Jumel Warrican.
5 for 73, that's his test best. Mohammad Siraj. Ready. 3 wickets for 53. And he's off the mark. Warrican. So another successful over for India. 245 for 8.
A few starts for West Indian batters. Brathwaite standing out with that 75 from 235 balls. They're just falling away to the back end of things.
Craig Brathwaite was extremely good with his half century, 75 from 235 deliveries. Starts for Chandapal, Mackenzie, Blackwood, and Athanase. No one going on to 3 figures.
Yeah, 3 wickets for 15 runs you mentioned. I'm sure that's not what West Indies intended things, but their application needed to be a bit better. Ball swinging around, a bit of moisture in the air.
Yeah, during the last over, we had a bit of a drizzle. A few rain clouds around. Shannon Gabriel, the last of the West Indian batters, all padded up. Stacey and King, both of us had the chance to look at the pitch, give our assessment. Generally speaking, a surface still good for batting, you would say, but maybe offering a little bit more for the spinners with the wear and tear.
I'd be eager to see Ashwin and Jadeja bowl on this pitch, seeing what the pacers are getting and what they have produced in yesterday's session. I'll be intrigued to see what happens when they come on. Well, if they get to come on.
Another look at the 22 yards. Both ends of the pitch, you can see that wear and tear from the bowler's foot marks. Ishan Kishan quite optimistic with his appeal.
इधर ठीक है.
That was probably just out of habit, as you often see in wicket keepers.
They're always very boisterous. They're just going down leg as well, pitching outside. But yeah, they're the ones that carry the teams most of the times.
Two balls ago, of course, that appeal, Ishan Kishan himself was already moving down leg side while appealing. Seems to enjoy his cricket, of course, only in his second test match, Ishan Kishan. Always with a smile on his face. He's got something to say. Good defense shown by Warrican. End of the over, 245 for 8.
Siraj with 3 slips and 2 gullies. And put too much pressure on himself and he bowls it down the leg side. But it's such an unusual action in some ways where he falls away to his left, a la similar in principle to say a Courtney Walsh, but his wrist position is so strong that he can still do that and get his wrist to facilitate shaping the ball away from the right-hander and then scrambles the seam back into them. Sliding down, but it's been impressive again with his second new ball this morning, Samuel Badri.
Thinking about that review, it has been good morning, everyone. Rohit Sharma in discussion with the wicketkeeper. Usually get information from the man behind the sticks. He doesn't seem to be too interested, Rohit Sharma. Still 2 reviews remaining. Going down the leg side is my initial thinking. At best, it will be umpire's call. But yeah, it has been a really, really good start. Siraj in particular with that away swing. Picking up a couple wickets.
Oregon playing a few more shots than Sir Vivian Richards here at the moment. Inside edge, 250 comes up.
Yeah, Siraj looking for the outside edge, finding the inside edge this time, not in total control. But going after the ball with such venom. Beats the keeper to his left. A couple deliveries ago, LBW appeal. Umpire's call, so it would have remained not out even if they reviewed.
That's 200 on the board, 250 on the board for the West Indies. West Indies up to 250 for 8.
Very skillful bowler, and just to do a slight comparison on the 2 bowlers, Mukesh Kumar more over the top, more conventional action. You can see how straight that line is from left to ball in hand. And I mentioned that Siraj falls away a little bit to his left, and the hand comes slightly more inside the perpendicular. You can see the slant on that line, but his wrist position compensates. So on the right of screen, a right-handed batter will feel it's coming into me, and then it swings away when he chooses to, or he scrambles the seam, and it comes back into them. Kumar more over the top. Nice from Warrican. So just little things when Siraj is working like this and Kumar is working as he is, that challenges a batter. 2-5-2 for 8. Three for 60 for Mohammad Siraj. They found some swing with this second new ball. We've changed the ball so often across this innings. They finally found one. I think that even if it goes out of shape, they won't change it. They won't complain. And why should they?
Thank you.
Yeah, they delayed taking that second new ball for quite some time, working on some reverse swing, as well as the spinners were operating just late yesterday evening, opted for it, so it still was comparatively new this morning. So perhaps the timing of it worked out well. Looking to knock over the final 2 wickets from the West Indies. No need for Ashwin and Jadeja just yet. Kemar Roach has shown in the past that he can defend quite well. Morgan has demonstrated the fact that he wants to hit a few boundaries. So contrasting approaches. That last delivery, sort of a stifled appeal going down the leg.
Roach in times past and perhaps not quite recently has shown the ability to stick around for a number of deliveries that looks as it's missing, clearly. That game against Pakistan with himself and Jaden Seals, that Sabina won the game. But the West Indies are a team with their variable batting that need Alzari Joseph, they need Roach, they need, if it's Warrican, they need Gabriel to be able to commit and contribute. I think that's a shot that we remember that they won the test match against Pakistan with. But they certainly need all hands on deck given the volatility of their batting in development. And I think in the modern game we've seen over the last 20 years, 15 years, a number of other teams get their lower order batters to be 1% better, 2% better. Every run becomes vital for these lower ranked member teams. He will keep strike, 255 for it. Seven overs so far in the session. 3 wickets have gone down. Afanaz and Holder, 2 of that 3. Siraj.
Right.
He'll be chomping and hoping that he can get a chance to bowl with this new ball that has been swinging. Jai Devunatkar, I thought he bowled with great heart yesterday without fortune.
Just wonder if Mohammad Siraj is thinking of a possible short delivery or 2 against Kemar Roach just to push him back with this new hard ball. Rohit Sharma is lurking in a shortish mid-wicket area. Maybe for something that just pops up in that region. Looking to get him LBW, looking to get him caught in slip, perhaps a short delivery or 2.
Full swinging, the end of Roach. It's a good catch again by Ishan Kishan. This new ball, this second new ball has worked magic here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Excellence from Mohammad Siraj. Full and a hint of outswing, just enough to take that outside edge. And a relatively simple catch for Ishan Kishan. Another wicket for Mohammad Siraj, his 4th in the innings so far. Kemar Roach goes for 4, 255 for 9, and it will also be an opportunity for the Blue Waters drinks break.
Does that out .255 for 9. The West Indies have lost 4 wickets for 26 in this portion of this fourth morning's play.
First one, the wicket of Athanaz on the umpire's call. That late swing towards the left-hander, doing just enough to clip the leg stump. Yeah, delight. They needed that. They needed an early wicket. The last recognized play. And then Jason Holder. Just an indeterminate prod of the bowling of Siraj.
Very good ball. Very.
Neither committed to the shot nor trying to leave the ball, Jason Holder. That's Harry Joseph, the next one to be dismissed. This one coming back into the right-hander, so skillful from Mohammad Siraj, showing his dexterity, clipping the front pad and then crashing into the back one, and showing that it would have hit the leg stump out of the ground. And then Kemar Roach, another catch to Ishan Kishan, another wicket to Mohammad Siraj, full and swinging away, just luring Kemar Roach to play that expansive drive. And 4 wickets in the morning session so far for India. Siraj confirmation, picking up 4 for 60. India 438 in their first innings, 255 for 9. The West Indies still trailing by 183 runs, 1 wicket remaining in the first innings. Siraj to continue.
4-wicket haul. Close, and that's a second 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket if it stands for Mohammad Siraj. And will they review it? They have.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Check the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Okay, appears to be no bat involved. We'll just confirm with Ultredge, please. Okay, no bat involved, so ball tracking when available, please. Original decision is out. Pitching outside off, impact in line, and it's hitting the wickets, Richard. So stay with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Yeah, just confirmation of what we knew already. But Mohammad Siraj's best figures in an innings in Test match cricket go back to January 2021 in Brisbane, when he picked up a 5 for his first. Remember that tour where he stayed on in Australia, even though his father had passed away in November of a year before. In the absence of Shami and 1 or 2 others, he's the man. Mohammad Siraj, his second 5-wicket haul. And the excellent stories for India continue. Bowling coach, pretty pleased, 5 for 26 in the morning session.
And he spoke earlier to us and the need for them to get early wickets and to try to mop up this West Indian batting lineup as quickly as possible, given the fact we're in day 4. Yeah, the bat came down so late there from Shannon Gabriel. The leader of this bowling attack, inexperienced bowling attack. And Mohammad Siraj has done an excellent job. Lots of starts for the West Indian top order and middle order, led by Craig Brathwaite, but fell away in dramatic fashion on day 4. A collapse of some enormity. 255 they were shut out for. Mohammad Siraj 5 for 60. Best returns in Test match cricket for him. 2 wickets for Mukesh and Jadeja. Ashwin contributing with 1 himself.
Really good stories in this 100th Test match between the two nations. A 29 Test 100 for Virat Kohli, his first away for a few years, and then Mohammad Siraj picking up his second 5-wicket haul in the Test match game. 75 to Brathwaite, West Indies trail by 183, and it really comes down to now, can they hold off India, who will be looking to bat and maybe, if they get the chance, declare later on today, unless they collapse. Can Alzari find some swing, as India have done? We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll find out a little bit more. Bright sunshine over Port of Spain, Trinidad, and the West Indies bowled out for 255. They lost 5 wickets for 26 this morning in 7.4 overs. Let's reflect on the wickets that fell.
Tejran Chandrapal fell late on day 2, trying to take on Jadeja. Just a second delivery he faced off him. Simple catch for Ravi Ashwin, trying perhaps to go over the top, looking to be aggressive. And he'll no doubt reflect on that dismissal. Another one who will reflect on his dismissal, Kirk McKenzie, on debut, looked really composed and comfortable out in the middle until he tried to play one square off the wicket with the trap set. Edged it through to wicketkeeper Kishan. First wicket for Mukesh Kumar in Test match cricket, and then this beauty from Ravichandran Ashwin. Flight, loop, turn through the gate. Classical off-spinners dismissal. Craig Brathwaite, who looked resolute and circumspect throughout that innings. And then this catch from Ajinkya Rahane, just flung himself to the left. Defensive prod from Blackwood. Remarkable catch. Then came Mohammad Siraj. It was the Siraj show thereafter. Cleaning up Joshua De Silva. That middle stump got smacked. And that was with the old ball, the reverse swing. And his trademark celebration. Mukesh Kumar got the wicket off Alec Athanas. Reviewed, but the decision was upheld. Umpire's call just enough to clip the leg stump. Athanaze himself was looking quite compact. But this new ball just reaping the rewards for India.
Jason Holder fell this morning. It's one of those dismissals I'd like to come back to for a couple of reasons, but safe hands for Ishan Kishan, who finished up with 3 catches in the innings. And Zari Joseph then fell to Siraj, a bit of away movement, inward movement, very skillful bowling. Scramble seam would follow the upright seam. And the bat slicing across the line of the delivery. Roach flirting with danger, as 1 or 2 had done before him outside the off stump. That's the contrast to the scramble seam. The upright seam. Nishan Kishan. And then the 5th wicket for Siraj's second 5-fer in this format of the game. Scramble seam again. 5 for 26. The least runs the West Indies have lost their last 5 wickets for in a home test match since 2017 against Pakistan. Lights are on Mohammad Siraj. 5 for 60, very skillful use of the upright seam and the scrambled seam. Each way movement. Mukesh Kumar will be happy on this surface with his initial sojourn in Test match cricket, 2 for 48. Jadeja played his part. The economy rates there very, very good from every Indian bowler. So West Indies trail by 183. How many do India feel that they need to get to try to set up a win in the Test match if they are not bowled out? Can Jason Holder and Shannon Gabriel, well, not so much Shannon Gabriel, but Roach and Joseph find some swing or lateral movement? Who are you using with the new ball? Given what we've just seen, if you get a ball that swings as much as India's.
Yeah, I think that they'll go with Kemar Roach and Alzari Joseph. Those two have demonstrated a propensity to get the ball to swing, utilize whatever conditions are available here at the Queen's Park Oval. India obviously have put themselves in a good position here with so much time remaining in this first session. Bowling coach spoke earlier about possibly needing 3 sessions to dismiss the West Indies a second time around. But because they've got the remaining wickets so quickly, it has given them additional time in the first session. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about this second innings.
And out walks Rohit Sharma. Started this tour with 100. In pole position now to dictate terms, as is his partner Yashasvi Jaiswal. Can play different modes of Test cricket. Got a glimpse of that already. Seen it across his domestic career, first class and white ball. They already begin the second innings with an advantage of 183. Kemar Roach. Is that a quick turnaround? Was out in the middle with bat not too long ago. Can he exploit kind of movement that Mukesh Kumar and Mohammad Siraj got with an earlier start on the 4th day? All eyes on India though. Here's Roach. Well, he was happy to take on a short and wide ball in the first innings to open his account, and I think with 1 ball, it's pretty clear what India are going to do in their second innings. Morning, Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Good morning, Ronak. Serious problems for West Indies being bowled out inside an hour.
He's going to play his shots, which will also present opportunities. So now Jaiswal and India are off the mark in this second innings.
Well, young Jaiswal showing his intention. He's going to go on the attack very early. India has got a healthy lead of 183. So they want to score as quickly as possible, set West Indies the target so they can maybe make a declaration later in the day so they have enough time to try and bowl West Indies out a second time. West Indies losing the remaining 5 wickets inside an hour for only 26 runs. So more woes for them. That's Gabriel on the right screen of the field.
Rohit's underway. 2 fielders in the deep on the leg side. Let's hope Shannon Gabriel is good to go. Did you take time to get rid of your pads if you were the last man out, Sir Curtly? Not in time to take the ball?
No, has never happened to me before.
Jaiswal signals India's intent and gets 6. Buckle up. This is how India are going to play.
What a blow. What a blow. Advanced down the track. Got to the pitch. Was a little bit wide, but got enough butt on it to hit it way over wide long off for 6.
Magnificent. Simply magnificent from Jaiswal. Back-to-back boundaries, 12 without loss.
Look at that stroke. That was magnificent. Superb timing and placement. And anyone who have seen him play before knows that he could be ultra aggressive. He is that type of player. Alzawi Joseph, 30 test matches for him, 85 wickets. Solitary 5-wicket haul, but that average is a bit of a concern.
More runs, 4 runs. They've raced to 16 already, have India, as Rohit gets his first boundary of this innings.
Not a bad delivery. Took the outer half of the bat. But it is what we expected, Ronak. They're going to come out on the attack. They want to get the runs as quickly as possible so they can declare and give themselves enough time to try and bowl West Indies out a second time around.
Yeah, absolute license for India's batters in this innings, especially with how quickly they've managed to get lower order wickets this morning. And you were making the point right through the day yesterday, Sir Curtly Ambrose. West Indies have batted nearly 116 overs. That's just 12 short of what India did. They've yet conceded a deficit of 183. Say it's a marked improvement in terms of what we saw in Dominica, but it doesn't give them much to play with.
Quite right, because I've been saying that for a long time. Occupation of the crease is important. Nothing is wrong with that. But you have to at least show intent to score. Because if you bat for a whole day and you only score 200 runs, you're always in danger of losing. Especially India in the first innings score well over 400. So occupation is one thing. But if you're not scoring and then you eventually bowl out like they've done here, you'll be in trouble. You could be in danger of losing the game.
Yeah, and India's bowling coach Faras Mamre just saying ahead of play today that one can bring 4 or 5 very quickly with the lower order, and we've seen that. Alzari Joseph had more accolades with bat. We've not quite seen that in recent times. India have R. Ashwin batting at 8. Should give all the more reason for the top order to do the heavy lifting. That single, the lead is 200.
And to be frank, Ronak, this is test match cricket. Scoring at 2 runs and over is unacceptable.
And I think, in fairness, we can say these are good batting conditions. It was tough to score runs for even India in Dominica. There's a question that I have for you, though, just on whether West Indies batters have the skill set to take India's bowlers on. Run leg by here. That's the other challenge, isn't it, Sir Curtly? Do they have the skill set to take on Jadeja, Ashwin? Do you sense they could have done more?
No ball called. To answer your question, Ronak, on a surface like Dominica, the first test match, of course, it will be very, very difficult to take on the spinners, Ashwin and Jadeja, when the ball is turning so square.
Pretty runs for Rohit, they usually are.
Even India themselves struggled quite a bit in Dominica. But on the surface here at the Queen's Park Oval, where there's hardly much turn for the spinners, I think the West Indian batters should play a little bit more positively. They didn't. Hence that low score, and now they're in trouble.
That will be the end of the over. 21 without loss. West Indies bowled out inside 8 overs. An early start on the 4th day. Just 26 runs added. Mohammad Siraj, the career best, 5 for 60. And India have already raced on, going at over 10 and over in the opening overs of this second innings. They lead by 204. Right, Kemar Roach to continue, conceded 12 in his opening over. Patrick Noon was quick to point out it's the most he's ever conceded when bowling the first over of a test innings. Context, of course. Doesn't need to bowl too badly. There are a couple of glorious shots from Jaiswal. Something for the West Indies to think about as well, Sir Craig Brathwaite. What point does he spread out his field? Still a new ball which moved for India. How much does he attack? How much does he defend? And just as I speak, Jomel Warrickens walking towards the boundary on the offside. There's a man back there, so it'll only be one.
Well, it's quite obvious the intentions of both Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma, the skipper, that they're going to go on the attack. They are already leading by 205 runs. So they want to get as many as possible in quick time, which is key. They want to give themselves enough time to try and bowl West Indies out a second time.
How easy was that? How good was that? Rohit has a 6 of his own.
It is an easy-paced pitch. And that was struck with a bit of disdain from Rohit Sharma, the captain. And they've raced to 28. 2 overs and 3 deliveries. This could be a massacre.
No. Yeah, India have already got 28. It's more than the West Indies managed. They resumed duties this morning. To be fair, it was the lower order. But they're going well over 10 and over now.
The only thing to stop this carnage is to get wickets.
Come on, Titch.
And I guess as a fast bowler, it's a difficult situation with the team so far behind, so Curtly. But we saw India's seamers get something out for relatively newish ball this morning. Does this sort of approach demoralize bowlers, or do you sense there's still an opportunity? If they're going to be playing shots like this, there are wickets to have.
One always believes that when a batsman is going on the attack, it gives you a chance. But this wicket is so placid, nothing much happening. So it's tough. It's going to be tough for the bowlers.
Cries of catch it. Shannon Gabriel's back on the field and he'll have to do some running.
No, Shannon, no.
Ends up being 2 more to finish the third. 31 without loss. India going at 10s. The leaders race to 214 as Alzari Joseph tries to get something going the West Indies way on this 4th day's play. Right, deep point, deep backward square. So a total of 3 fielders on the boundary. Well, come in on a Sunday, they might get some serious entertainment if they like runs. Jomel Warrican has no chance. He's the only man in the deep on the offside. It's 4 more to Rohit.
Rohit Sharma at his best. Exquisite timing. Perfect placement. Jomel Warrican on that point boundary, only there to retrieve.
Well, he's been adjusted as just a little bit by Craig Brathwaite Warrican. It's probably the first thing that's gone right for the West Indies today. It's been tough going. Given the need for quick runs, India have a variety of options in personnel, even if they lose a wicket. Difference of top order and the decision to move beyond Cheteshwar Pujara and play Shubman Gill at 3 is all of India's top order is friendly with white ball cricket, more savvy. Rahane coming at the back of a successful IPL season. Umpire Kettleborough has been kept busy this morning. Craig Brathwaite decides against the review. Out comes the pull shot for Rohit Sharma. As we've seen many, many times before, we see it again. It goes all the way for 6. 41 without loss.
Last delivery of the previous over. Short from Alzari Joseph. And was hit away for 6 by Rohit Sharma. That was very easy for him. And the delivery before that, when they went for, it was a vociferous appeal, but they didn't take the review, and rightly so.
India's aggressive start has prompted an early change in bowling in the form of Jason Holder, who did keep Jaiswal quiet in the first innings and eventually claim his wicket. It's a widely spread field now, which allows comfortable single. Four overs is all Craig Brathwaite needed as evidence. The field is spread far and wide. Long on, deep mid wicket, deep fine leg, deep point, long off. Just the one slip. So limited overs field now. And not even that, because there are just 3 fielders inside. Well, India in this position because Mohammad Siraj cleaned up the tail. Started late yesterday and the ball started to reverse, going through Joshua De Silva's defence. Then this morning, Jason Holder nicking behind. Then lower order had no chance. Joseph first, Roach thereafter, and Shannon Gabriel.
First ball of Jason over was called a wide. He didn't look too impressed. Had a little look at the umpire after. But it certainly was a wide.
Yeah, we do away with the guidelines that the umpires have in limited overs cricket. Just watching those wickets from Mohammad Siraj and the way he and Mukesh bowled this morning, Sir Curtly. I know they were bowling to lower order batters, but does it seem like suddenly there's more happening after very little happened in the first 3 days here?
Yes, from the time they took the second new ball, we've seen how much the ball seaming about, swung as well, and they was able to execute.
There is a fielder there. Gabriel drops it. You cannot do that, Shannon Gabriel. With nothing going the West Indies way. Rohit has a reprieve.
That certainly was an easy catch. Didn't have to move that much. Didn't hit it well, Rohit Sharma. Look at that. Easy catch. Hands were in a funny position to start with, and that should have been taken. Look at his hands. Look at his hands. In a funny position, spilled it.
And there is no one at deep third. So Jaiswal has wisely helped himself to another 4. Shannon Gabriel could have had a moment to just lift the West Indies, as Sir Curtly Ambrose talks about how he changed his hands. It's a miss hit by Rohit.
Look at his hands in a terrible position. Spilled it.
48 without loss. Right, the opportunity presented to Shannon Gabriel. Sir Curtly Ambrose points out the funny position his hands were in. It almost looks like Sir Curtly, his left hand, he changed his mind to try and go reverse cup and confused at the last second.
I'm sure that fielding coach, Ryan Griffith, would not be happy. Shanna Gabriel himself would not be happy. Spilled an easy chance. That probably could have been the lift that the West Indies needed.
Excellent weather conditions. And a slight drizzle that we carried on start of play today. No real threat for any major interruptions. Only storm is coming in the form of India's opening batters at the moment. .50 comes up for India. 50 of the partnership. And that is India's fastest ever 50 partnership in Test cricket since the game started recording balls faced. We go back to 1986. Sunil Gavaskar and Mohinder Amarnath at Sydney for the second wicket. That was 50 balls. Of course, there's an era of cricket where we didn't have the data. And it's still quite the achievement. 50 in just 33 balls. And here's more.
And this opening pair of Rohit Sharma, the skipper, and Jaiswal continues to torment the West Indies bowlers. Starting in the first test in Dominica, in the only innings. Opening stand of 229. And then in the first innings, 139. And now they've raced to 52 in quick time. So it's a real torment for the West Indians.
Well, Alzari Joseph has managed to just calm things down this over. It's 4 of it. Yeah, among the many boxes that India would like to tick with each series in this new World Test Championship cycle, Rohit and Jaiswal are here to stay at the top. Next assignment in whites would be in South Africa. Dropped again. Can you believe it? Kirk McKenzie. Unbelievable. 53 without loss.
McKenzie, who put down a catch in the first innings of Ishan Kishan, now puts one down off of Rohit Sharma in a very similar fashion, in a very similar position. Just seemed to have gotten on to him a little quicker than he anticipated. Just looking at the right hand, it seemed to hit on the fingers more on that right hand rather than lodging into the cup in a more settled palm of the hand. Stacey and King, all action.
Indeed. Indian batters, well, they have a plan and they're playing to it. Yeah, they'll try to add as many runs as they can in the session. And their intentions are clear to take on the West Indian bowlers and fielders.
And two catches that you work really hard during your drill sessions with the fielding coach or on your own, wherever you are, that you are looking and hoping to take this at least 9.5 times out of 10. Gabriel, then Mackenzie. And if you're looking to advance and continue to improve and build your game, as the West Indies are, given their position and standing in the game, there are little things that you want to do better, and I've talked about running between the wickets, being more urgent. The other thing is those little ways you can save runs in the field, or you take your catches. You may not be able to outskill Stacey and outskill Rohit Sharma and one or two others of the Indian batting, or Joe Root, or Kane Williamson, or Steve Smith, or Manas Labuschagne. But what you can do, Ryan Griffith at the front there, is the little intangibles. You can be fitter, maybe, or as fit as others. You can run hard between the wickets. You can perhaps make yourself one of the best fielding teams in the world and claw your way closer to top-ranked teams, maybe in those little facets of the game. So those are things that I would be looking at as you look to improve the West Indies team and hopefully climb the rankings. Those are areas that Brathwaite, and I can touch on a few more later in this stint.
And just to add to that, Rahane was a perfect example, taking that catch of Blackwood's wicket in their batting innings, West Indies batting innings. It's 58 without loss.
In their second innings, where they launched their attack very early in looking to set up a declaration, or at least a total, that they'll be looking to put West Indies back into bat at some point today. Lovely view of the valley. Not the first time we've seen him launch the horizontal bat shot off of Joseph and others today or over the years.
Yeah, another mammoth maximum from Rohit Sharma. Yeah, really good connection. Some of the crowd members just taking a safety. Four fours and 4 sixes already hit in this innings.
Yeah, I want to go back to that topic. They're looking for two, but Rohit almost ran into Joseph. No. The excellence of the batting of the top teams. I know Jaiswal is new to international cricket, but the tremendous talent. Rohit's been around for much longer. It's been a terrific partnership with, albeit 2 chances. Yeah, how I see it, Stacey, and folks watching around the world, when you look at the lower ranked members of the table, more often than not all the time, but more often than not, the superior teams are superior, not only superior bowling, but superior batting. Where lower members fall down more often than not, I think it's in batting capabilities. That tells you how technical batting is. Bowling is difficult as well. But I think you can convert a bowler into a better weapon a little bit easier than a batter. That's my view. That doesn't have to be anybody else's. And so I look at other ways, in addition to improving your batting, working on your KPIs and your batting development programs, men and women. How can we be better? What are the areas we can be 1% better and creep closer as teams? Running, rotation of strike. You may not have power like some of us. Catching, fielding. Got to have those as non-negotiable.
Yeah, agreed fully. Because sometimes you may not make up or do well in your field, but you have an opportunity to do even better, possibly fielding.
Just sheer intent from the outset of this innings. Understandably so, the ball will at times go in different directions.
Yeah, slash gets the edge and just the pace in which it has gone through it. Absolutely no chance for that fielder. 13 runs already off this over.
With a baseball being played here. Can't get it in England because of inclement weather, so India says we'll entertain the rest of the world. 72 without loss. West Indies lost 5 for 26 in 7.4 overs of the morning session. And India have flown out of the blocks. 72 without loss in 8.
Interesting shot from Jaiswal. And followed that delivery from Holder. Almost just dismissed it.
8 minutes down. 8 minutes down.
Trying everything he possibly can, Jason Holder, bowling over and around the wicket.
He's got the Midas touch, Rohit Sharma, so far today. Everything he touches seems to turn to gold, even when he's mishit it to a fielder.
It's a poor delivery from Holder. Quite full. All he needed to do was place that delivery. Got it into a gap and easy pickings for Rohit Sharma.
Another thing the West Indies have to decide in my mind is what is the capability of their batting? Are we expecting this iteration of the West Indies team to be able to bat like Australia and England and India? Do they have that capability? Or can they find ways of just being better? Because I don't think that's Johnny Bairstow on your screen there, number 11. He doesn't have that power and skill, even though we saw him once or twice against England score quickly. So what is the skill base level of your team as it stands now? And are you comparing them and asking them to do things that other higher skilled teams are able to do much easier? I think you have to contextualize what is your talent base. And again, I'm speaking to male and female. A West Indies women's team capable of batting like Meg Lanning and Beth Mooney and Alyssa Healy, do they have that skill level?
Yeah, I'll look at the positive in it and say yes, Bish. I'll put you on the spot and say yes. Because of the fact that we've seen what Hayley Matthews has produced at such a young age as well. You have a number of young players coming through the ranks in Janaba Joseph, Shonel Sao, who are capable. I just think they need to be exposed more to international cricket and possibly to county cricket, a bit of club cricket outside of the West Indies.
So therefore, I'd say right now they are not capable, because what you're saying is they need time to get there. So I would disagree with you and say they're not there yet. What a wonderful time to have a Blue Waters drinks break. West Indies came into the morning session 5 down, lost their last 5 wickets for 26 runs in 7.4 overs. Afanaz held so much promise coming in.
Yeah, he was the first to go LBW to Mukesh Kumar, followed by Jason Holder, playing at a delivery that moved away from him. Zari Joseph was next to follow. And Kemar Roach didn't last very long out there. And then Shannon Gabriel giving Mohammad Siraj 5-wicket haul, his second in Test cricket. In reply, India, well, they've come out with a plan. From 56 balls between Jaiswal and Sharma. And they're set in the middle. And they intend to continue taking on this West Indian bowling lineup.
So India lead by 263. They'll be probably thinking, how quickly can we get with another 79 overs perhaps remaining in the day's play? Can we get to 400? Another 137 runs, or maybe up to 450. If they bat another 50 overs, let's say, in the day's play, with wickets in hand, if things don't go drastically wrong, Shannon Gabriel will be hoping it does for them. It's perhaps a target to aim at. Well spread field. And the runs continuing to hemorrhage. And a 50 for Rohit Sharma in just 35 deliveries. His fastest 50 in Test match cricket backs up the work that he did in the first innings and the first Test.
Yeah, just 35 balls for that 50, Rohit Sharma. It helped that delivery. Pretty fine for that fine leg fielder. Too much work to be done.
350 plus scores in succession, including that 100 in Dominica for Rohit Sharma. Not in a club, not in a solitary club of batters who have plundered West Indian bowling in recent years. He's a good player. Got back-to-back hundreds in his first 2 Test matches against the West Indies on his debut and then in his second Test. My goodness. Anyway, let's leave that alone and just go back to the discussion. So what I was, in my view, Stacey, and I hear what you're saying because I equate the men's and the women's game very similarly, right? Where are you at in your stage of development? Hayley Matthews, I've always said, she hasn't been consistent enough yet against the top teams in the world. And I think even her father says he wants her to be more consistent. So she has that capability. The others you're talking about have that potential, but they are not there yet. So how do we get Mackenzie, Afanaz up to that level? That takes time.
Yeah, but it also takes giving these players the opportunity to play and master their skills as well. So, again, mentioned previously in this test, what is next for these test players for West Indies? Likewise, West Indies women, when you think about they've just won a home series against Ireland, they are up against Australia next in Australia. What I like about after that tour is that there's an A-team tour, which is going to Pakistan, I think it is. I'd hope that those young players get that opportunity to make that team.
Gap finding is just, it's so easy when you're on top of your game, as Rohit Sharma is.
It's almost as though he can do no wrong, Rohit Sharma. Just opens the face, rocks back, guides this one in that backward point region and splits those two fielders.
Such batting excellence, different stage of his development or his progress. Says he's making a good point. We'll come back to it. Rarity of a dot ball. 90 without loss.
Moving, boys. Back.
We'll find out later in the day, I'm sure, providing there's no weather interruption, whether the seamers of India can find some more swing or the spinners come into play. Yeah, just to your point as well, here's the caveat to all of the batting development, the KPIs, the development programs. Once you identify a brand of cricket that you want your team to play, particularly batting, right? And if that's a more aggressive brand, here's the caveat. Jason Holder is fully convinced that that is out. He's given it out himself.
Yeah, they hit it back for sure. Good.
Now, the bat may have hit the ground. Now, has the ball brushed the outside edge as well?
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for a bump ball. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Can we start off with front on spin vision, please? Okay, can we have a look at Ultra Edge, please, when available? Okay, just rock and roll that back, please. Again, yeah. So, flat line, yeah, just keep going, frame by frame. Yeah, keep going, flat line, yeah. Keep going, please. Yeah, clear gap between bat and the ball as well past the bat. So I'm ready for my decision on the big screen.
Yeah, I thought the bat hit the ground. West Indies were convinced that it hit the edge as well. So good use of the technology. It's not perfect, but I love it in the game. Yeah, just quickly, in the pursuit of playing an aggressive brand of cricket, let's say like England have done with baseball, there's an element of risk involved, high risk. Here's my question to John Public. If you want them to score quicker, if you want them to play a more aggressive brand against highly skilled bowlers, that comes with risk. If they get dismissed doing that, are you willing to say, I'm going to accept that heave down to long on, that attempted force off the back foot and say that is part of their development? Or are you going to castigate them when they take that risk and it doesn't come off? If it's, say, a Jermaine Blackwood, for example, are you willing to accept that when it happens in the first test as Blackwood did just before lunch? Or are you going to say, I'm happy that he's going to take that route and risk getting out? Those are questions that you have to take into consideration if you're the West Indies coach. Something Owen Morgan and Baz McCallum said, we don't care what the media says. We are going to play this brand of cricket, and the old heads can say what they want, or people outside the game. What does he do, Andre Kohli? Darren Sammy, over to you.
Oh, keeper.
Shane Dietz of Australia, who's now the women's coach, he has those decisions to make as well.
I guess the first sighting he'll have of the West Indies women will be at the upcoming Women's CPL. I guess he'll be able to see the players that he has to work with.
Superb. Yashasvi Jaiswal in his first test series has already made an impression. 96 without loss. You know, my mind just casts forward to some of this and where Yashasvi Jaiswal where India will then fall in their T20 cricket next year with someone like a Yashasvi Jaiswal, Ruturaj Gaikwad. He didn't miss that by much. So there's a new generation, Ishan Kishan, all of those guys coming in with that World Cup, T20 World Cup in the Caribbean next year. So this gives them a further taste of conditions. And what do the West Indies need to do in their T20 cricket redevelopment? Men's and women's, Stacey.
And we talk about the inclusion of those former players as well in whatever role they can play around a West Indies team, a West Indies squad, a camp, etc. I think likewise it needs to also happen where the women's game is concerned, because you have former captain Marissa Aguilera, won a World Cup, Stephanie Taylor, who's still in that team, but just being able to mentor some of these young players and those experiences of how you won a World Cup. I think those discussions and having those players are also important.
Stacey and King. Yeah, I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated to see where the women's game is going. I'm fascinated to see how the West Indies push forward, press forward across formats from here. Really enthused by Haley's consistency that I saw against Ireland and the young under-19 young ladies who came through recently in South Africa. Really excited. As much as I am to see India's fastest 100 in Test cricket as a partnership. Safely taken. And Shannon Gabriel, who put down the catch a little bit earlier in the session, off Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph says, "This is how you do it, Shannon. I've helped you out."
Yeah, whipped into the leg side. Something he has done to exception before, but this time picking out Alzari Joseph in that position. Seemed to have been a bit finer as well. Sharma goes for 57, 98 for 1.
Yes. Stuart? Right. Sorry.
Wicket of Rohit Sharma brings Shubman Gill to the middle. Will he play the same way that Rohit and Yashasvi Jaiswal have set out? In spite of a couple of low scores in this new role at number 3. Well, after being dropped twice, Joseph catches Rohit of Gabriel after Gabriel dropped Rohit of Joseph. It's a white ball wicket, that. But it's white ball cricket at the moment, Darren Ganga.
Indeed, and quite rightly so from India. Ultra-aggressive approach to their batting. Trying to consolidate their position and send a clear message to West Indies. We're looking to win this test match and go 2-0 in the series.
Well, wickets have brought rain in the last 2 days. It normally happens right at the fall of a wicket, but we have seen this sudden downpour at the Queen's Park Oval. We don't expect it to be a long shower, but it is a hard one and a heavy one. Rain has interrupted play on the 4th day's play here at the Queen's Park Oval, with India 281 in front, 98 for 1 in 12 overs. In what was supposed to be an extended morning session due to rain yesterday. We're about 20 minutes from when lunch was supposed to be called on day 4. We can confirm now that lunch will be taken, courtesy this interruption. So it's an early lunch on day 4, just as it was on day 3. with India well and truly in the ascendancy. After dismissing the West Indies for just another 26 this morning, raced away to 98 in 12 overs. Yet another half century for Rohit Sharma. It's been an excellent tour with bat for the Indian captain. Jaiswal still out there, continuing to impress with a lot of batting to come. Shannon Gabriel redeeming himself to some degree after putting Rohit Sharma down. Otherwise, it's a scorecard or a bowling card more reminiscent of the shorter formats of the game with economies of 11, 9, 6 and 5.
So at the moment, this second cycle pure Agarbathi test powered by Yes Bank sits in favor of India. They lead by 281 runs with 9 wickets in hand, batting the second time around. Of course, day 4, still with a day left. Don't really know how much time for play we'll get in this test match at the moment. You can see rain interrupting play here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. And the players, they'll have the chance of an early lunch. As the ground staff does their role of protecting the square. We're going to take a short break and see you very soon.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, Trinidad. Gregory Brathwaite out there, ironically from Barbados, under his umbrella. And we've had some inclement weather, which again has curtailed the morning session, which started a little bit earlier than normal. It's been all India, with West Indies coming into the day 5 down. They lost their last 5 wickets for only 26 runs, the least runs they've lost their last 5 wickets for at home since 2017 against Pakistan. Mohammad Siraj was the star of India's bowling effort. With that second new ball in particular, he picked up his second 5-wicket haul, 5 for 60. And in the absence of Shami and Bumrah and one or two others, he has led the attack so well here at the Oval. In reply, India have raced along, 98 for 1, Rohit Sharma falling just before the rain came in of just 12 overs. Which means India in pursuit, as Gabriel confirms, he's the lone wicket taker of a declaration or a score at least to set the West Indies 98 for 1. 281 runs ahead, a potential 76 overs remaining in the day's play, barring more inclement weather or bad light. So it's been all blue so far today. And we are comfortably perched here in the commentary box in the air conditioning. Darren Ganga alongside me. How much did this morning go to plan or against plan?
Well, against plan, surely, for the West Indies. Having lost 5 wickets on day 3, there was that expectation that they would at least bat the first session on day 4. That didn't happen. So 5 wickets falling, as you just mentioned, for just 26 runs. Really setting a positive tone for India and their bowling. What was most impressive was the use of the second new ball by the Indian opening bowlers, Mukesh Kumar, Mohammad Siraj in particular, bowling wicket-to-wicket lines. This was Alec Atanaz just clipping that leg stump. Hawkeye backing up that decision by the umpire. And Siraj continued his work. So impressive as ever, with that skill of being able to swing the ball using his upright seam, scrambled seam. Didn't use the short delivery in the spell this morning because he was getting that swing. Azari Joseph couldn't negotiate this one. Scrambled seam, nipping into the right-hander. And the technology just confirming another wicket for India.
High quality bowling. Kemar Roach just feeling for it wide of off stump and presenting Ishan Kishan, who cannot be forgotten in all of this debate with his glove work. KS Barrett in the substitutes lineup. Kishan getting his chance in this series, and then Shannon Gabriel as late as yesterday playing at that delivery that rushed into his pad before the bat could find anywhere near the circumference of that delivery. So good news for those who are hoping to tune in to the post-lunch session. Covers are being removed, and hopefully those clouds will become lighter and lighter and get further and further away. So as we continue to discuss now, given the absence of Jasprit Bumrah, given the absence of Mohammad Shami, etc., how much praise are we going to give to Mohammad Siraj for his achievement?
You must give him full credit, because he came here as that acting leader for this Indian bowling lineup. That was the major concern. Can this bowling group as a collective, and that's the seam department, are they potent enough to support the likes of Ashwin and Jadeja I tell you what, they are potent. And this man, Mohammad Siraj, I like the fact that he's not only about pace, he's about skill. We saw India captain Rohit Sharma employ different tactics using his fast bowlers. They were aggressive in phases when they bowled, went short at batters, trying to encourage that false stroke. And when they recognized that the West Indian batters were patient, they opted to manage the ball better, to extract swing with the old ball, and they persisted for some time before they took that second new ball. So it's great to see when bowlers support tactical decisions and eventual success follows.
Yeah, they were able to get reverse swing, something you were always likely to get on this type of surface, and then use that variation in the seam position. Now that's what Siraj was magnificent at. If you have a look at this with his seam up delivery, customary seam up with a unique action, and I have to always remind viewers that he falls to his left, and so you think it's coming in, and then you have either a wobble or a scramble seam on the right, which more often than not nips back. So sometimes batters will say which one is which one, and the seam up goes away, you reach for it, or you can be late. And most of that work done from a fullish length. Knowing when to go full, knowing when to pull your length back, knowing when to attack, knowing when to defend is an absolute must. And knowing when to attack for India and their opening partnership and Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal was a thing to watch.
It was, and it's the ideal approach in the circumstances. Of course, India led, and then they started to really enforce themselves with their batting approach. Straight away, that outlook from India with the bat, quite different. We've seen these two be very watchful in that first test match. Now, in full control of this game, just really showing their full repertoire of strokes and putting further pressure on this West Indian bowling attack.
Yeah, India's scoring very, very quickly, but West Indies, little things that you can do better and improve, that you can control. Catching. You can practice it on your own. It's the one skill in the game that you can always practice on your own. You don't need anyone to help you. Shannon Gabriel putting down Rohit Sharma, got his hands in a terrible position. Some people refer to it as the old alligator mouth position. And then Mackenzie for a second time.
Yeah, that was even more disappointing. A young player who is supposed to be setting the standard in the field with his youthfulness and athleticism. This was the second time. He had a half opportunity in the first innings that he didn't hold on to. But this is surely just rubbing salt to the wound, so to speak, for the West Indies. After you felt that day 3 was a good day for them with the bat, now things have just changed completely. Bowlers will be under pressure. Batters, of course, with that mental pressure of having to bat again.
Yeah, West Indies did catch well in the last World Test Championship cycle, and then Alzari Joseph had to show Shannon Gabriel how it was done a little bit later. So he's saying, senior pro, colleague, I can move. I'm a good athlete. I can hold on to this.
He's always had good high standards in the outfield, Alzari Joseph. Just creating that bright spot in this bowling effort. They weren't able to curb the aggression shown by the Indians, but I felt there was an opportunity to probably use one of the spin options in the circumstances. Craig Brathwaite, he has gone all piece with the approach. It'll be interesting to see what happens after lunch.
Yes, that is ahead of us, and I'm sure we'll see spin after lunch. Definitely certain we'll see India also try to continue. So we talked about Siraj and his skill, something that the West Indies have and would be trying to emulate. After the break, we will hear from a great fast bowler in a conversation with one of the young and up-and-coming ones. Don't miss it. It will be enlightening.
Hello everybody, I'm Curtly Ambrose, former West Indies fast bowler.
I'm Azari Joseph, West Indies fast bowler. So, Ambi, what does it take to become a legendary fast bowler?
What does it take? Don't play. No, but on a serious note though, is quite a few ingredients. I mean, hard work, dedication, determination, sacrifices, all that complement with your skills and your longevity and performances, of course, on a continuous basis. At the end of it, you become a legend. So, sounds fair?
Sounds good. How do you think you would, cope with the different conditions now? I know pitches are a bit flatter, ball's not doing a bit much, against today's batters.
Yeah, you're right. It would have been a real challenge. The surfaces nowadays, as you quite rightly mentioned, Azari, is not conducive for fast bowling, and it can be a bit of a turn-off. So I reckon if I was playing in today's game with these kind of conditions and these players, I think a little more variation would be the key. You've really got the skills, you've got pace, so if you get the surface that is helpful, you can utilize your pace and your seam movements and all of that. Now let me shoot the question at you, Azari. You were playing in an era where the pitches aren't really helpful. And for me, the question is, what is your mindset normally when you go to play on a flat surface? What do you think of?
Firstly, I'd take the information from the pitch. If I realize it's really, really flat, then I go to, my patient game. Because if there's not giving me anything, then I don't plan to give you anything. So it's me and you. We're gonna play the fishing game. We're gonna play the cat and mouse. We're gonna go for the long haul, and it's the better man wins.
I'm glad to hear you say that, because a lot of young fast bowlers nowadays, they lack patience.
So when you were my age, what was your biggest challenge?
Well, my biggest challenge at age 25, the thing is, when I made my debut for West Indies, I was 24. So a year later, my biggest challenge, well, even before that, when I made my debut, I had Malcolm Marshall, the late great, had Courtney Walsh, my great friend, and Patrick Patterson, Ian Bishop, Winston Benjamin. All those guys were there before me. So what I tell myself from very early, I didn't want to be the weak link, meaning guys will see off the big boys and look to beat up Ambrose. I never wanted that. So I was forced to learn really quickly. I wasn't on par with them yet, but I didn't want to be too far off. So that was my motivation and the challenge, to be up there with them at close enough. It's a pride thing too, you see. Well, we Antiguans, full of pride. Now at 25 years old, you started much younger than I did. You came out of the Under-19 World Cup successfully as the leading fast bowler, and we won the World Cup as well. And then you were thrust into West Indies cricket at a very young age. How did you feel about that? That's the first thing. And how did you make the transition from Under-19 to international cricket? And there's a lot of questions, it's a long one, but I'm sure you get a picture.
Yeah, it was really a surprise for me, because at the time I was just enjoying CPL, and I got the call to go to Jamaica for the second test against India. But it was a proud moment, and my grandmother was even more proud than I was, because she always said to me when she underscored what at ARG, she keep telling everyone that the next person from Antigua to play for West Indies is going to be her grandson. But yeah, it was really a challenge for me, because at that time I think I had maybe like 4 or 5 first-class games, so I was still learning the game, still learning now, but at the time I was a lot less experienced. So I had to learn on the job, basically. Right now you have myself, Anderson Phillip, Jaden Seans, Preston McSween, Shamal Holder, Kian Harding. Any words of advice you'd give us to, all those young fast bowlers trying to get you know, their name established in West Indies cricket?
For me, the advice I would give, obviously, to become a great, there's a lot of different ingredients. But first thing, it starts with you as an individual, your self-belief and your confidence. Because even if I come to you and give you all the advice in the world and you're not confident in your own ability, it may not work. Or another thing, and I know you're not like that, but I'll just say it to all the others, don't let anybody intimidate you. Any batsman. You know, sometimes you meet a batsman who you know is a great player, and sometimes you may feel a little bit intimidated. Can I get him out? You do the intimidating. Let them know you're here for business, and no matter what, no matter how great you are, I believe I can get you out. And that's the kind of mentality. Some people might figure you're a little bit cocky, but it's not being cocky, you know, or arrogant. It's being confident. Because if you're not confident, half the time you're going to lose. So those would be my advice to you and all the youngsters. And like I say, all the names you call, I've seen you guys play, so I know you guys are capable. You know, so when you guys do well, it pleases me, right? I mean, you know, now I'm doing a little commentary. And when I'm partial to the fast bowlers, some of my co-commentators say I'm too fast bowler friendly. But I don't know much about batting, so I gotta stick with what I know. So when I see my fast bowlers them get success, it brings a smile to my face, you know. Join me in the legendary status. All right? We got a deal, okay?
All right.
Good, man.
I know you had a lot of variation yourself, you know, a lot of different deliveries. So which was your favorite delivery and what does it take to perfect that?
When I started first, I depended heavily on two deliveries mostly. A good bouncer and a good Yorker. And it worked for me in local cricket in Antigua, playing for Antigua in the Leeward Islands competition. It worked for me. Even when I played for Leeward Islands in the first class competition, it worked as well. And then when I get to international level, it worked for a short period of time. Then I realized the level is so much different. The competition is so much higher that the Yorker bouncer thing won't work all the time. So then I had to go back to the drawing board and I developed, you know, the art of getting the ball to go away from the right-hander. And when I started early as well, I used to bowl very wide in the crease. So left-handers was, I wouldn't say easy pickings, but it became so natural to me, going across the left-handers. And then had to learn to bowl closer to the stumps, get the ball to go away from the right-handers. And then it takes a lot of work. And then I started to hit some edges and things, going down to slip cord, and that really gives me a lot of joy. So for me, so I would say maybe the leg cutter would be my favorite delivery.
So yeah, just a little stat I've been keeping close eye on. You know, you and Sir Courtney Walsh. You guys are at the pinnacle of the one-day wicket takers for West Indies. I think it's 220 something, and I think 217 or 212. That's my first target.
Okay.
So I'll get to that first, and then if I play long enough, I'll try and get to 500 test wickets.
Okay. Let's talk about the one-day setup. How many wickets you have now?
I think I'm at 77.
Okay, so you got a long way to go. Yes, Courtney Walsh, my great friend, has got 227, and I'm 2 behind, 225. So you got a long way to go. But like I said, once you play long enough, the wickets will come. So as you say, that's the first thing you want to wipe off. So you want to push Walsh second and push me third.
Yep.
Okay, well that's fine. I can live with that. Simple means you and West Indies will be doing well. So I'm happy for that. Test match wickets, 405 for me. Walsh 519. Let's take it slowly. Get to 100 wickets first. That's the first milestone. And then after that, we try to get to 2, so we take it in stages.
To be very honest with you, test match cricket is what I enjoy playing the most.
Hallelujah, amen. I'm happy to hear that because I'm the very same. Tell me about test cricket today, tomorrow, and forever. That's the real cricket, right? The word says it all. Test. Test of your skill, your character, your patience. The test of everything, your longevity, right? One-day cricket, T20 is exciting, but at the end of a career, you can only get legendary status when about a test match cricket to play, and the amount of wickets or runs scored. One day cricket T20, they will say, oh, he's a great T20 cricketer or a great one-day cricketer. You would hardly even say about legends.
Legends, yeah.
Test match cricket. So I'm really glad to hear that, Zari, and I'm proud of you. Because some people say we old school, but not old school is a reality. Test match cricket is the real cricket.
Well, that's what I grew up on. My grandmother took me to every test match playing Antigua.
Right.
Even if I had school, I would have been at the test match after, right on that scoreboard at the ARG.
Right.
Even if it's Antigua playing St. Kitts,
right,
I would be on that scoreboard. Every game being played, I'd be there.
There you go. So, in closing, I just want to wish you every success possible. Just continue to believe in yourself, believe in your ability, stay positive, and like they say, the sky's the limit. Next time we have this talk, the stats will look different.
Surely.
Right?
All right, thanks,
good man. Yeah, man, anytime. Good man. Hope you got all that, because we can't do it again, right?
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval. Unfortunately, there's still a persistent shower. At the moment, the covers are on. The players are off the field. Due to resume in about 7 minutes, but because of this rain, that will be a little bit delayed. And the players have retreated to the comforts and confines of the dressing room. You can see on your screen there, it's a heavyish downpour at the moment. we did have some action earlier today. West Indies resuming on 229 for 5, and it was some good bowling from Mukesh Kumar and Mohammad Siraj. Kumar picking up the first wicket of Alec Athanase. Decision was upheld after Alec Athanase decided to review it, just that a inward movement and doing enough to clip the leg stump. And Mohammad Siraj was quite impressive, wasn't he, Darren Ganga?
He was. He picked up his test best figures. Wicket of Jason Holder, just fiddling at one outside the off stump after being beaten on a couple of occasions. But the West Indies, they lost their last 5 wickets for just 26 runs. And that was primarily because of the great bowling from this man, Mohammad Siraj. Again, prompting the review by Alzari Joseph. Was quite eventful that first hour or so. He survived the review. This was another review. Initially given not out. And after Rohit Sharma was convinced that the ball was going on to hit the stumps, the technology proved so. And umpire Richard Kettleborough had to make the decision. Warrican tried his best, so too Kemar Roach, before Roach played at one. That was a little bit wide, that was swinging, he was caught behind, and Gabriel, just one delivery accounted for him.
Yeah, career best figures for Mohammad Siraj, another 5-wicket haul. Then they came out in a hurry. Shazvi Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma put on a blistering 50-run partnership, the fastest for India in Test match cricket. A few sixes along the way, nonchalantly played by Rohit Sharma. So graceful when he's on the go and in full flight. Particularly good against the short delivery. Opportunity for Shannon Gabriel, who wasn't able to hold on. And then neatly placed and played, steered down towards third by Jaiswal. Another opportunity, Kirk McKenzie, the man this time around. And Rohit Sharma continued to plunder the bowling. Couple fortuitous boundaries in between as well. Some loose bowling presented. Rohit Sharma gets to his fastest 50 in Test match cricket of just 35 deliveries. Previous best of 47. And Jaiswal continues to show what he's capable of, and eventually Shannon Gabriel picked up the wicket of Rohit Sharma. And then the rains came and we had to take an early lunch. And this is where things stand at the moment on day 4. India 438 and 98 for 1. West Indies 255. India currently lead by 281 runs, and they'll be desperate to get back on the field. And they might just have a figure in mind that they're comfortable with. In the meantime, let's the rains continue to fall here at the Queen's Park Oval. We were meant to resume in 2 minutes time, but that will obviously be pushed back. Players are just relaxing. Virat Kohli left off screen in that room, maybe thinking about his innings, when and if he gets an opportunity. This is where things currently stand. 438 and 98 for 1. West Indies 255. Overall lead of 281 runs with 9 wickets in hand. Launched supposed to end quite soon, but like I mentioned, because the rain is still falling, we'll have a delay in the resumption. In the meantime, let's have a review of yesterday's play.
Jadev Natkat will open proceedings for India. Rohit Sharma had quite a discussion with his fast bowlers before the start of play. That's glorious. Real statement from Mackenzie early on. Good stride in, nice bat presentation, and good timing.
Was a good firm drive, a little bit in the air for a while, but couldn't really get his hands to it. Unad cut, but there's a positive shot. Look at that stride. Straight bat as well. He's a confident young man.
Goes aerial, intentional, and we'll get 4.
That's good cricket from Kurt Mackenzie, the debutant. Unad cut, not express pace, and if you get close enough to the batsman, you can always go over the top, which he did that time. Good confidence stroke, giving Unad cut something to think about, and of course, Captain Rohit Sharma.
Pulled in front of square. Great awareness. Intentionally finding that gap and playing that pull shot to perfection.
Played it very well. Didn't bounce that high. And look at that shot. Played it down deliberately. With a bit of disdain, I might add.
Beautifully played. Will go for 4. Fine stroke by the West Indian captain.
Certainly was a good shot. Just a little bit of width on offer. And Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies skipper, cashed in. Good positive stroke.
He's found the gap there. It's a big one on the offside. They'll have to run these, Craig Brathwaite. Gets 3.
Sorry, no ball, no ball.
Should have been the end of the over, but Mohammad Siraj has overstepped, so it's a no ball.
No ball.
Yeah, just there. Nicely opened the face, Craig Brathwaite, and guided that delivery down. It's a tight one, but it's a definite no ball.
Gone! Maiden test wicket for Mukesh Kumar. What a moment. He gets the wicket of Mackenzie. It's a wicket that will be celebrated in Bihar and Bengal as the rain comes down to signal the end of Mackenzie.
Okay, he's played a few loose shots, Mackenzie. This time getting the nick. He goes for 32, 117 for 2.
Oh, the fine moments in this game. 5 seconds more, and that ball wouldn't have been bowled. It's an absolute downpour.
Of course, we resume at 12:10 local time. We go up to 2:40. Longer or protracted third session. A welcome 50 for the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite after a lean run of form in South Africa and in the first test match. He will welcome this, his second slowest half century in the format. and he knows there's much more work to do.
You can tell by his very subdued celebration that this is just the start.
He does go short again. And it's risk reward with no fine leg, but it's gone all the way for 6. But you can understand what Mukesh Kumar is thinking. Well played though, Brathwaite.
Yeah, just trying to change things up slightly. And Craig Brathwaite winning that particular battle, being patient, being resilient, and waiting for the bowler to Goes all the way for 6.
What's the follow-up? Does he go at the stumps? Does. And so you see how the plan goes. That's not part of the plan though. Brathwaite says thank you very much for an extra 4 runs. 5 in total.
And that's 11 runs in 2 balls for Craig Brathwaite. That's some acceleration. Jadeja seizing on the opportunity, but because there's no field at backward point, there's no one to back up. Yeah, a loose one, a gift, and neatly tucked away by Jermaine Blackwood. Didn't try to hit it too hard, placed it and timed it to perfection. 150 comes up.
That was well played, because he could have gone for a full-blooded pull shot from that full toss. He didn't.
Yeah, well played. Waited and waited and waited until he got something loose, Craig Brathwaite.
And that's exactly the way to play. You get a loose delivery, you put it away. And that was a good shot by the West Indies skipper. Low full toss, put away quite convincingly.
Clean him up. Excellence from Ravi Ashwin. I was just speaking about him not taking a wicket in as many overs as he's bowled, but this one is an absolute beauty. Turn between the gate, and it had to be something special to dislodge the West Indian captain.
Breach that defense. That's one of the very few deliveries we've seen turn, and that one spun quite a long way between bat and pad of Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies skipper. Beautiful delivery from Ashwin. Craig Brathwaite is gone for a well-played 75. West Indies 157 for 3.
Big appeal. Ishan Kishan is convinced. Was there a feather down the leg side? Richard Kettleborough says no. Virat Kohli is leading the dialogue at the moment. He's pleading with his predecessor and he's convinced him. India are going to review this.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the front and back foot. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Okay, bat is close to the ball, so can we confirm with Ultra Edge, please? Okay, keep rolling through the pad. Yeah, keep rolling through. Yeah, flat line all the way. Yeah, just keep going through, thank you. Okay, no bat involved. I won't check the LBW because he's clearly pitching outside leg stump. So I'm ready to go back to Richard on field. Richard, stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You want?
Big appeal. how Ashwin's appeal suggests, he will lead the discussions now. Rohit Sharma is once again called into question. And once again, he will ask for the TV umpire to intervene. Over to Michael Goff.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Check the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Okay, the ball is close to the back. Can we confirm with ultra edge, please? Okay, all the way through, please. Yeah, flat line. Keep going all the way through. Pass the glove. Yeah, thank you. All the way through the pad. Okay, so no bat or glove involved. So ball tracking when available, please. Original decision is not out. It's pitching in line, impact in line, and it's umpire's call on hitting the wickets, Murray. So stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen, you can signal now, Murray.
Yeah, tempted. Tempted because of the length more than anything else. Yeah, shake of the head. Knows that it was way too wide to be playing at.
Yeah, and it's a surprise delivery. Just a hint of away movement too. So with that expectation of a straight line being used by the bowler, and you wanting to play as a batter, just lures you.
Yeah, and that one just in ducking. Some reverse swing for sure. 174 for 3. And that will be T on day 3. A very successful session for the West Indies, just losing that one wicket, the solitary wicket. And they've resisted quite well. 2 wickets in the day for India. In session 2, 57 runs being scored. What a delivery that was from Ravi Ashwin to get rid of Craig Brathwaite. Peach of a delivery. A classical off-spinner's dismissal. Craig Brathwaite's long vigil eventually came to an end, but they'll be very pleased from a West Indian standpoint the way things went in the 2 sessions to date. Just a confirmation then of the batting effort from the West Indies. A wonderful knock from Craig Brathwaite once again. Since he's taken over as captain of the West Indies team, he's been quite productive. Chandrapal getting a start, and so too did the debutant Kirk McKenzie. In this partnership between Blackwood and Athanas, 17 runs from 80 deliveries, 174 for 3.
A marathon spell from Ravichandran Ashwin. 30 overs, 57 runs, and the wicket of Craig Brathwaite. Mukesh Kumar also picked up his first wicket in his Test career. Ravindra Jadeja also contributing 3 wickets to 3 of those bowlers.
Where things stand at the moment, West Indies in pursuit of 438, 174 for 3, still trailing by 264 runs.
Well, the plan for Blackwood is to get some runs after tea. Some start.
Loves to drive the ball off the front foot. Blackwood. First delivery after tea, he pounces.
Now, Rahane, brilliant. We have to wait for a second to see if it took the outside edge. Blackwood is in disbelief, but he is now walking. Ajinkya Rahane, one of India's best slip fielders, has pulled out a blinder.
It's a rip-off a delivery. Just spun out of the rough across the right-handed Blackwood. Try to take that bottom hand off the bat to soften his shot on the ball. But it's great reflexes from Rahane in first slip. Off the wicketkeeper, pouches it and gets rid of the vice-captain. Blackwood gone for 20. 178 for 4.
There were fielders there, placed exactly for that plan. Athanase managed to find the gap. Eventful over, 8 off it, 187 for 4.
Wait on. Yeah.
Siraj!
It's a belated decision to take off for the single. But our Ashwin, who has deceived many a batter, has now deceived a lot of fielders. In fact, it's Mohammad Siraj. My apologies to Ashwin, but Siraj with a wild throw at mid-on, absolutely no chance for anyone.
Just getting a little bit loose now. Athanase, maybe Joshua De Silva has to have a word with him.
वहीं पे सिराज
Usually very good, Siraj. He might just have gotten a hand on it. And it may have surprised him a little bit as 200 comes up, because Siraj was just stretching, just starting to get his shoulders and his hamstring loose, maybe for a spell impending. Yeah, he just got a touch on it.
Runs are coming. Eight runs already from the over. Play on a miss and beaten the wicket keeper as well.
Knocked him over, as predicted by Ishan Kishan just before the rain arrives. And that is one of the areas with that in-swing that Siraj was looking to work over. Middle stump down.
A disappointment for West Indian fans, but an absolutely peach of a delivery. Yeah, play on a miss, but swung in to the right-handed batter. That's a perfect length as well. Joshua De Silva goes for 10, 208 for 5.
And just as the case was with young Mackenzie, dismissed and then the rains came in, De Silva dismissed and the rains come in. To be fair though, excellent from Siraj, but De Silva, I think, should have been cognizant of the movement in.
First ball after the rain delay.
Confident appeal. Was it going down the leg side? Possibly.
Yeah, good decision. Clearly going down the leg side. Just a little bit of a think, but not too interested, I think. Yeah, good decision from Rohit Sharma. Good start, though, from Siraj. Good surprise delivery, trying to catch Jason Holder. He did, but the line was a little bit off. And comfortably going down the leg.
Sweethearts from Jason Holder. Looks so beautiful when he's playing this stroke, the cover drive.
Yeah, long levers, long reach. Let's look at that, sweet off the bat. Exquisite timing, even on a sluggish outfield.
Gloriously put away by Alec Athanase.
What a shot. Brand new ball. A little bit wide of off stump. struck that and struck it well with some authority.
Has it pitched on? That's one of the things Murray Rasmus and Rohit Sharma.
आइडिया भैया ऐसे है सामने बट ऊपर लग रहा है ऊपर है क्या इधर लगा उसके
I think Rohit's saying it's too high. Ishan Kishan is not convinced, but he doesn't have a say. Rohit has.
And he's not convinced. That dragged back a long way, Bish.
Yeah, and it's coming from over the wicket as opposed to around. So superb delivery, pitching on, but I think Rohit might have been right. They're looking at the big screen to see if Rohit was right in terms of height. Definitely pitched on, umpire's call again. Again, they're looking at the big screen. There's Rohit. My goodness.
What's the over?
229 for 5. Murray Rasmus and Richard Kettleborough having another chat about the light. And they've decided that's enough. That's why I thought Rohit could have attacked a little bit more. It was imminent that they'd leave the field.
The Indians aren't looking to impress the Bish. They're walking off very slowly. That one hurried Jason Holder. Quicker delivery. Hit right at the bottom of the bat. Almost, but not quite.
It was pretty full too. Holder elected to play back, but an enthralling day's play. And I think coming into today, the West Indies would have said, we need to still be batting in our first innings at the end of play on day 3. They've achieved that. Craig Brathwaite, with his half-century, was solid. He tried hard, Mohammad Siraj, and got a well-rewarded with the wicket of Da Silva. Ashwin also got his own reward, but India would have been hoping for more. 235 deliveries for Brathwaite, doing what Brathwaite does. Batting time. Chandapal dismissed yesterday. Mackenzie dismissed just before the rain interval or interruption in the first session of the day's play for 32. Looked fluent. Blackwood batted a long time for 20. Afanase still there, though. Great credit to Alec Afanase for again showing commitment to an innings, skill secretly, and a really good mindset with Jason Holder on 11. 229 for 5. (71-46-40). West Indies would have been hoping that one of those would have been a 3-figure partnership given the conditions. It wasn't to be, but they've batted over 100 over so far, 108 to be exact.
Tough day at the office for the Indian bowlers. A wicket apiece to Siraj, Ashwin and Mukesh, 2 to Jadeja. They would have expected to take more, but the West Indies were resolute. Tough day at the office.
Good word, resolute. So confirmation that the West Indies still trailing by 209.
Hello and welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad. Day 4. Good news, weather is clear. This is where we are at the moment. 438 India in their first innings. West Indies 255 in their first. And India 98 for 1. West Indies lost 5 wickets for 26 runs this morning. And these are the wickets to fall. Darren Ganga alongside me.
DRS was in full use in this little phase. First was Alec Atanaz, then Jason Holder. Not negotiating one that swung away from him. Siraj again probing with that straighter line. Got the wicket of Alzari Joseph. Initially given not out. On review, decision had to change. Kima Roach didn't last long. He was caught behind, and Shannon Gabriel had a temporary stay at the crease. 5 wickets falling for just 26 runs at the start of day 4.
Excellent partnership between Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal. Already having a healthy lead. Decided to press the accelerator and get the impetus back in this contest. Sharma was particularly brutal of the fast bowlers, and with that pull shot in particular, very strong in that region. A few sixes along the way as well. Shazvi Jaiswal currently unbeaten on 37. Just about to resume after lunch on day 4 here at the Queen's Park Oval. The second test, India leading this series 1-0. West Indies once again find themselves behind the 8th ball. India currently lead by 281 runs. They have 9 wickets in hand. How many do they think they need? How much time do they need to dismiss the West Indies a second time around? Revised playing conditions due to the rain. Second session, 12:50 to 3:10. And then we'll have that tea interval, and then the third session, 3:30 to 5:30. But we can go on till 6 p.m. local time. As the things currently stand, we don't lose any overs in the day's play, which is good news. Good news, particularly from an Indian standpoint, who will no doubt be pressing for a second successive test win and 12 points in the World Test Championship. Umpires making their way out to the middle. The young brigade for India waiting their turn. The wicket of Rohit Sharma, the only one the West Indies took in the second innings. Darren Ganga.
He sparkled with another fine innings, just took 35 balls to get to his landmark 50, another one in tests. And then he clipped one to Alzari Joseph. This was after he received 2 chances from the West Indian fielders, 2 catches spilled. No mistake from Joseph.
Yes, so an opportunity for Craig Brathwaite and his men to regroup and to reflect. Just to organize their plans in this session. It's going to be one of where Jaiswal and Gill will be looking to score, looking to carry this game forward quickly. It was that incisive spell from Mohammad Siraj earlier this morning, picking up 4 wickets for just 12 runs and registering his career best figures in Test match cricket that put them in this position. West Indies would have been hoping that their batters batted through at least the first session and just try to carry this game a little bit deeper. Now it's the turn of their bowlers just to restrict run scoring.
Long on.
Might be the spin of Warrican to continue.
Hey. Oh, hold on. Let me see where the long off is.
45 wickets for him in Test match cricket.
Yeah, 2 out there.
How can they restrict run scoring, Darren Ganga?
I guess it's a matter of bowling according to what the conditions allow for. Notice that there's a fair amount of wear and tear, foot marks that spinners could capitalize on, extract a little more turn, get a little extra bounce or inconsistent bounce from. Wicket to wicket lines is always a more attacking approach to wicket taking.
And we've seen Jaiswal in the recent IPL and his aggressive approach and his ability to score quickly. So he'll be very much at home with the requirement in this innings, and so too Shubman Gill. Blistering form. Ishan Kishan is padded up and waiting. It might just be a change in the batting order for India.
A significant innings for Shubman Gill. Just 23 deliveries faced in this test series in the 2 innings that he's played in. Of course, he came with great expectations in this test series because of the glut of runs he scored in the IPL and in previous test series. One of the most attractive, you can say, with his style. 100 comes up for India. Lead going on to 284. So he will want to make a significant impact and contribution in this innings.
Good, Joey. Down, Tej. Well done, Tej.
Excellent feeling. Good hand from Tejan Chandrapal. Very, very good with that cut shot. Anything that's slightly off target,
Don't worry.
he'll be quick to pounce on Shubman Gill.
Catch it.
In the air, Joshua Da Silva will take the catch, completes the catch. A wicket for Jumel Warwick on the first over after lunch. Exactly what West Indies needed.
Yeah, that's why it's a good option. Spin in these conditions, and especially with a team on the attack looking to score quick runs. Little turn, little extra bounce. They do the trick to prize out the second Indian wicket. Got a score, 38 in quick time, 1 or 2 for 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the middle, number 32, Kisha.
Yeah, as we suspected, Ishan Kishan, the new batter for India. Very much in the infancy of his test career. These are his first-class stats. Remember, he has the fastest ODI double century. 126 balls for that 200 plus. And this is the reason why he's here, just trying to get on with things, Jaiswal. And it's the first failure for him. And that's a harsh word. Did score 38. Every other innings in Test match cricket is gone past 50. Comfortable catch for Joshua Da Silva. Also set up by that brilliant piece of fielding by Tejan and Chandrapal. The delivery before
Done. Ball worry.
was cut away by Shubman Gill and restricted them to just 1. Jaiswal was back on strike. So important, those little things.
Oh, worry, well bowled.
Successful over from Warwick on 102 for 2.
No Virat Kohli at number 4. Ishan Kishan being promoted in this situation.
Ishan Kishan at 4 has had experience in that position a few times in first-class cricket. Shannon Gabriel will pick up the attack from the Branlara Pavilion end. Couple overs for him. Already has the wicket of Rohit Sharma. No slip, field well spread.
Good tactical decision by India to maintain a left-hand, right-hand combination. That's probably the biggest rationale for the promotion. Doesn't allow a bowler to bowl one line when you have two of the same type of batters at the crease. So it maintains a little bit of pressure on the bowlers to be able to shift lines when strike changes. We do know is, as you mentioned, Samuel Badri, Ishan Kishan has that 5th, 6th gear in his batting. Can turn it on and score runs in quick time.
Off the mark.
Situation might just help Shubman Gill and allow him to get the type of runs he was searching for maybe in that first innings of the first test and the first innings of this test. Well spread field. He doesn't have to think too much about fielders in close catching positions. Mindset will be a different one.
There's lots of protection on the leg side. If you put yourself in that Indian camp, Darren Ganga, overall lead now of 288, and given the likelihood of maybe some interruptions possibly today and into tomorrow, what sort of number would these guys be thinking?
They'll be thinking overs. How many overs they feel they need to dismiss West Indies. The second thing is, of course, that target score that they'll feel comfortable using to dismiss West Indies in that second innings. West Indies, of course, batted just about 116 overs in the first innings. So I think maybe between 60, 75 overs, that is something that India would like to bowl at the West Indies to dismiss them the second time around. And then that target score, at minimum 375, close to 400, I feel is a target they might just use as a guide before a declaration comes.
If we put things in perspective, West Indies in their first innings in Dominica, 150, 130 in the second, and then 255 here. Already a lead of 289. So just to give some more credence to the point you're making with that right-left combination, the left-handed Jadeja is padded up. So perhaps that's something they want to continue. Once two, Shubman Gill. Bit of confusion. In the end, wisely decided against it. 107 for 2.
Catch it. Fine.
Yeah, some dark clouds on the horizon. Ground staff will no doubt be keeping a keen eye out on that. Work on to continue.
Run rate in this innings, 7.6. Craig Brathwaite and the West Indian bowlers under pressure in this situation. Shannon Gabriel being tested again in the outfield.
Yeah, India trying out a new opening combination in this test series. A little bit of a fumble here. Pulled away. Not too sure where the ball went. Kemar Roach just gesticulating that point at the moment. Didn't really pick it up off the bat. Murray Erasmus suggests that it's 4 short from Warrican and dispatched by Kishan.
Vicious swing from him, as we often see when he's on the attack. Picked the length early. It was a little bit low, so gave it everything to get the elevation.
That was a swing, very vicious. That would have gone into orbit. I'm just making the point about the opening partnership. 229 in the first innings, 139 first innings here, and 98. So great productivity with this new combination.
Oh my God.
Unfortunate for the West Indies and quite fortuitous for Shubman Gill. So easily could have gone into the stumps. There's also some activity with the ground staff on the far end.
Oh yes, Worry.
Lead going past 300, 301 at the moment. 118 for 2. Yeah, the ground staff just getting themselves ready. We saw footage a little bit earlier with the clouds, the dark clouds, and I think that the umpires are going off.
It's going to come heavy. It's going to come heavy? It's going to come.
Very knowledgeable ground staff. And they can anticipate the rainfall, and as you can see on screen as well, it's already started here at the Queen's Park Oval. Another rain interruption. They've been quite busy over the last couple of days. The first 2 days, they were quite relaxed, the groundsmen. Yesterday and today, they've been called into action quite a lot. Just ensuring that the playing surface is covered with that matting. And then the yellow taps, just to give it further protection. Another truncated affair here after lunch. One wicket falling. Confirmation of that wicket of Jaiswal, 38 from just 30 deliveries. Rohit Sharma's fastest 50 in Test match cricket. Shubman Gill and Ishan Kishan, partnership of just 16, 118 for 2.
Now, straight after the lunch break, West Indies started with Warrican, and immediately he got a wicket, that of Jaiswal. A little lowering of bounce from the surface. Shannon Gabriel, of course, trying to contain things. He was the only other successful West Indian bowler in terms of wickets, but an uphill task for the West Indies bowlers in the situation.
Yeah, the one wicket to fall in this post-lunch session, the wicket of Yashasvi Jaiswal. Just have a look at what Warrican did in terms of varying his pace. Couple quick deliveries, 3 quick deliveries, and then much slower. So this was quite guileful from him, resulting in that catch from Joshua Da Silva. The two youngsters for India, the future of this Indian batting lineup, one would think. India currently lead by 301 runs with 8 wickets in hand in their second innings. Yeah, just before this series started, we caught up with the head coach, the recently appointed head coach of this West Indies Test team, Andre Kohli.
Excited, proud, ready for the challenge. Yeah, ready. That's the word I'd use. I'm Jamaican. I was born in Jamaica. I played cricket from early teenage years. Came up through the ranks. Played a few first-class matches for Jamaica as well. And I was introduced to coaching by Jeffrey Dujon. Wasn't something that I thought I had an affinity for. But with more opportunity, I enjoyed it more and more. And then I've just come up through the ranks from age group cricket, male and female, to where I am now. Well, firstly, have to be knowledgeable of, about the sport. In-depth knowledge, technically, tactically, an ability to communicate with different players, and a willingness to be tolerant to an extent, and then just being open-minded and a willingness to learn. I think those 4 qualities, I think, I'm sure you could name others, but those are the most 4 important ones to me. So, I mean, obviously, I had a good grounding in the game, so I had the knowledge of the game. In terms of how I would interact, I was quite impulsive. So in terms of what I would have taken from that aspect to coaching, it's more of a willingness to work with players, less impulsive, a willingness to review things and be able to come back after reflecting. So I've developed in that area. I would say, well, this obviously would be number 1. Having had the opportunity to lead the team 2010 Under-19 World Cup, will be memorable. Working outside of my home country, Jamaica. So interestingly enough, returning to Dominica, fond memories for me. My first involvement with first-class cricket in the region was here, having been appointed first-class coach in 2017. So I really enjoyed that opportunity. And then having the opportunity to coach my homeland, Jamaica, in first-class cricket. And then in 2016, being a member of the coaching staff when we won the World Cup in India. So quite memorable indeed. I believe just looking around and everyone just being glued to the seats in that last over. I think we needed 18 runs and everybody decided, listen, we're not going to leave our seats. When that last 6 looked like it was going to be heading out to the ground, I mean, everybody went out to the seats. So I think that was memorable, most memorable moment. I think working in a different environment, obviously India, the fans, the players, massive support and love for the game there. Just experiencing the different grounds that we played. And that's the culture, Indian culture, that was really, really interesting for me. I believe when I was asked initially to perform in an interim role, I looked forward to that, and at that time there was no thought really about applying for the role. But having been there in an assistant coach role and had the opportunity to work with the players over a 3-month period, it started to come home strongly to me around, me wanting to lead the side and working with the talented players that we have. So yes, it was, from then I really wanted to get stuck into it. I would say my wife, Shelley, back home. She's been massive support for the last 18 years. So she would definitely have been the first person. I was very happy. She's always said, I'll support you 100%. And she knows my passion for the game. She always says that she's a second wife, cricket being first. I think having been asked relatively short period of time to do it, I thought at the time having clear and open conversations with each player and support staff was really going to be very helpful on those tours, and that ended up being very big, massive in terms of the rapport we were able to build. Whilst I would have had interactions with each player in different environments before, it would have been the first time I would have been leading them. So that was really significant. It made us coming together very seamless. And I think where we are now, it's a continuation of those conversations and then continuing to build that rapport with the players. I'll be careful I don't tell too many tales out of school. Well, yes, so Ryan Griffith has been fielding coach. I've worked with him previously as assistant coach. He's regarded by myself and the rest of the squad as a workhorse of the group. So he's very passionate about his fielding. He's very good with the arm and so on, very strong, and works really hard during practice sessions. Someone you could always rely on. Kenny, I've worked with in different capacities. He brings a wealth of experienced players, especially the bowlers. I'm quite keen to pick his brain, bowling internationally. And Stuart Williams is someone I would have worked as well with over the years. Similarly to Kenny, that wealth of knowledge and so on. Always up for a laugh and a joke. The Spoons, affectionately known, media officer, quite thorough, always up for a laugh, always has some kind of information that nobody else seems to know. Asia, our trainer, has worked extensively in the female game, and she's transitioned into male cricket through CPL and is here with us, quite passionate about strength and conditioning. Barrington, our physiotherapist, he's from Jamaica, so I would have spent some time with him working with our first class franchise. Very easy to talk to, has built rapport with the players quite quickly. And Raul, I played a lot of cricket with Raul. He's a manager. We're always taking a ribbing at each other, but he's quite thorough. He's very well organized, and he's pretty much the backbone of our operations at the moment. I hope I'm not leaving anyone out. I hope not. I think having identified where we are presently, working with the players to gradually over time improve our standing in the World Test Championship, and in the next year to 2 years position ourselves if we could be in the top 4 to challenge for a spot. I also believe that in my current role, continuing that communication push that we want to have with our players, with the cricket opening up more global, a lot of the franchises are now popping up around the world. It's important that we have our best players available to us, but we also need to have those conversations where we can actually map out a year, 2 years, where there might be windows for the guys to play the franchise, but be available to us. But at the same time, also have some downtime to have that work-life balance. So I think key to that is just me being the center of pushing that kind of environment and creating that openness where we can actually work things through as a region. We do have a few exciting players around. Obviously, somebody like a Jaden Seals, once he's back to full fitness, will definitely be someone. We have included 2 young batters in our squad, Alec Atenes, who is from Dominica, and Kurt McKenzie. So obviously from a batting standpoint, those are two young players that we are keen to continue to invest in at the moment around the setup. But the plan is really to continue to identify. We have a few players in our academy that emerging that we want to continue to invest in. Always bring it. So we have good skill. We have control over the attitude that we bring to every practice session, every game that we play. Bring the effort every time, make sure it's a positive, can-do, solutions-oriented approach to everything that we do, and work together as a team. I think those two ingredients, done consistently, could really help with results. Coming off of the back of Zimbabwe and South Africa, we have continued that rapport, and they're always involved in our discussions around where we are at the moment, our plans and so on. They're integral to the planning along with the captain. So yes, very, very important as a leadership group within the team. We go back years from academy days, HPC, which was based in Barbados, to now be coach and captain. We continue to gain a greater understanding of each other. He's a strong leader, and I try to support him as best as I can. And we have clear, open conversations. So I've enjoyed the experience. It's been interesting working with 3 different captains. I think it's the first time in West Indies history that we have had 3 separate captains. So that process has been interesting. But I have enjoyed my time working with Craig, yes. Energy, a strong belief in self, which we want to evidence on the field, and that if we bring that consistent attitude to the game, that we will identify and win the moments that are important, put ourselves in a position to win more games.
Sadly, this is the site here at the Queen's Park Oval at the moment. The rains have become torrential in nature. The drainage had been souped up over the last couple of years here at the Queen's Park Oval, but sometimes Mother Nature cannot be halted, at least momentarily. The puddles starting to form. To the east of us, we hope it will clear up and the sun will eventually break through. So that's the situation with regards to weather at the moment. And as we continue to keep you updated as to where the match stands, India leading by 301. They're 118 for 2 in their second innings, having bowled out the West Indies for 255. This morning, they got the last 5 wickets with 26 runs, and Rohit and Jaiswal put together another half-century partnership, just 15 overs for that 118. 98 opening partnership, and that's all the players can do now. And the supporters who have turned up here, they'll show patience, and as we speak we can hear lightning, not lightning but a lightening of the rain. But while we wait for the absolute ceasing of the rainfall, we'll take a short break. But when we come back on the other side, we'll enjoy some highlights of the 3rd test between West Indies and England from the Grenada National Stadium in March 2022. That was last year. Remember that. West Indies did beat England.
Bit of swing and seam. Bit of swing and seam already. First ball, Steve Harmison alongside me. Calmiers into this team for the first time in this series. But you're enthused by what you've seen in that pitch, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. Good morning, Samuel. Good morning, everyone. It's a brave call to go and bowl first, put your pressure on your bowlers.
Straight through him. Appeal from the bowler, not much from behind. Excellent signs.
That's a beauty. That's a beauty. Just got the ball to not only nip back, but it's bounced as well. Look at the bounce on this. Seam, good position. It's gone all the way through Alex Lees. There was a noise. There was a noise. Just might be the back pad. But not only good signs for Jaden Seals, but good signs for the West Indies.
What a seed.
It's a beauty. That's an absolute beauty from Jaden Seals. Hits the deck hard, seam position, nice and bowled upright, stands up all the way through to Joshua De Silva. This is what bowling coaches tell your bowlers early in.
Huge shot from Kemar Roach. Gregory Brathwaite not interested. Greg Brathwaite once again will have that discussion and have to make a decision. Did it do enough? Well, he's reviewed it. We'll soon find out.
Copy that, Gregory. Review for LBW. Original decision not out. Leslie to Mark. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked and established it's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision, please? Yeah, there's clearly no bat involved. No shot played. Can you move on to ball tracking, please? Thank you, Mark. Just waiting on ball tracking, guys. That's right, Mark. No shot played. Still building. Here comes ball tracking. Pitch it outside off, impact outside, wickets missing. Mark, I'm ready to go back on field to Gregory. Gregory, you can stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen, signal now.
Decision upheld. What a shot. Sublime from Zach Crawley. First boundary.
Slightly over pitch from Kemar Roach, looking potentially for a little bit of swing. Hasn't swung, it's just gone straight on with the angle, and that's comfortable in Crawley's arc. Crawley's scoring areas there. Big, tall man wants to hit the ball down the ground.
Well controlled, not well timed. Dribbles away to the boundary. Alex Lees, his first boundary of the morning.
And it's a welcome boundary for Alex Lees. Jaden Seals just gone down to the short ball. A lot of balls pitched up in and around that good area. There's not much pace in this pitch. If there is any indifferent bounce, there's not much pace in this pitch yet. Still a bit damp. So it's just sitting in the surface as well, and with Jaden Seals, but I think you're right. I think Jaden Seals especially is just trying a little bit too hard. Had a little bit of footwork there, but just kicked it onto the boundary. I don't think he's really sure, Blackwood. I think he's right to be not sure, because I think when it is 4, when he did stop it with his foot, I think his back was turned, so just dribbled against the rope.
Got him. So often Carl Mayers does it. He's a handy bowler and a wicket taker. First one down.
Not without its alarms for the England openers. This has been a gift. Cross-seam delivery, it might just have stood up a touch in the surface, but it's a loose drive from Zach Crawley. Skipper Brathwaite in exactly the right place. And Mayers, the experiment with Mayers has resulted in a wicket for the West Indies. They draw first blood in this shootout here in Grenada. It's Crawley's gone for 7 and it's 23 for 1.
Brilliant from Roach. She's very good there. Gets down quickly. Authority in that one from Lees. 29 for 1.
And he's got another. Carl Mayers strikes for the second time, and this time it is none other than England's captain Joe Root. That is a big, big scalp.
Certainly is. Very, very good delivery from Kyle Mayers. Scrambled seam again. Just took the outside edge of the informed Joe Root. And jubilation once again for Kyle Mayers and the West Indies team. He's been included in the squad this morning, and he's showing his skipper that I can get this job done. Joe Root is gone for naught. England in a bit of trouble here. 29 for 2.
Straight-ish, but the angle might just be taking it past the leg stump. But this is going to take some consideration yet again from this West Indies review committee, led by the captain, influenced by a former captain, added to by vice captain, added to by keeper, just in the nick of time. Let's have a look.
Decision not out. Leslie to mark. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked and established this a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on, please? There doesn't appear to be any bat. However, I'll need Ultra Edge to confirm. Ultra Edge coming up. There's a flat line as the ball is next to the bat and clear a gap between bat and ball. There's no bat involved. Can you move on to ball tracking, please? Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Mark, I'm ready to go back on field to Joel. Joel, you can stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen. Signal now.
Wow. That ball just seamed back in. Prodigious movement.
Yeah, excellent from Seals. Standing the seam up. Making sure that the length is always challenging the batter to think about coming forward. In the air. It's going to run all the way down to the boundary for 4. That's straight. Oh, that's gone. If Dan Lawrence hasn't hit this, he's in big trouble.
I agree. Having that discussion with Alex Lees, I wonder what the decision will be just in the nick of time.
Copy that, Joel. Review for LBW. Original decision out. Leslie to mark. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked and established it's a fair delivery. Can you move to front on, please? Yeah, he's clearly missed that ball. Clear gap between bat and ball. There is no bat involved. Can you please go straight onto ball tracking, Mark? Ball tracking coming up, Joel. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets hitting. Mark, I'm ready to go back on field to Joe. Joe, you can stay with your original out decision. You're on screen, signal now.
Joel Wilson raises the finger for the second time. Absolutely spot on from Jaden Seals. The movement defeated the forward push of Dan Lawrence. He has gone for 8. England in real trouble here at 46 for 3.
Might be the final ball before lunch.
Stoutly defended by Alex Lees, who's looked solid at the top of the order for England. Has played 1 or 2 pleasing strokes. More importantly, has made it all the way through to the lunch break. It's been West Indies session for short. Well, Mayers has been perhaps the unlikely hero. 27 overs, 3 for 46. It's not been edge of the seat stuff as far as run scoring is concerned, but there certainly have been chances and opportunities for the bowlers with seam movement and a little bit of up and down bounce here on day 1 in Grenada. Crawley, Root and Lawrence have found themselves back in the pavilion. Mayers with a couple of those wickets. Joe Root with a duck. An absolute beauty from Mayers to send the in-form England skipper back without scoring. And it's Alex Lees and Ben Stokes, the 2 left-handers, that will see England through to the lunch break and resume thereafter.
Bowlers for the West Indies, well, we've asked for some spice on the pitch. We've got that certainly. Jaden Seals with his solitary wicket, but it's that man, Kyle Mayers, 2 wickets for no runs, 5 maidens in 5 overs, and doing the damage so far.
Misfortune for the bowler, fortune for Alex Lees. Could have ricocheted into the stumps.
We've seen this a few times now. Alex Lees pushing away from his body. Any sort of width that's been on offer, he just pushes away from his body, hands out in front of himself. Very fortunate there to get away with that one. See right the last minute, he loses his balance as he comes through.
Very well bowled.
Good area this from Alzari Joseph. Ben Stokes doesn't want to come forward. Trying to play the ball as late as he possibly can.
Got him. Use of the short ball by Alzari Joseph. Proves to be the end of Stokes.
You said, has he bowled too short? Well, that one was a short ball. 3 or 4 balls in this over. Just been that nice length. This one had a bit more venom in it. Ben Stokes just toe of the bat. Alzari Joseph, nice catch. Nonchalantly throwing the ball back to the umpire. And England in real trouble now. Stokes goes for 2. England 53 for 4.
There was a noise out. I wonder if it was bat hitting ground.
It was a loud noise. It was a loud noise. It was a loud noise. I don't know. I wouldn't do it. Don't do it. Josh, what happened there?
There was a noise. There was a noise, and I actually thought Alex Lees is walking here. As his bat hit the floor. Not so sure.
This time, no question about it. He's been working away at angling in and then straightening. Brilliant from Roach.
A fantastic area from Kemar Roach. Again, challenging Alex Lee's outside edge. Relentless this morning. 2 or 3 times Alex Lees has left the ball very close to that off stump. This time, Kemar Roach thinks the world's against him. Not that time. Lees goes for 31. England 53 for 5.
Is that another one? Yes, it's all falling down and falling in favour of the West Indies here after lunch. As well as before, Bairstow goes.
One that nips back, then one nips away from a similar length, similar speed. 145 kilometre, nips back, cuts him in 2, 142 kilometres, nips away, manages to get the outside edge. Joshua De Silva coming forward, takes a good catch. Reward for Alzari Joseph. I think he's bowled beautifully this morning. Bairstow goes for 0. England in real trouble, 53 for 6.
Don't give him that. Walks, lives for that drive.
He naturally makes width for himself. Chris Woakes stays leg side the ball. Excellent cover drive. Square cut, back foot punch. These are the shots that Chris Woakes enjoys playing.
That's nicely clipped away. And it's going to be 4 runs as well. 4 very, very welcome runs. If there are opportunities like this, then obviously England needs to take them. That's just offline, off length. Nonetheless, very nicely clipped away by Ben Foakes.
Clean them up through and through. Jaden Seals just jogged back in, breaches the defenses of Ben Foakes, and another wicket for the West Indies.
Well, the wickets continue to fall then. This is a lovely piece of bowling though. Just comes back a little bit, just clips the top of middle stump. It's enough to beat that slightly tentative defence and find its way through, and a very cool celebration from Jaden Seals. That's 7 down now as Ben Foakes goes for 7, and it's 67 for 7. Well, that one has gone over the top, so they brought the 3rd man into the ring. That was for Woakes that he was placed down there, but now it's Overton
who has given that a bit of up and over, and it's raced away for 4.
Yeah, very wide and short, and through everything at it, did Craig Overton. Got enough bat on it to fly through that slip region to the vacant third man area. Don't think Alzari Joseph will be pleased with that.
Nicely played. Chris Wokes has pinged a couple through the covers, one off front foot, another off back.
Slightly short and wide that time from Kemar Roach. And of course, Wokes cashed in.
Gone, bowled all over the place. Confusion on the face of Overton. Elation on the face of Kemar Roach.
That man Kemar Roach, once again, you just can't keep him out of the game, can you? That one came back a long way. Breached the defense of Overton. And England slumped into further trouble. Overton is gone for 14. England struggling badly, 90 for 8.
Oh, shot. Chris Wokes given a bit of width again. Unerringly finds the extra cover fence.
Certainly was a good shot. Slightly overpitched by Kemar Roach. He knows it. Forced a smile. And Chris Wokes really cashed in on that. Very good shot.
Jack Leach peels off a beauty through extra cover. Brings up the 100.
And a big cheer from the England supporters. Overpitched delivery from Jason Holder, wide of off stump as well. And that was a good shot. Well, he's got the top score of 92.
It's just offline again here, Jason. A sort of slump of the shoulders actually after he delivered it. Not entirely happy with himself here, as well he might be. Little flick of the bat as it goes past. That's what the umpire said anyway. A look of wonder.
It's a drop catch.
I'm just wondering whether it was squeezed or dropped. That's the thing. Yeah, it is a drop. That's the lower, flatter, wider, quicker one to finish. And England will go to tea now. 114 for 8 after 53 overs, so the over 8 is down from West Indies, but West Indies will be less concerned about that than they are happy to have taken those wickets again. 5 in the session, 68 for 5 in this afternoon session, so 8 in the day, 114 for 8 the total. And so winning the toss for West Indies today has turned out to be a very, very good thing indeed. Asking him to bat first likewise. Conditions have certainly helped the seam bowlers throughout, even though we saw those 2 token overs of spin just before this tea break here at just after 2:40 local time. So that's the card for England. Top score of the day, Alex Lees 31, a series of single figure scores to follow before Chris Wokes not out 25, Overton's 14, Leach not out 10. But England way below what we think will be par, but as yet we're not quite sure what par might be. That's the scorecard at tea, 114 for 8.
And the bowlers, Kyle Mayers, 2 for 0, the 5 overs. Not seen him again since he got Joe Root 2 each for Roach and Seals, bowled very well. So did Alzari Joseph.
Clean them up. Jaden Seals, immediately after tea, picks up another wicket. The wicket of Chris Wokes breaches his defenses once again.
He really has deserved this, Jaden Seals. Throughout this series, he's bowled beautifully, the young man. He really has come of age. Hardly any first-class experience under his belt. He's hit test game and hit the ground running and hit the stumps of Chris Wokes. And resistance just going there. 25, Chris Wokes, England 114 for 9.
Almost close to him, that's what I mean. Get him in a little bit closer.
You called it, Bish, and it almost worked. Fell agonizingly short of John Campbell. Look at that. Couple of yards closer would have been an easy catch.
That's a lovely shot. That is a top shot. Just a little saunter down the pitch after he'd struck it from Jack Leach. And the smile that says, was that me?
He certainly enjoyed that one. He played an extra cover drive a few overs ago off the bowling of Jason Holder. It was the shot of the day. Then this one now eclipses that one. Firm push.
Firmly struck. Very firmly struck. Ow. Just shrug it off. West Indies captain very much in the firing line there. Seems to be recovering quickly.
A courageous stop from Captain Craig. Quite close and hit firmly. Just like that.
Well, the inside edge won't take it down to the boundary as such. But it did one thing and one thing alone. It saved the ball going through to the gloves for the stumping. So the charge. Mahmood on the charge. Couldn't resist. Oh, he's put it down. He's put it down at full stretch. John Campbell, who feels in the slips, he feels in the covers, feels anywhere to be honest, but he was at full stretch here.
Yeah, well fortified offside, similar to what they had for Jack Leach. Goes for it, hits it in the air, just to the right of John Campbell. Had it once, had it twice, didn't have it the third time, and in the end, grasped the opportunity. Should have been taken.
Oh, fuck.
Oh dear.
I can't see.
Again, Brathwaite is way offline. Unbelievably, it's got enough pace to reach the boundary. Rolls its way down to the boundary, having beaten the bats, having beaten the gloves. Welcome runs for England. It's 162 for 9.
Oh, hit, sorry.
50 partnership comes up for the 10th wicket between Leach and Mahmood. It's been a good restoration of the shambles that existed before.
Appreciated by the whole team. They're dressed in white, being ready to take the field. 133 balls. Partnership has been
nobody really wants to chase it. Seals finally gets through the gears.
a bizarre bit of cricket in the last 2 balls. Frustration from the West Indies fielders towards 2 bowlers who have put a lot of effort into getting England 168 for 9. Alzari Joseph ball watching twice in the last sort of 10 balls. And there, Jaden Seals expecting it to go for 4, and he's ended up having to chase it, sprawl and dive to last ditch stop the boundary, which he did very, very well. It's going to be 4 more welcome runs to England. Craig Brathwaite, anguish cry, deserves to as well, because that's a poor ball down leg side. Only one fielder behind square, out on the deep fence, and again, they've let England back into this. They really have. 90 for 8. 90 for 8.
Oh, jeez, man, well ball, boy.
Yeah, Joshua Da Silva, I think he had a point talking about himself not long ago. It has been a long series for him. Ball goes straight through and misses everything. 4 more hugely valuable runs here for England.
The second new ball has been taken.
Second new ball has been taken, Jack.
You have to be able to lift yourself as a fielding and bowling group for this with the last pair at the crease.
Bowler's right arm round.
Three slips, a gully, and a ringed offside field. Squirts that away, might be 4. Is 4. More runs continue to flow. England creep towards 200. Who would have thought from 114 for 9?
Hardness of the ball, brand new ball, goes off the bat that little bit harder. It's 2 balls outside off stump, swinging from Jayden Seales. This time he's gone that little bit straighter. Thick outside edge.
Jack Leach continues to enjoy himself.
More frustration for the West Indies. What a partnership. 80 runs so far between Jack Leach and Aqib Mahmood.
Oh, he's absolutely nailed that. What a magnificent shot, and it brings up the 200 for England.
Appreciated by the crowd that's here, mostly England supporters. Over pitch delivery from Alzari Joseph. Nice firm push through mid-off.
Down the track he goes, and he has thumped it through mid-on. There's your answer, Curtly Ambrose.
That was expected. Hit it well. The non-striker and the umpire for a brief moment was in some trouble.
Jack Leach almost wore one for his trouble. Quite remarkable. Taki Mahmood, 49.
Oh yeah!
Knocked him over. Would you believe it? Jermaine Blackwood does give his fast bowlers the gift of not having to go through warm-ups in the morning. For Saqib Mahmood, the agony of finishing one short of what would have been a maiden 50 in red ball cricket, any red ball cricket, let alone a test match. England have been bowled out for 204. Jack Leach and Saqib Mahmood are the men they have to thank for getting them that many. looking for that single on the leg side, has chopped it into his stumps. And Blackwood picks up a test wicket. The only other time numbers 10 and 11 have top scored in a test match innings was in 1885. Tom Garrett and Edwin Evans for Australia versus England in Sydney, 1885. Jack Leach and Saqib Mahmood have made a little bit of history here in Grenada. West Indies look relieved, but a little bedraggled as they head to the dressing room. Saqib can barely believe it. How did I not make it to 50? But because of him and Jack Leach, England have a foothold in this test match.
They certainly played well, Leach and Mahmood. It was the longest third session for the West Indies. No fault of their bowlers, they really tried hard. And to dismiss England just at the brink of close of play is a good sign for the bowlers, who won't have to come back tomorrow and put the boots on. So that's a good sign for them.
Yep, we won't know until both sides have had a bowl. The old cliche is a truism for sure. Alex Lees with 31 from 97 at the top of the order. Looked impressive in defence and with the odd attacking stroke, and then England's middle order was absolutely blown away. Mayers, Seals, Joseph seeing them off. Chris Wokes then with 25 from 52 helped Jack Leach to see England over the 100 mark, and it was that partnership of 90 between Leach and Mahmood that got England above the 200 mark, and will give them hope that their bowlers can do similar to the West Indies batting lineup tomorrow. Kemar Roach 2 for 41, 2 for 13 from Carl Mayers. Extraordinary intervention from him with his medium pace. 2 for 33 for Alzari Joseph, who was quick at times. 1 for 4 for Jermaine Blackwood. But once again, it's Jaden Seals, a youngster, 20 years of age, who has impressed most for the West Indies in this innings.
Back here at the Queen's Park Oval, where we still await friendlier weather for cricket on the 4th day of this second Cycle Pure Agarbathi test powered by Yes Bank. As of now, the West Indian players perhaps positively looking at more time taken away from this game, with India dictating terms. It's gotten better. There isn't any ongoing rain, but the ground staff who've been working so hard have had to take those covers on and off as dark clouds were approaching. As you could see, the drainage here a lot better, and we don't have any standing water, which augurs well. But with a steady drizzle, the covers remain firmly the center of the field. That's where we stand. India's lead just edged past 300 before the rain came down on the 4th day. And whether this will now play further into Rohit Sharma's mind as to at what point he declares to give his bowlers as much of a chance to try and win this second test. We could see some bright clouds, but until the drizzle clears and until the weather improves, it's time for us to take another short break here at the Queen's Park Oval. And we send you back to enjoy the highlights from the Grenada National Stadium between the West Indies and England, the second day's play in March 2022.
So Wokes and company would want to utilize that new ball on a pitch that is still seamer friendly.
That'll run away. The outfield is a little sluggish. Alex Lees with good work. Bounce back off the advertising hoarding, thankfully. I think we'll have to have a look at this upstairs. Very difficult to tell with any certainty as to whether that back of Alex Lee's hand has touched the cushion.
That is commitment, isn't it?
I think I'd be inclined to give the fielder the benefit of the doubt, if for nothing else, to reward the effort. Nicely played. England not impressed with the new ball so far.
Short and wide. And John Campbell is very strong, square of the wicket on both sides. That's easy pickings for him.
Yeah, just 126 kilometers per hour.
That was sublime. Glorious from John Campbell. Another boundary for him.
This is the sort of thing that I'm speaking of. The ball before, the delivery before was on a good length on middle and off stump. And Chris Woakes knows where he wants to put the ball. Smidgen of room, even from around the wicket, which is what Mahmood is trying to deny Campbell.
Control the shot from Campbell on top of the bounce into the surface, and good timing, good enough to get it all the way for 4. He's gotten 3 boundaries to his name so far. He's looked quite compact, quite composed and organized at the crease, and this is what he's done so far. He's gotten set, but he hasn't cashed in. And that's an area of concern.
Not great bowling, to be honest. There is enough in the surface to be hitting a good length. Not happening so far for England.
The previous delivery was hit down deliberately. This one is hit up deliberately. Consecutive boundaries now.
Well, that's slipped away down the leg side. Given his runs, it'll flick off the bats, but slightly misdirected anyway by Overton.
A bit of a story of England's morning, really. They've either been too short or too full, too floaty, too full. Just floated there to the leg stump of, outside leg stump of Craig Brathwaite, but been a struggle for England this morning.
Well, the evidence is in front of us. West Indies going strongly here. That's the 50 partnership. Coming up halfway through this 17th over. Oh, that's the one that they're looking for. No sooner had the topic been raised of variable bounce and balls keeping low than one sneaks through dead straight from Ben Stokes. He's the man who's made the breakthrough yet again for England. Not only that, the man he's dismissed is that one who's proved so stickable all the way through this series, Craig Brathwaite.
She knew straight away that Stokes knew, talked about it, ball keeping low, get it straight. The danger man Brathwaite goes to 17, the West Indies 50 for 1.
Oh, that's nasty. That's not a good blow. Campbell springs straight back up again. And we'll be looking with certain gratitude, to say the least, at that helmet and grill. Because that was aimed dead straight at him, awkward height. And he just got it wrong, just made the wrong decision there. And oh, doesn't look good, does not look good. Right, Brooks on strike. Lovely shot. Yes, it was a little too full. Yes, it was too close to leg stump, but nonetheless, the timing and the ease, beautiful to watch.
Lovely shot. from Brooks, but again, we talked about the difference between Holder and Craig Overton. Holder, when he pitches it up, there's something on it. There's a little nip off.
Ow. Well, I tell you what, it seems that both batsmen have got some suspicion, deep lurking suspicion in their minds about the shorter ball.
One thing I can't quite work out is how few and far between the short balls have been, given how much discomfort they've caused. Half volley, floating balls up there on a surface where all of the talk from the big fast men, and we've got 3 of them with us. Ambrose, Harmison, Bishop, hit the pitch hard, whack away at it. Half volley is a crime.
Yeah, that was a gift, wasn't it? Huge out, given. No questions there for umpire Brathwaite. Raises his hand almost immediately. There'll be that conversation, but that seemed to be absolutely plumb.
Well, a celeb appeal from Saqib Mahmood. These two haven't been able to communicate particularly well when it comes to running between the wickets. The conversation about taking the review has not gone the way Shamar Brooks would have liked, and it looked a little on the leg side-ish side. But Saqib eventually turning round to inquire of umpire Brathwaite. That's the end of Shamar Brooks, 13 from 25 for him. Things starting to look less comfortable in the middle for the West Indies. 68 for 2.
Huge shot down the leg side. Ben Fowkes likes it. Umpire Wilson doesn't. And Joe Root reviews.
Review, caught behind, original decision not out. Third umpire, the television director, we have a player review for caught behind. I've already checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on, please, Mark? The ball is quite close to the glove, and the pad I'm going to need ultra edge to confirm if there's any glove involved. Just roll it through. Bye-bye. Yeah, just freeze it right there. There's a spike as the ball is on to the glove. I've got conclusive evidence to suggest he's hit this ball. I'm ready to go back on field to Joel. Joel, I'm going to ask you to overturn the decision to out. You're on screen now.
Decision overturned. Another wicket for England. A short ball this time from Craig Overton does the trick. The wicket of John Campbell. Excellent catch down the leg side. Ben Fowkes has been good throughout the series. And good once again here today. And he knew it immediately, didn't he? And success. 3 quick wickets for England. Campbell goes for 35, 69 for 3. What a delivery. Absolute gem of a delivery from Saqib Mahmood, beating all ends up.
10 seconds.
Don't think they'll review anything there. It might just be the lunch break here on the second day of this final test match. A peach of a delivery to end. Absolute gem. Nothing to show for it. However, bounces over the stump, through bat and pad. And Craig Brathwaite, John Campbell, good opening partnership once again. 50, that was worth. And Brathwaite the first to go, followed by Shamar Brooks and then John Campbell before the break. Bonner and Blackwood relatively new to the crease, just a single each.
Poor start from England with the new ball. Wokes and Overton rather allowing the West Indies to get away to a decent start, not making the play often enough. But as soon as England started to hit that pitch, they really started to cause some problems. 21 runs for 3 wickets in the last 8 overs before the lunch break. And England will be feeling much happier about life. West Indies still 133 runs in arrears.
Pad. Good take, but pad.
10 seconds. Got a lot of 2 noises going on here.
Said he had 2 noises, so they review it.
Copy Joel, review for caught, original decision not out. Leslie to Mark. We have a player review for caught. Mark, can you show me the front foot, please? I haven't seen it as yet. Yeah, it's a fair delivery. You can see it, fair delivery. Can you move on to front on?
Front on, orange, and roll orange to orange.
Yeah, there's a clear deflection off the pad. Going to need ultra edge just to confirm. Passes the bat, clear gap between bat and ball. The deflection is off the pad. I'm ready to go back on field to Joel. Joel, you can stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen signal now.
Yes, put them away like that.
Stokes just feeling his way back in to bowling. He's got an issue, a little issue with that left knee. Be disappointed with that. Floating half volley.
Reviews it straight away.
Leslie to Mark, we have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on? Yeah, the ball is very close to the glove. I'm going to need ultra edge here, Mark. Ultra edge coming up. There's a gap between bat and ball there. There's a flat line. Flat line as the ball passes. The ball clips the thigh pad. Okay, Mark, I'm ready to go back on field to Joel. Joel, I'm going to have to ask you to overturn your decision to not out. You're on screen signal now.
Another decision overturned from the video replay. It just didn't look right.
Good use of the short ball from Wokes. Aggression from England, and Bonner goes.
No energy problems for Chris Wokes. That'll do him the world of good. You can see his teammates really pleased for him. Cross seam again, short ball. Bonner just couldn't quite get out of the way. Easy catch for Ben Foakes. Easy decision for the umpire. Very relieved man, Chris Wokes. Bonner's gone for 4. West Indies are 82 for 4.
Does hook up. I said he hooks up. Often he will hook up. And he does it again. 2 in the over for Wokes.
This is huge for Chris Wokes. Massive for England, but huge for the individual. Chris Wokes, 2 wickets in 2 overs. Like I said, he's bowled beautiful areas after the tea break. Said right at the top it was going to be a big spell for Chris Wokes, and wow, hasn't he performed and done well. 2 good bouncers, well-directed bouncers. And a comfortable catch for Johnny Bairstow. The short steer goes for naught. West Indies are in a little bit of trouble here. 82 for 5.
Oh, that's dropped, I think. That was exactly the same sort of indecision about waiting to see what goes on with the ball. Shall I play it? Shall I leave it? Very, very low. We need to just be absolutely sure. if that did carry in full, how difficult this was. But you'll see here, just that little flick away, and it has carried. Folks just came up maybe a fraction too soon. Then this is what happens when you get that late non-lead. Oh, that's in the air, catchable heights, but in the gap. This is what's known as riding your luck for Jermaine Blackwood.
How close was that to overturn?
Deep square leg, all these options being covered. Oh, that's straightish, that's pretty straight. Took a couple of seconds for the finger to come up, but there will be things like the absolute line, the height.
Copy, Joe.
And it has
Review
been
LBW
referred, so it goes up to the
Leslie
third
to
umpire.
Mark, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked, and it's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on? Yeah, there doesn't appear to be any bat. I'm going to need Ultra Edge to confirm. Just waiting on Ultra Edge, guys. Ultra Edge coming up. There's a flat line as the ball passes next to the bat and a slight gap between bat and ball. There's no bat involved. Can you move on to ball tracking, please? Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets, umpire's call. Can you go back on field to Joel? Joel, you can stay with your original out decision. You're on screen signal now.
Well, confirmation that it was both mighty close, mighty close, but also it's now out in the book. Blackwood had been living dangerously. That was not a rash shot by any stretch of the imagination, just beaten by the movement and the bounce. The bounce nearly saved him. Ever so close, but Blackwood is out for 18, and it's 95 for 6. Guided down, it's safe. It's going to run away down towards that third man boundary nicely. Brings up the 100 for West Indies, still 6 down, of course.
Four welcome runs to Carnage and the West Indies.
Oh, goes to the pull shot and makes pretty good contact with that one. Nothing wrong with the response there to that particular short ball. Enough of ducking for now.
Some indecision here. Mayers and De Silva not speaking the same language out there at the moment.
I reckon that was on purpose.
Absolutely thumped that. Entirely sure it was where he intended it to go, but the result was decent anyway.
No, he intended to hit this on to be onside initially. He'll take the result, as you rightly said. But the intent is still clear from bowler and batsman. And remember, there are 3 deep fielders on the hook or the pull shot.
In the air. It's got a real flourish and packs a punch, does Carl Mayers. Second boundary in the over. Challenge accepted. 116 for 6.
Yeah. Short and wide. Room on offer. And welcome Steve Hamilton.
A good shot from Joshua De Silva. Making a conscious effort to get his left leg out of the way. Any inconsistent bounce. And uses the pace. Step to the crease. Uses the pace. Get the ball past Alex Lees, a short third man. Good shot.
Edge away. Streaky boundary. Not for the first time for Kalmias.
Would have carried anywhere. Another sign of, like yesterday, the life going out of the ball, a little bit out of the pitch. Don't think if Joe Root was a little bit wider, that ball would have carried anywhere near.
In the air, simple catch. Just when I was praising Kalmias, he gives his wicket away. Very soft dismissal.
Tap man again, Stokes. Just as you feel as though the game's getting flat, not much happening. He comes to the party again. I think there is a little bit, there's a fraction of reverse swing going on there. And it's a simple catch. Mahmood's first catch in Test cricket, along with his highest score, first 6 in the game. He's having a nice game, is Saqib Mahmood. Not getting easier catch in Test cricket than that. Myers goes for 28, 128 for 7.
Edge just wide of the diving Joe Root. Streaky boundary for Alzarri Joseph.
Not quite out of the fingertips of Joe Root. England sensing there's a little bit of a door open, a door's ajar. Fair play to Joe Root.
Confidently played by Joshua Da Silva. End of that maiden Jack Leach over. T on day 2 of the final test. 4 wickets falling in this session for 63 runs. Chris Wokes, the main destroyer, picking up 3 wickets for 32 runs, and England once again in control of this session like they were in the first at that luncheon interval. West Indies disappointed in a few of these dismissals. Jason Holder in particular, and his decision to take on that short ball off just the 3rd delivery. Kalmias, really innocuous delivery, getting his wicket. So 2 gifts from Holder and Mayers. And Mayers was well set, 28. Joshua Da Silva has seen some 54 deliveries. Joseph, 5 from 10. The West Indies 134 for 7. Chris Wokes, like I mentioned, 3 for 32. All 3 wickets coming after lunch. Overton 1, Mahmood 1, and Ben Stokes, the talismanic Ben Stokes, 2 for 23. This is where we are at the moment. West Indies still trail by 70 runs and 3 wickets in hand.
In the air. Oh, that has gone a long, long way. Mighty strike from Alzarri Joseph. 148 for 7.
They're certainly enjoying that. The local fans, that one was absolutely crunched.
Nice shot. A little snippet again of Alzarri Joseph's batting ability.
Very, very good shot. And the crowd is loving it. Slightly short and wide from Jack Leach, and he played it extremely well. And the timing was good.
Nice use of the feet. And that is the inclination there, as rare as it is, from Da Silva to attack.
It was a good shot. As you said, Bish, good use of the feet. And because the ball, nothing happened off the surface for Jack Leach, he got to the pitch, hit it well.
Well, he's taken the ball very, very nicely indeed. Low catch from Ben Foakes, just a bit of a tickle. All that enterprise from Alzara Joseph comes to an end. He gave himself so much space there with that offside beckoning. So you can see exactly what he was trying to do. And the only thing missing in the end was contact with the meat of the bat, just toe of the bat in the end. Foakes had to stay low this time to make sure the gloves are underneath it, but Overson gets his man.
Alzara Joseph goes for 28. West Indies 177 for 8.
Important runs. The lead is now 12.
Yeah, and they know the importance of it. Again, I just think England are concentrating too much on the middle stump of Kemar Roach.
Catch!
It was a little bit out of character for Kemar. Big top edge. The field up on the leg side. It was relatively safe.
But now he's found enough of the bat to get it away down to third man for 4. And Curtly was absolutely right. There's noise around the stadium as West Indies take the lead by 3.
As was expected from the crowd. Kemar Roach driving square of the wicket for 4 after missing a couple of deliveries.
Well, that's found the boundary. These are always handy runs. End of the day runs always seem to count double, especially when they're against the second new ball.
Over pitch delivery on leg stump, and Joshua De Silva was been there for a long time, didn't miss out. And that's what happens when you take the new ball. It travels a lot quicker.
That's whipped away through the onside. Yet another familiar shot from this man, Joshua De Silva, who's played a super hand here. Very, very useful innings indeed. 52 from 143 balls in 200 minutes.
Appreciated by everyone here and his teammates as well. Another half volley on leg stump. And was crashed away through the mid-wicket region. Bat raised.
This is frustrating for England, so frustrating. The bowler, the captain, for the 11 on the field alike, for all those praying for these final 2 wickets. Overton finds the edge, but he goes down, finds the gap, rolls away for 4 more.
Valuable runs for the West Indies, extending that lead. And this partnership, David, is a very good one. 49 it stands at the moment.
Yeah, frustration for England. Good news for West Indies, and they've worked hard for this. De Silva and Roach have worked very, very hard for this. That is the 50 partnership, which comes from 89 deliveries. Oh, that's guided away through the gap in the slips. That'll be 4. Lead goes up again. Now 28.
More valuable runs for the West Indies. That's the second time we've seen Kemar Roach guiding the ball down to third man.
Umpires have sole control of weather and light. They've finally come to the conclusion that just short of the scheduled close of play, the rescheduled close of play, actually just by a couple of minutes, that enough is enough for day 2 here at the National Stadium in Grenada. It's been a long day for all concerned. Hot and humid out there. England started slowly, started to get amongst the wickets, struggled at the ends, and of course this partnership between De Silva and Roach has remained resistant throughout until the close of play. So 55 unbeaten is the partnership, 54 unbeaten is De Silva, who has played a seriously good hand here for West Indies. And that's how the card looks at the end of day 2 here at the National Stadium. So runs from John Campbell again at the top. Disappointments from many of the top order, but it was tough for the top order. Got slightly easier through the day again, as it had on day 1. Nonetheless, full credit to De Silva for his 54, to Roach for his 25, to Joseph. Alzarri Joseph, 28 from 59 as well. The tail has certainly wagged, and West Indies have earned a lead. So for England's bowlers, long, hard, hot day in the field. Wokes 3 for 48, Overton 2 for 71, Mahmood 1 for 39, Stokes 2 for 40, Leach just the 12 overs this time, and none for 26. But the final summary, really, at the end of this second day, it is that West Indies have somehow earned and worked their way towards that lead. They lead by 28, still 3 days to go, of course. A lot of cricket still to be played.
Those were better times and better days for West Indies Test cricket fans in Grenada. But back here at the Queen's Park Oval, we have better news as well. It's bright and sunny. Ground staff have been hard at work, but the outfield has been deemed good for resumption of play, and in a few minutes the players will be out. Official start will be in 12 minutes from now, 45 minutes past 2 in the afternoon, on a Sunday afternoon that is now more suitable for cricket. Craig Brathwaite and his West Indians bowled out for 255, led by the captain. Plenty of starts, 30s and 20s all the way through to Alec Athanas. But India's bowlers made light work of the final 5 wickets earlier today, led by Mohammad Siraj, career best 5 for 60. Support from Mukesh Kumar in the morning that gave India a lead of 183. In pursuit of quick runs, knowing that they need to give their bowlers enough time to take 10 wickets, Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal. Absolute carnage in an opening partnership of 98 at nearly 10 and over. Indian captain going past 50, and Ishan Kishan promoted at the fall of Jaiswal's wicket before the last rain interruption. Shannon Gabriel redeeming himself, had dropped Rohit, but managed to get him caught at deep fine leg. Jamel Warrican with the wicket of Jaiswal just before play was interrupted. India's lead is 301. We have a 48-over session, an extended one, coming up on day 4, which we will get to very shortly, so stay with us. At the Queen's Park Oval, we return for what we hope will be an extended and uninterrupted session of play as India lead in the second and final test by 301. After Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal powered their start in the second innings, the West Indies conceding a first innings lead of 183. Well, they resumed at 229 for 5. The West Indies. India had a job to do to try and first get the final 5 wickets in the first innings quickly. And Mukesh Kumar struck early. Alec Athanase consider himself slightly hard done by, but you could see why Marais Erasmus gave it a new ball that did plenty more than the first one for India. And the minute the floodgates were opened, Jason Holder was still there, but Darren Ganga, there's always a likelihood that the lower order would fall quickly.
With the departure of Jason Holder, it just brought more wickets for India. Alzari Joseph played a few strokes, this one down the ground. An LBW shot given out, reviewed, proved not out in the end. Confirmation of bat making contact with the ball. Not too long after, another shout, not given out though, but reviewed by Rohit Sharma. And guess what? Technology proving that the ball was going to hit the stumps, no bat involved, and Joseph had to depart.
Yeah, Richard Kettleborough was kept busy, as was Ishan Kishan. Missed one, then took one, as Kumar Roach was dismissed. Shannon Gabriel to give Mohammad Siraj his first fifer in the Caribbean. Out came Yashasvi Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma, and the ball flew everywhere. 2 magnificent shots from a Yashasvi Jaiswal that we've seen is capable of this style of batting as well. Rohit Sharma has just extended his form and his stroke play with ease to help himself to another half-century, but he had help from the West Indies too. Shannon Gabriel, as the field was spread, putting down what should have been a regulation chance. Just could not stop the flow of boundaries early on, could Craig Brathwaite. Then Kirk Mackenzie showed promise with the bat, but he has work to do in the field, the young man, on his test debut. Rohit Sharma is just warming up for the ODIs to follow. The West Indies bowling didn't help. Took a while for the introduction of spin. And Rohit helped himself to the extra pace to another half-century in just 35 balls. Yashasvi Jaiswal continue to support him. And finally, as Rohit was continuing to look for quick runs, was dismissed. This was the first interruption we had on day 4. Resulted in an early lunch. It wasn't a long one. Finally, we did see spin, Darren, and it made a difference.
Yeah, and the West Indies welcomed the wickets of Jaiswal sweeping across the line. De Silva taking a good catch. Ishan Kishan, the left-hander, joined Gill, and a couple boundaries followed. And then that second interruption came. Back live. West Indies fielders getting set to take the field. Sun is out in its glory. And hopefully, as you mentioned, an uninterrupted last session on day 4.
We are ready to resume then at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. And the good news is that we have bright and sunny weather conditions. Dark clouds have gone away. And some proactive decision-making from the officials means an early tee has been taken. We will now have an extended session of 48 overs, which will play up as the final session of play on day 4. Shubman Gill and Ishan Kishan resume duties in the middle. Might have been a few Indian fans wondering if the delayed interruptions would result in a bold declaration, of which Test cricket has seen a few in recent times. But with the lead at 301, the possibility of 98 overs tomorrow and 48 today, that's still a lot of time in this Test match. So out come India's batters, Darren.
And they're also aware that it's not monsoon rain here in the Caribbean. Very short relief rainfall. Interruptions don't extend for a long period, as we've seen throughout the course of this Test match. So very much trusting the remaining overs and play that we have on day 4. More importantly, the lead 301. So you'd expect at some point in time this afternoon, the declaration will come.
Shannon Gabriel.
No, no, no.
Just as we expected, there's a widespread field. So Craig Brathwaite looks for damage limitation. Only 2 fielders anywhere near the bat. That's Jumel Warrican, the wideish mid-on, the captain himself. They've waited patiently. Rain and the covers were on for just over an hour and a half. They got some cricket now.
Ronak, I mentioned in an earlier stint, India might be thinking about 60 to 75 overs as that quota required to bowl West Indies out second time around. Is that fair to say?
I think one thing that the resilience or the performance of the West Indies in the first innings has done, although we were critical of slightly overly defensive approach, Darren, is if they want to just shut the game down, they certainly have that at the top of their order. I guess that might just make Rohit think that can't take for granted that they'll fold as easily as they did in Dominica. Still very good for batting this surface. He's padded up, Ravindra Jadeja. We might see a very flexible batting order, even though Virat Kohli seemed to be in the best form he's been in the first innings in recent times. The fact that India are going at 7.68 is just further evidence that this pitch is still good. Of course, it's different when you have a team so far in front.
So many factors to consider in a Test match before you make very important decisions. Of course, the forecast tomorrow says 50% chance of rain. So that is one consideration for India to factor in with this goal that they have of winning the second test match in the series.
Yeah, just before that last interruption, though, when Jomel Warrican was bowling, we saw one that just was shooting off the ground, took the inside edge of Shubman Gill. Warrican will probably bowl next over. There's a gap there, so multiple runs for Shubman. It's a valiant effort, but I think Agarbathi has conceded that he could not stop it. So 4 for Shubman Gill.
Yeah, dive in vain. But credit to Atanaz for the effort. Shubman Gill just taking the bottom hand off, maybe another indication that this pitch is slowing down. Just in position quite early and reaching for the ball.
And that's a response from Gabriel. Cut Gills in half. 16 gone, 124 for 2.
That
It was good weather for football a little while back. This was good from Gabriel, last ball of the previous over.
That delivery will capture everyone's interest. Bounce, lowering. Hint of inward movement. Shannon Gabriel, yep, cheeky smile. Knew it was all about the pitch on that occasion, getting the better of Gill.
Jomel Warrican to Ishan Kishan with 3 men in the deep on the leg side. Cries of catch it. Gee, Shannon Gabriel's been made to work hard today.
He's a big man, junk of muscle, Shannon Gabriel, heavy set. Not easy to carry that around on nimble feet. Also tiring because of the workload that he's carried in this test match. No longer a young man, he's 35 years of age.
Oh, non-save.
But it will be that lowering of bounce that both teams will look at with sharp focus.
One.
Just a single. Yeah, I'm very interested to see the approach of Shubman Gill, Darren, in a new role, and one of the few batters who's not cashed in this series where others have. I'd like to think that Shubman Gill is very much part of the long-term plan, so he should play freely.
Catch it, Craig.
Just like that, Ishan Kishan normally plays freely, and he gets the first boundary in this final session.
He's so adept at manipulating the field, played a lot of white ball cricket, which have developed his proficiency in finding gaps, scoring boundaries with regularity. Picks his spot leg side. We've seen him play a couple of those early in his innings.
This is a great place to be in your first ever test series. He had to labour his way to a single in Dominica, but here he's given the license. Doesn't matter if he gets out, just go have some fun. And India enjoy that option in a wicketkeeper bat when they've played someone like Ishan Kishan.
Too much.
Just adds another dimension. Eight of the over. 1-3, 2 for 2.
After the rainfall, nice sunshine on a Sunday afternoon here in Trinidad and Tobago. Quite a few stars and star performers in this historic test match, 100 between these two countries.
Physio's out. Joshua De Silva's right index finger needs some bandaging.
Still a fair number of spectators at the ground despite that major interruption for rain.
Don't forget to take him home.
You mentioned Shubman Gill and this new role at number 3. One of the most critical things about carrying that role as a batter is playing the situation, knowing when to consolidate if you have wickets falling around you, and knowing when to capitalize when your team has the advantage. Surely in this situation, he'll be aware that his scoring rate needs to be quite high to achieve whatever target they've set themselves. So it's really a selfless sort of role at number 3.
Oh, it'll look pretty, but with the field that's set, it'll only be a single.
Oftentimes you're required to curtail your natural game for the benefit of the greater good. And sometimes you're allowed to express yourself and play according to your core values as a batter.
Yeah, and I'm sure the message to Shubman Gill is it doesn't matter this innings. Not going to look back and say, oh, Gill just got low scores and a 20-odd in the Caribbean. There's an instant call of 2. It'll be a comfortable 2 before Kemar Roach can pick it up.
The other thing about a number 3 is, of course, you expect that there will be a minimum requirement as it relates to technical competency as a batter. What you've seen so far from Shubman Gill is an all-round game, very good in defense, very good in stroke play. 10 first-class hundreds to his name, so he has that ability to convert starts, which is critical for that player batting at number 3. You're hoping when he gets in, he will go on to score 3 figures.
That's gone nowhere. Mr. Rice smile.
Again, that inconsistency in bounce and maybe pace off the surface. Another challenge for Shubman Gill early in his innings.
Yeah, he quickly inquired with Ishan Kishan. That was a normal ball. It wasn't a slow one, was it? Yeah, Shubman Gill is been looked at as an all-format player for India. His first-class careers mighty impressive. I think the sentiment remains as he's just picked up his 3,500th run. Sentiment remains that this is the one format we're still to see the best of him at a regular basis. Remember Rishabh Pant's innings in Brisbane, that epic test match. Shubman Gill started it off. What was a debut series for him too.
Yeah.
Joshua De Silva has done well. .138 for 2. Lead 3-1. Can still have another 3 hours of play, light permitting, weather permitting.
Go enjoy.
Full day tomorrow.
Next one out there, no? Just go deep square. Deep square. Zari. Dad. Yeah.
Even more reinforcement on that busy boundary line on Ishan Kishan's leg side.
One.
He's willing to challenge all of them. Didn't get enough.
Ranak, of course, Ajit Agarkar being named chairman of selectors for India. Of course, with your wealth of knowledge in that landscape, that appointment in that role, your thoughts?
Oh, well bowled, Joe Mel. Well, Joey.
It's a hugely important role, Darren, at times understated.
Oh, yeah.
Being head coach is important, but I think one of the reasons for India's inability to go further in tournaments has been selection over time. And I think it's pretty fair to say Ajit Agarkar is first selector from the T20 generation, or the first player who's become selector, who's played a wealth of T20 cricket. Salil Ankola is next to him too. He's the selector on tour too. So we've got 2 selectors here for the moment. Ajit Agarkar, right of screen, was last here at Port of Spain in 2007.
No.
Doesn't have the fondest memories of the Caribbean. He played under Rahul Dravid back then, did Ajit, in a World Cup that India don't like to remember fondly.
Oh, it's sinking.
And Salil Ankola, former fast bowler. Also was a movie star. 139 for 2. There's a lot to read from Rohit Sharma's emotions, especially when he's captain.
Sing with Ajit Agarkar. I'm sure that role carries the challenge of selecting from a wide pool of players who are highly skilled, highly competitive, performing across formats. That's surely not an easy job. And part of that role, of course, is to pick your best team, but as well ensure that there's succession planning.
And I think India send fairly large squads, especially overseas, Darren, and times it you end up having a lot of players who just sit on the bench, don't get to play cricket. That's happening elsewhere.
Remember Rahul Dravid telling me the challenge of having to select an 11 when you've got a squad of 18 or 19 players on tour.
And that's why one of the things I like is that it's a 15-man squad for the white ball series coming up. ODIs to follow, then the T20Is. Of course, needing your best pool of players fit is another challenge. India have already made quite a telling selection call with the nature of the T20I team. Thought of two, and then thought against it. Following the Test series, we move to Barbados for the start of the CG United series. 3 ODIs back here in Trinidad at the Brian Lara Academy. The completion of that and the start of the T20Is. You'll have the likes of Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli in the ODI team. The call is for 2 again. Work for Roach. Does well because that was hit hard.
That's 90.
Yeah, Ruturaj Gaikwad not given the nod in the tests, but he is part of the ODI squad. Yashasvi Jaiswal part of the T20Is, but he will stay on with the team. Excited to see the choice of seam bowling lineup. Mohammad Siraj will be there. Mukesh Kumar is impressed. Umran Malik. They're going to have the options of Kuldeep and Chahal, as well as wrist spinners. Ravindra Jadeja, Aksar Patel. Of course, Surya Kumar Yadav. It's gone nowhere, but Surya Kumar Yadav, a lot of Indian fans wondering on whether India can get the best out of Surya in ODI cricket with the World Cup up and coming. There's no question of his T20I prowess. Shardul Thakur, who missed out on this game, the groin niggle, we believe, is also part of the one-day team. Sanju Samson, who will possibly play a middle-order role in KL Rahul's absence through injury. .145 for 2.
Partnership of 43 from 44 balls. That urgency to score ever present in this second innings for India. Lead now 328. Shannon Gable just making his way off the field. Kevin Sinclair, his replacement.
Kick. Back behind. You're in front? Oh, okay. Well, then Alec has to go around. Black and white. Oh.
What about a bit of a dance there, Gil? There's only one man in the deep on the offside.
Oh, yes. Worry, well bowled. Wait.
You running away?
Situation, of course, tough for the West Indian bowlers, will be tough for the West Indian batters.
Right there, that line.
When they do get their opportunity the second time around in this test. Great difference with playing this format of the game. Physically and mentally demanding.
Yeah, I think question now on minds is whether India need to just try and hit every ball for a boundary. And they're certainly in a position to do that. We've already seen Rohit Sharma move around the players' pavilion. So a declaration is imminent.
Catch it, catch it!
And that's what Shubman Gill is looking for. Jason Holder, in fact, Alzari Joseph there, falls short of him. Fair to say he's still not found his fluent self, but at least he's going for it now, Gill.
Yeah, you can understand what he's attempting to do. Get to the pitch of the ball, play that lofted drive down the ground. Made enough room, but didn't quite connect it properly. Alzari Joseph just had a word with Kevin Sinclair, position at cover. Maybe there was an opportunity for him.
Well done, Warren.
Wow. That would have hurt. Warwick's showing no sign of pain, so in which case it's just a brilliant bit of fielding. I won't qualify that as a drop catch.
Stung like a bee, surely.
To wait for that, there's a lot of fielders there though. So it'll only be a single. Looks like after every over, they're going to look at the balcony. For now, they bat on 149 for 2.
Bowling change from the Myanmar players pavilion. Number 24, Roach.
Change in bowling. Kemar Roach started things off, and Yashasvi Jaiswal pumped him for a 6 in the opening over. It's in the gap.
Easy, Dad.
Fielder does well. It'll be 2. It'll bring up the 150 for India.
And coming up in quick time, just the 22nd over of this innings.
Right.
I guess the other point is, Darren, if Rohit Sharma would consider a bold enough or a sporting enough declaration to make the West Indies think like they possibly can chase it down and not just bat out 2, 3, 3.5 sessions. Not in a bid to keep Test cricket alive, but in a bid to perhaps increase his bowlers' chances if the West Indies are to try and go for it.
I think we've gone past that threshold already, Ronak. This is by far the highest successful run chase at this venue if the West Indies are to get whatever target is set by India.
Bang! Kishan brings up the 50 of the partnership in style.
Yeah, again. Nice power, nice poise from Ishan Kishan. With a little more time when facing Kemar Roach, not the quickest of bowlers, 53. More significant contribution from Kishan. Yeah, just clearing up my previous comment about being the highest successful run chase if the West Indies are to get there. Of course, the West Indies played in a test match when India chased 406.
Yeah, famous test in 76, India under Bishan Bedi. Clive Lloyd's declaration with confidence that his spinners would do the job. That wasn't a line used in cricket for a long after.
Catch it.
Calls of catch it, but on the bounce to Kevin Sinclair, the substitute fielder. It's 100 for Sunil Gavaskar, 100 for G.R. Viswanath. Well, they look ready. Jadeja still has bat in hand. He still has his pads on though, but this could very well be with the yeah, that was hit better. Won't go for 4. It's the end of another over. It's 157 for 2. And we go on.
Five wickets for Mohammad Siraj, 5 for 60, his best in Test match cricket. Will be immortalized in this history-making Test match. Virat Kohli also etching his name with his 29th Test match century.
Guessing. Don't worry.
Yeah, just going back to that game in 76, it was against significant odds that India chased score in excess of 400. Something that was done only by Don Bradman's Invincibles. Substitute fielders out there, Navdeep Saini. It's a change of bat, possibly. Just reinforcing the message.
Don't worry.
Wonder what that would be like. Darren, again, significant odds. India chased to score in excess of 400 here.
Don't worry.
What if the West Indies, with nothing going for them, with all the odds stacked against them? Test cricket is known for those kind of stories.
It has happened previously.
Oh.
418 scored against Australia in 2003. Highest 14 in successful run chase.
Yeah, 406 was the highest at the time. Mohinder Amarnath, shouldn't forget, batted 440 minutes.
Go, Craig, go, Craig.
Clive Lloyd's biographer notes that
Don't worry.
called his
Don't
spinners
brainstorm.
in the dressing room, 2 of whom were on debut. Albert Padmore and Imtiaz Ali, and said, "Gentlemen, I give you 400 runs and you couldn't defend it. How many must I give you?" Oh, he's dangerous, Ishan Kishan, when he's in this mood and hitting it this well. 4 more.
Don't worry.
And another finger burner for Jamel Warrican. Didn't quite get his hands to it, but struck firmly again, swinging with that ferocious power, Ishan Kishan. As we've come to know of his batting, especially when he's on the attack.
Colfers for 2. Settle for 1. Which completes another over from Warrican. 8 off it. 165 for 2 with the lead at 348.
Lead of 348 at the moment for India. I just think it's a case now of Rohit Sharma giving this young man an opportunity to get to a maiden test half century. Doesn't have on his spikes just yet, Rohit Sharma, so expected to see them batting for a little bit longer. How much longer, that's the question. Stacey and King alongside me. These two players also in the one-day international squad in that series to follow this test match in a few days' time. This is perhaps a precursor of what we will be seeing in that, isn't it?
I agreed fully, Samuel Badri. Also, to take into consideration that Gill hasn't really scored runs in this test. So probably giving him a bit of time in the middle. Opportunity for both these players to get to 50 as soon as possible.
There's so much talent oozing out of India. These two young players who have lit up international cricket as well as the IPL. Some other young players today representing India. In the air, two fielders converging, neither of them gets there, and we'll have to have a closer look to see if this is 6 or 4. Very close to the boundary and well placed in the end. Tejnaran Chandrapal and Jumel Warrikan very close but not close enough. That will be 6, falling flush on the Toblerone. And a confirmation of that lead, 356 now. And Ishan Kishan into the 40s. Previous delivery was his first 6 in Test match cricket. This is his second and brings up his first half century in only his second Test match. Applause from his teammates and smiles all around. Acknowledged by the crowd, and that is in.
Yeah, another glorious strike. Lose one of his hands from on his bat. But it didn't take away from the connection that was made.
Innovation. And is that another boundary? No. Falls short and just dribbles away. So an injection here. Expensive over, and he's decided that that's enough. Just enough time for him to get to that landmark. A wonderful effort from Ishan Kishan. First Test match half century. Craig Bradford will make his way off quickly and get his pads on, but what an effort in the second innings. 181 in just 24 overs rather. Overall lead of 364. Lots of work for the West Indies now.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the
Shubman Gill and Ishan Kishan put on 79 runs from just 68 deliveries. Yeah, applauded and appreciated by the head coach Rahul Dravid for their selflessness in their approach to put themselves in a really good position. Another start for Jaiswal, 38. Rohit Sharma, another Test match half century for him, his quickest in his career. And Shubman Gill and Ishan Kishan unbeaten in the end, declaring on 181 for 2 India. Quite expensive. If you look on the far right, those economy. Just a wicket for Shannon Gabriel and Jumel Warrikan. This is where we are at the moment. India 438 in their first innings. West Indies replied with 255, and then their second turn 181 for 2. An overall lead of 364 runs. West Indies will need 365 and India 10 wickets. Or will we have a draw? We'll wait to find out. We'll take a short break, and on the other side we'll have some live action. Welcome back, everyone, to continued coverage. This is India's second innings, 181 for 2 in just 24 overs, the most they've ever scored in their history in Test match cricket in just 24 overs. And this was led by their captain, Rohit Sharma, and came out in aggressive and quite belligerent mood. Looked quite intent on scoring from the onset. We come to expect him being very strong on that pull shot, registering his 50 in just 45 deliveries. That partnership of 98 once again very productive at the top between Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma. Another productive one between Ishan Kishan and Shubman Gill of 79. Ishan Kishan himself displayed some fireworks during the course of his innings. Was particularly brutal on anything that was short or in his arc. We've seen him in white ball cricket and the shorter formats for a long time. his power and his explosiveness. Even when he lost one hand, a couple sixes consecutively to take him to his maiden Test half-century. And swiftly after the declaration came, the bowling for the West Indies, very expensive from an economy standpoint, and 2 wickets to fall, one for Gabriel and one for Jamel Warrican.
The first wicket to fall, that of Rohit Sharma, holding out a delivery.
Get it!
Then it was Jaiswal. Good catch by De Silva. It's being aggressive. They lead by 364 runs. They declared on 181 for 2. Kishan getting to that maiden half-century as mentioned. Earlier in the day, Siraj 5 for 60. Another best for him in Test cricket.
Yeah, career best figures earlier today for Mohammad Siraj. 5 for 60, surpassing his 5 for 73 against Australia. Picked up 4 wickets for 12 runs this morning as West Indies collapsed, losing 5 wickets for just 26 runs. So I'm getting the ball to swing away from the right-handers. As we speak, there is a slight drizzle across the Queen's Park Oval. The ground staff are getting a little bit busy, and I think that they'll need to bring the covers on. It's getting slightly heavier at the moment. As you can see, the players retreating to their respective dressing rooms. It's been this type of day, start-stop. Doesn't look too bad in the direction from which the rains come. I hope that's not top speed from our sound man. Just as the covers are coming on, the rain is slightly subsiding. Yeah, but they've had to work really hard during the course of today and yesterday in particular, these groundsmen. Pulling a good shift. Tejan Chandrapal will be no doubt thinking about what he needs to do, and perhaps about his dismissal in that first innings where it was quite soft. Need a good partnership, a good solid start between himself and Craig Brathwaite, who, just like the Indian pair, have forged a good partnership. Good news that these guys are still on the field, which is an indication that there's nothing to be too concerned about at the moment from a weather standpoint. Ground staff still seem to be bringing more covers on the field, however. This was their first innings, the West Indies. Craig Brathwaite led the way. 75 from 235 deliveries, a very stoic effort from him. A good start with Chandrapal, good partnership, 71 that yielded. Mackenzie on debut looked quite composed and competent. And Blackwood himself decided to apply himself a bit more. And Athana has continued from what we saw in Dominica with 37, but they'll have to do much better in combination. But the man of the day, the man of day 4 so far, Mohammad Siraj, 4 wickets for just 12 runs in that first session. Yesterday, cleaned up Joshua Da Silva with the old ball. And these wickets will be with the second new ball. Caught behind, and then the one that nipped back in, and another caught behind. So the ability to get the ball in as well as away. And he will start this innings on a hat-trick, having gotten 2 wickets in 2 balls to end the West Indian first innings. And this is where his deliveries generally were. The wicket-taking ones on a fuller length, mainly. And I'm sure he'll take a lot of learnings from that earlier spell. Bowled from the media center end, and I'm sure he'll be looking to do that again. Got the ball to swing. We didn't see much swing from the West Indian when they bowled in their second innings. Only swing was the ball being swung away to the boundary from the bat of Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal. I was mentioning those young players. India lost the ACC Emerging Players Men's Cup earlier today against Pakistan. But the young brigade here in the West Indies did an excellent job with the bat. Rohit Sharma with a century in the first test, a half century, couple half centuries in this one. An interview debutant Mukesh Kumar, a couple wickets in the first innings for him on a difficult surface earlier today. We caught up with the bowling coach of India and got some insights from him.
I've got India's bowling coach Paras Mamre with me ahead of play on day 4. Paras, difficult conditions for fast bowlers. Let's start with the fast bowlers. It's an inexperienced fast bowling lineup. What do you make of how they bowled yesterday?
Oh, lovely. I think firstly, to be honest, this was a tough day for us. Purely looking at the wicket, the way wicket behaved. Wasn't much for the seamers really, didn't have enough bounce. But very heartening to see the way we went about our bowling, the way we approached our stuff, disciplined in terms of the line, disciplined in terms of the length that we bowled. Also was very important that we stuck to what our plans were. I think we maintained that and never let the session away from us, and that was positive. Heartening to see the way they bent their back, even though the conditions were not in our favor, especially all the fast bowlers, and very pleased with their performances.
Yeah, we saw a lot of plans. We saw 3 fielders on the onside drive to Craig Brathwaite. We saw the decision to delay the second new ball, a bit of reverse.
Yeah.
Does the work for a bowling coach become even more when there's a flat surface like this?
Definitely. I think you got to try certain things to pick wickets. We knew that just going through the motion wouldn't get us wickets, so we had to try different things. And also it's amplifies when the bowlers actually deliver the stuff. You've stuck to the job, stuck to the plans, and made the batsman difficult for the batsman to get runs. So I think in that combination, very happy. It is important to try different things every time, especially on a wicket like this. But happy the way we picked up 4 wickets.
When India batted, except for the middle session on day 1, it looked pretty good to bat, and I think that's what Virat Kohli said as well. West Indies, they've survived and they frustrated India, but they didn't quite get the runs as quickly as India did. What did you make of the way the West Indies batters approached this innings and their intent?
Well, I thought they were a little defensive. I thought on a wicket like this, if as a batsman, if you decide to just put a bat away, it's going to be difficult for you to get wickets. And I think they were a little defensive. I thought on a wicket like this, wasn't a wicket that was turning, wasn't a wicket that was going up and down. Runs could have been scored. Had they been a little positive, maybe a game would have gone ahead. But I think for me, I thought they were a little defensive with their approach.
And finally, just 2 days of play left. I'm sure India are thinking they want to win 2-0 here. 1-0 is not quite the same in a WTC cycle. Do you think there's still enough in this to get 15 more West Indian wickets?
That would be our intention. That's what we want to do. That's all depends on how the first session goes for us. I think there's only one recognized pair out here. So if you get a wicket early on, I think you open the gates for us, and how quickly then we pick up those 4 wickets. With the way the wicket is, we're looking at actually from the bowling perspective, we need good 3 sessions to get them out. So in that sense, the earlier we get them out, we have more chance to kind of 2 sessions to bat and then put up a total for them.
Terrific insight. Thanks so much, Paras, for your time.
Pleasure.
Always good hearing from the coaches and what they're thinking. Good news, the sun is out and some of the players are out, and you can see the smiles. Just taking some high catches with the tennis ball. Yeah, play will resume imminently. Ground staff just doing the final work to get everything ready. Stacey and King, bowling coach mentioned the fact that they wanted to get early wickets. We did not expect the type of collapse that we saw, but that bought them some additional time, didn't it?
Yeah, indeed it did. I think what was good for India seamers is that they just kept nagging. They were patient. They bowled in the right areas. They forced the batters to play as well. So in troubling batters, they were able to create opportunities. Something as well that we saw within that morning period is ball swinging a bit because of the bit of moisture that was around. So similarly, we might expect the same.
Tejan Chandrapal, the first wicket to fall in the first innings for the West Indies, and that was on day 2, late on day 2. Just trying to take on Ravi Jadeja, and he would no doubt reflect on that dismissal. Kirk McKenzie, the debutant, after looking quite composed out in the middle, fell to the trap. It was a deliberate plan to bowl a little bit wider with no backward point and ask him to score square off the wicket. The first wicket in Test match cricket for Mukesh Kumar. And then that peach of a delivery from Ravi Ashwin. Lots of flight, lots of turn in a very small space between bat and pad. And it needed something special to remove Craig Brathwaite, who was quite obdurate throughout that innings. And then this catch. A moment of brilliance from Ajinkya Rahane. Showed good application, Jim in Blackwood, good responsibility. And not much he could have done with that delivery. Josh De Silva, expansive drive from him. Perhaps not picking the length of the delivery. Much shorter than he thought. Wonderful ball, wonderful delivery from Mohammad Siraj. And the first wicket to fall today, that of Alec Athana's LBW, was reviewed, and the decision was upheld as the technology proved that it was just clipping the leg stump. Yeah, they enjoyed that. That expression says it all from them. And then Jason Holder, a tentative, indeterminate prod from him, resulting in a finish outside edge.
Very good ball.
The ability to get that ball to swing away from the right-hander. Also has the ability to get it to move back in, which makes it more of a challenge like this one for Alzari Joseph. Survived a shout, the delivery before. This time he could not survive. India reviewed this decision, and the decision was overturned, crashing into the leg stump. That was another one for Mohammad Siraj. Kimaruch, the penultimate one to fall. Good catch again from Ishan Kishan. That was his third catch in the innings. And then, of course, the very next delivery that Mohammad Siraj bowled got Shannon Gabriel dismissed LBW. Crashed into the stumps. Shannon Gabriel reviewed it more out of optimism and hope than anything else, and the fact that they had a review. Bat was nowhere close to that ball. 5-wicket haul, another one. Second in Test match cricket for Mohammad Siraj. And as we suspected, he'll open the bowling from the media center end, looking no doubt for some swing. 27 overs now we've lost in the day's play. Pretty much a session, but because they did so well in that first hour or so, they still have quite a number of overs remaining on day 4, and then all of day 5 rather, to get these wickets from the West Indies. Three slips and a leg gully or leg slip in position for Craig Brathwaite. And once again, his wicket will be the key one in the second innings for the West Indies. Oftentimes, when he spends a lot of time out in the middle, other batters bat around him and bat with him. Siraj on a hat-trick. Hat-trick averted, off the mark. Just a single.
Nice, boys.
Tejan Chandrapal looked really good in the first innings. Stacey King, he was quite patient, waited for the balls to come in his area, his scoring areas. More of the same this time?
I think he, based on the interview done as well, understands that he erred in that shot. He tried to make amends here. Just have to be patient. Tejan Chandrapal, but the bowlers, they won't make it easy for him. Especially being a left-handed batter. And Mohammad Siraj, he has 3 slips in play. So he'll try to angle across and Chandrapal, but he'll also bring in a few deliveries.
Seems as though he decided to play that one a little bit late, Tejan Chandrapal. Might have kept a little bit low as well. We heard someone from the back of the wicket mention that in the previous delivery, that the ball has started to keep low on the surface.
Also has some assistance from the rains that would have fell just earlier. And he's quite quick, Mohammad Siraj. So a few of his deliveries will skid through.
Yeah, needed to make contact with that one. Pretty adjacent. As you mentioned, Stacey King, a couple deliveries coming back in, targeting that pad. And also he will try to take 1 or 2 away from Tejan.
Nicely worked off the hip.
Yeah, both batters off the mark.
Come on, boys.
And they'll be looking for a few scalps this evening to make their task easier, a little bit easier tomorrow on day 5. There is some prediction for rainfall. Valuable points up for grabs for both of these teams. Two without loss.
Last bowling.
Change of opening partner for Mohammad Siraj. Jaydev Unadkat took the new ball in the first innings, but Mukesh Kumar Impressive on his first outing in Test cricket. Rewarded with the new ball in the second. 2 slips and a gully to Tejnarayan Chandrapal. Been waiting patiently on a Sunday evening with the added drama of weather and perhaps prompt Rohit Sharma to declare sooner than he may have liked, or with a score that doesn't exactly outbat the opposition. It's a lot of runs, but with 365, over 2 hours of play, weather permitting today and light permitting, 98 overs tomorrow. Do the West Indies entertain the possibility of the miracle in the centennial test, Ian Bishop?
Miracle is a strong term, to be honest. But I think that it's a case of looking after this session of play until the end of the day. And then reassessing overnight, depending on that position. Against Bangladesh, when they chased successfully in Bangladesh in 2021, it was a sort of a similar kind of scenario where Kyle Mayer scored that double. I'm not saying that's going to happen again. I'm just hypothesizing what the process will be for this man and his partners. 395 they chased. Different strength of team, different conditions, etc.
Yeah, take your point entirely. I'm thinking is whether the events that have occurred as a result of weather and whatnot, in spite of having the West Indies so far behind for a majority of this test, the fact that this is 363 to win now, not 450 plus, 500 plus, it could have been the case that India had another 25, 26 overs, which we've lost. Does that at least trigger the conversation in the West Indies dressing room? We might just get this. Or rather, we could just get this. This isn't just about surviving and securing a draw and losing the series 1-0. For a team who's low on confidence, would that sort of chat have even occurred for the commencement of this innings?
No, for me, the chat really should center around just before they came out, guys. We have a session of may consist of 33 overs here, depending on the light, depending on weather. We bat normally. We don't go ultra defensive. We don't go over attacking, and see how it plays out.
For now, it plays out in the form of a maiden for Mukesh Kumar to start off with, 2 without loss.
लेकिन फिर एक बार कर लोगे ना तो किसी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी.
We've had just over 33 overs in 4th day's play. We have hopefully another 33 to come if conditions allow. Siraj continues.
Whoa! Nice, Pia.
Yeah, I thought so. As I looked at that first delivery, I thought that's as wide on the crease as I've seen Siraj, and the foot landed inside the return crease. and then pressed on the return crease. It wasn't a no ball because it's first point of contact. But again, Ronak, it's why when Siraj is on the money, and I pointed out the uniqueness of his action this morning, that should be a scramble seam here. You could see it from the grip in his hand. He can still get the ball to shape away sometimes from very wide on the crease as he falls away. And with that leg slip, that little glance that Brathwaite sometimes plays.
There is that managed leg slip, in addition to 2 conventional slips and a gully in Rahane. There are a lot of those in the first innings that Brathwaite was happy to leave. In the second, he's happy to play.
And you could see with that one, if we see it again from down the line, you could see it is a different shape from the previous one. I think that that was one that was swinging away. It was. So subtle differences in grip and generally from not extremely wide, but fairly wide on the crease.
Another nice drive. Test of the outfield after all this rain. But that was still hit well enough to get 4 for the West Indies captain.
And I think, look, there's a long way to go, but this is how the West Indies need to play. If there's an opportunity to score, you score. But I don't know if you should go searching for it and trying to make something out of nothing right now.
Yeah, in fairness, that was just good batting. It's a terrific shot. Heard from Faris Mamre earlier, he in the Indian camp also. Slightly surprised at how defensive the West Indies were in the first innings. As we see a much busier Brathwaite already. It's only 7 balls. I guess learnings from innings 1 to 2, Vish, the ease with which India batted in the 24 overs of their second innings. I think even from first innings to this, they'd be telling themselves, we can get runs here.
Yeah, Ronak, and look, I'm not speaking for anyone else, but I've said before that you've got to be busier. You don't have to be stupid and take risks, but just little manipulations into gaps, and if you get a bad ball, don't just pat it, look to score off it, but you're not looking for big shots or taking extreme risk, I should say.
Good work, Shubman Gill on his wrong side. Good over though for the West Indies, 7 of it, 9 without loss.
इंडिया सिर्फ हार्ड लाइन पे हिट करने देख, आगे से स्विंग नहीं हो रहा इतना. हार्ड लाइन पे अगर हिट करेगा तो लेट स्विंग होगा.
Yeah, Virat Kohli, who's at slip, walked from one end to the other in between overs, picked up some chatter to Mohammad Siraj. He said, bowl it on a hard length, because it's not swinging if you pitch it up. So just hit a hard length and see what it does. And Ishan Kishan has just said, on a length, you can get his stumps.
Not sure I'm enthused with that shot. It was neither one thing nor the other from Brathwaite, to be honest. It's a low wicket shot where on a bouncier surface you could get yourself in trouble there.
Very good from Brathwaite. And very good from the West Indies to start with. It'll be more than 4, it'll be 5. So Mukesh Kumar is in his stride. More and more calls from the slip cordon to keep it hard length. Mukesh listens.
Yeah, that's what I was watching intently to see. Didn't see anything over the boundary before because I was waiting to see whether he would respond by pulling his length back and going into the pitch. And the other thing is when the spinners come on, that's the other passage of play. Is it going to be any different from the first innings when Ashwin and Jadeja get the ball?
And there's still a lot to like in at least the start and the intent from Craig Brathwaite this innings. Needs to strike the balance though. He almost seems too happy to play a shot now, shot a ball almost. What it'll also do, Bish, is I think he knew how to hit a length. Just making sure that Sir Curtly Ambrose isn't missing out on what's happening in between his stints. There was a noise, there's a confident appeal. But there is no response from Richard Kettleborough. The big Indian conference once again, and Rohit Sharma reviews. Let's see what Michael Goff made of it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Okay, it's close to the bat and the gloves, but can we just confirm with Ultra Edge, please? Okay, keep rolling through. Yeah, flat line, clear gap between the bat and the ball. It's hit the batsman's thigh pad. So I'll go back to Richard on field. Richard, still with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now.
On the money, Richard Kettleborough. Ishan Kishan just celebrated an entertaining maiden test 50. Still has work on his reviewing, or at least his advice on it, to a captain he's played a lot of franchise cricket with.
But you could sort of see not only the bounce and carry there from hitting a hard length, but you could see why Siraj had that man at leg slip in the previous over for Brathwaite. It's a pet shot of his to try to tuck it into that leg slip area. But a very good decision by the umpire. Those decisions are worth their weight in gold when you get it right.
Brilliant from Mukesh. Doesn't get the outside edge though. 14 without loss. Mukesh Kumar asking questions once he pulled his length back. This was reviewed, just brushed the thigh of Craig Brathwaite. Just had a look at that on the big screen as well, Ishan.
That was delivered from just inside midway of the crease. So I'm really enjoying watching Siraj use the crease and use the angles. Go back to that previous over. Check out the release points. That's a solitary over. Wide on the crease, mid-crease, and then closer. Each time, sometimes with a scrambled seam or an upright seam. So this is a guy who understands his bowling to a great degree. It's an area of the game that I am sure that India are hoping someone like I think you were talking about him the other day, Prasidh Krishna, who the West Indies have encountered before in white ball cricket. I'm still looking to see whether Umran Malik, who we will see in the white ball form, can develop into a multi-format player, or certainly red ball. Still wonder about Kartik Tyagi, having seen him in the 2020 Under-19 World Cup and in the IPL. I think he went to Australia in 2020. So just to build up those resources, and I love listening to Pravit Mamre this morning. He was clear in his thought process, clearly well prepared in the interview, and seems a good communicator. But he now has to build a bowling attack. He's hoping Bumrah will come back, etc. And Shami will return, obviously. Watch for the short ball.
And on the one hand, India look to manage the return of who we do consider primary resources in Test cricket. On the other, you build an even deeper pool through the existing first-class structure. Mukesh Kumar is a result of that. Vidvat Kaverappa from Karnataka, excellent in the Duleep Trophy final. And that's not a name that you would have seen or heard of in the IPL, for instance. Chanderpaul takes on the short ball. Jaydev Unadkat was placed in the deep. So with this rich pool of resources, Bish, it's selectors' job also now to identify which bowlers they see advancing in red ball cricket and whether that comes in the way of their advancement in other formats. Umran Malik has now clearly been seen as someone they want to grow in white ball cricket. Doesn't play for a state that allows him to the Premier Division of Ranji Trophy. It's a debate, though, whether Umran will become a better white ball bowler if he plays more red ball cricket. This is a very different Craig Brathwaite this innings. He's a man who's now scoring at a strike rate of over 100 with 3 boundaries, 19 without loss.
That last ball was slated to come back and tighten up the line. Brathwaite played it very securely and very well. He definitely is batting in a higher tempo. A long way to go. Chanderpaul himself must look to find out, look at the field, scope at the field and see where is my release shot? Where can I get off strike?
And just to carry on the discussion we were having, Bish, this is exactly what we wanted to see in terms of areas that the Indian team needs to tick. They like fast bowling in this part of the world. It's India's fast bowlers, inexperienced attack, absence of Shami, of Bumrah, Prasidh Krishna, Mukesh Kumar on test debut. And the seamers will have to carry most of the workload for this innings. 7 wickets in the first innings falling to seam. Stark contrast from what we saw in Dominica. That's something we are used to, spinners bowling a lot. This is going to be a good test of India's seamers, especially if this West Indies batting lineup can put them under pressure for some part of this chase. Tejnarayan Chanderpaul, young man early in his test career, shown great promise, carries a baggage of big family name. We know he likes to take his time. Uncharacteristic shot in the first innings. Just wonder, after getting a start there too, Bish, just wonder if he just carries on doing his thing. Was it fair to say that there were scoring opportunities that Chanderpaul too did miss out on? Craig Brathwaite clearly seems to have corrected. This is how he got out. He batted a long time, negated the threat of Ashwin.
I'll come back to you next over. Since one more ball to go, that's how he went in the first innings. Might see spin not too long from now as well.
Going to come back to Tej and that last ball in a bit. 19 without loss. Port of Spain, Trinidad, crowd got a fair bit of cricket in spite of the weather.
Yeah, last ball of the previous over, right? That's a shot. I want to come back to it. And just look at Brathwaite push that to mid-on there and almost looking to run, right? That's the urgency that I personally am speaking of. And then we go back to that last ball of the previous over. Now, there are two fielders in the offside in front of square, point and mid-off. So I'm not criticizing him. All I'm saying is that as time goes on, he will want to work on his precision where that full delivery, he pushes it to extra cover for one at least, or behind square for one or two.
Aye, there's a mix-up. Brathwaite wanted the single, his partner didn't. In the end, no harm done.
But he's showing the urgency. He's showing the urgency, and I'm not saying to risk a run out. And Brathwaite clearly thinks that he needs and is taking a responsibility to look to score and play positively to what end. But those are the little teachings and learnings that I'm talking about as young Tage goes forward.
Definitely a busier batter this innings, Brathwaite.
Let me ask you this, though, Ronald. And I'm speaking to the viewers as well. Why be this busy now without taking any risk? He hasn't really taken any risk to me. I would want regional batters to be this busy all the time. Looking for a single, looking for one, looking to steer into gaps, get a half volley, push it away. There'll be more difficult pitches, but I'm talking about the intent.
I'll give you an answer, but you know, in this chair, you're supposed to give me the answer, not ask me the questions.
I was being rhetorical. I know the answer.
Go on then. Right, okay. All I can say is you pointed out he's coming in with a low run of form. Craig Brathwaite, that first innings was just about spending time. And I can't help but feel like this entire West Indies batting lineup was scarred by what happened in Dominica. I think if he would have had that kind of innings that he did in the first innings in the last test, might have seen a different batter. It's come late, but he feels like he's back in form in some form or the other.
I would go this way. I would say, I remember watching him score a 50 last year, his fastest half century of 62 balls or something like that. So I'm not saying you're going to come into any game, depending on the pitch, and sort of not be low in confidence. But what I am speaking of is the intent. You play the delivery to mid-on, you're looking to run. You're looking to work it into the gap, and you're being positive in your footwork to get off strike. That's what I'm talking about. That's not a high-risk shot. That was right up there, and that is timed to perfection. No risk at all in that. 23 without loss.
Siraj.
.23 without loss. Last ball of the previous over. As good a cover drive you'd see from Craig Brathwaite. He's really worked hard on his offside play off the front foot. Craig Brathwaite. Early days he was very on-sided. Scored a lot of runs through that mid-on, mid-wicket region. And if he was scoring offside, usually it was that back cut. But over the years, he's significantly improved in that extra cover region. Afternoon, Sir Kirtley Ambrose. A few spectators at the ground, being entertained with some stroke play.
Good afternoon, DG Ganga. Yes, I must say that I do like the positive intent shown by Captain Craig Brathwaite. He's looking positive, looking to score, which is so important, without being reckless. Run rate at the moment is over 3, which is very good, considering they scored at 2 for the entire first innings. So that's pretty good going.
Significantly, we haven't seen significant swing with this new ball. That was an element of fast bowling that got the better of the West Indies at the start of day 4. Remember, 5 wickets falling for just 26 runs. India, they were able to dismiss the West Indies for 255 after they were poised on 229 for 5 at the start of the day's play.
Certainly no swing so far. And the conditions are ideal. According to the cricket experts, the ball should be swinging in these conditions. So that's why I was never a big fan of, if the conditions are overcast, the ball will swing. If it's sunny, it won't swing. I'm not for that. Because yesterday, when it was swinging all over, it was hot. So I'm not a big fan of ball will swing in overcast conditions, and when it's sunny, it won't swing. I'm not for that.
What it speaks to is that awareness that you must have as a player to notice these factors whilst the game is unfolding.
I want to make myself clear so they don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying the ball wouldn't swing in overcast condition or not. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that everyone expects it to swing when conditions are overcast. It's not always the case. That's what I'm saying. So just don't misunderstand me, please. Father and son. You can see some kind of resemblance there.
Indeed. Neatly defended. Tetra and Chandapol 2 from 28. After 8, 23 without loss. West Indies with a target. They need a further 342 more runs if they are to win this test. In theory, 27 overs remaining in the day's play. And of course, tomorrow being the 5th and final day of this test match. No spin yet from India. It's been all pace. Both openers looking quite comfortable, scoring with ease. And I should say Craig Brathwaite, Tetra and Chandapol on 2 from 28. That's his usual style. He works really hard at the start of his innings. Yeah, the angle, a different one now for both openers. Jaydev Nadkat with the ball for the first time this innings.
Was in the air for a little bit, but way short of that field at backward point.
Boys, come on, lads.
A little bit of a from the fielders. On that card with his left arm over. Different angle altogether. I reckon both Brathwaite and Chandra Paul have to be a little bit more watchful.
Nadkat might be feeling a little bit left out. So far in this series, no wickets to him. Of course, he would have seen Mohammad Siraj with 5 wickets for 60 in the first innings. Mukesh Kumar, 2 for 48.
Umpire just going down,
Good, mate.
trying politely to indicate you're under danger area. Haven't said anything to Unadkat though.
Just reflecting on the pitch report we did at the start of the day's play, there was a rough area very close to that protective area, that band, red band. Yeah, just encroaching on it. Fortunate that he wasn't warned. Unadkat.
Probably just quietly told him he's getting dangerously close. He was just touching that red mark. Don't think there's too much to be alarmed about at the moment, but just letting him know that he's close. You know, I played a test match somewhere, I won't tell you the country, and umpire told me I'm in the danger zone. Can you imagine?
That's surprising. You're one of those fast bowlers who often run off with your natural rhythm, natural angle.
So if you're surprised, can you imagine me at the time? Only happened once in my career. But we leave it at that.
I thought you were going to tell me about your response to the umpire giving you a warning.
My words are not good for airplay.
Let's leave it as that. .24 without loss. Captain Brathwaite on 21 from 25. Tejaran Chandapal providing support. Just there with the left foot going onto that protected area. Tell you what, it creates an opportunity for his bowling partner from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Rare full toss from Kumar.
Good thinking, Mukhya.
surprised Craig Brathwaite. But he played it well in the end.
Secretly, throughout the course of your career, you've had some dubious calls made against you. You made mention of you being warned for running on that protected area. There was a first-class match right here in Trinidad that you played when the umpire called you for an illegal action very early in your career.
Let's call his name, Clyde Cumberbatch. There's no secret. From Trinidad. There's a bit of a story behind it, but we won't get into that. But yes, he called me Leeward Islands versus Trinidad at Guadalcanal Park. My first season for Leeward Islands, first game, second innings. I bowled about 20 overs the first innings, picked up a couple of wickets, bowled well, was young and bowling rather quickly. And then second innings, somewhere in my middle of my first spell, I heard no ball. So my first impression was a standing umpire. So I went back to him and asked him how far over, just to make adjustments. He said it wasn't him. When I look at square leg, I said, Mr. Cumberbatch with his arms out stretched. So my immediate reaction was, one of his 3 fielders behind square leg. There was a fine leg, there was a deep back was quick, and we were looking to bowl a few short ones, and there was not a third. So we couldn't figure it out. And then we realized, you know, so we went to him and we asked him, why did he call? Not up to this day he answered. He never answered. And we threatened to walk off the field and say, we're done with this. You know?
Yep, strange. Nowadays, if you call for an illegal action, a report is made straight away and then there's remedial work.
He never answered, and that was the only time he called. And I continued to bowl and end up another 20 overs or something. And we couldn't understand it. But like I said, there was a story behind it, but we won't go there.
Most surely an anomaly, Sir Kirtley, because when you look at your action as a fast bowler, there's no way that your elbow angle was illegal.
Seems like you're pushing me to give it a story, you know, but I won't.
That's up to you. Two straight. Firm push once more from Craig Brathwaite. 3 maidens in a row for Mukesh. 24 without loss. Northern Range here in Trinidad. Band of hills north of the island.
Come on, boys.
Yeah, at some point in time, he'll want to get more fluency in this innings. Tejaran Chandapal mentioned in that first innings that he is technically different to Craig Brathwaite and many of the other West Indian batters.
Come on,
Different with that trigger going back and across and getting square to the bowler. Yeah, just likes to cover his stumps, get his bat coming down the line of off stump, giving him that ability to play the ball on his body. Scores a lot of runs through the onside, Tejrine Chandapol. Of course, with that strength and that comfort, brings that limitation of him being able to score freely through that cover, extra cover region, especially off the front foot.
And that aspect of his game he needs to work on, because once bowlers know you're strong through the onside and you're very limited through the offside, they're going to bowl in that way, in that region where you can't score. So he has to work on that.
That last delivery you can classify as a half volley. He was behind that delivery, wasn't able to score runs off it, both feet on the crease. Not to overemphasize and get too technical with Tejrine Chandapol, but at this level, it's so important to score off good deliveries. And even when you get deliveries like a half volley or short ball outside the awesome, you must capitalize on those opportunities to score, because you can continuously dig yourself into a hole as a batter and put undue pressure on yourself.
That's exactly what's happening at this time for Tejrine Chandapol. He's on 2 from 33 deliveries. Doesn't look like he wants to score. Look like he's just trying to survive.
If you ask the coaches about Tejrine Chandapol and his attitude as a player, he works really hard off the field, on his batting, on his fitness. Seems to be a mentally tough cricketer as well. Sometimes that guidance and strategic guidance is so crucial for you to take your game to the next level. Should have been a single. Misses out. End of another maiden over. 24 without loss. Eleven overs gone, and from the sign of things, spin to be introduced in that of Ashwin.
Good numbers for Ashwin. Four, 5-wicket hauls, an 8-10 wicket match. Phenomenal. Good servant of Indian cricket.
You've scaled those heights. 400 plus wickets for you too, Sir Kirtley Ambrose.
I've managed to nick out a couple of fivers.
albeit in a different way. Not similar to this guy on screen. But once more, notice the end that he has chosen to bowl from, the Branlar Pavilion end. He's bowling to the right-handed Craig Brathwaite. We spoke about that rough created by Unadkat, bowling over the wicket into that protective area. That will create a few problems for Craig Brathwaite. Things might just get a little eventful now.
And spun a long way. And that could be cause for concern for Craig Brathwaite, the right-hander.
Swept across the line. If I'm Ashwin, I really wouldn't mind Craig Brathwaite playing that stroke. First innings, real beauty. Once more assisted with the footmarks. The ball spinning sharply. 10 degrees through bat and pad. And bullseye.
आगे पकड़ा बट ऐसे लगा भी देता तो डायरेक्ट ही मान ले. Come on Ashley, come on boy. ठीक है. कैप पे अभी 5 रन होता. बहुत बढ़िया जिसको 5 रन होता अभी कैप पे टच होता.
Gets a run after a long time. Tejaran Chandapal. 21 dots before this single. 12 overs gone, 27 without loss.
Ash, मैं थोड़ा बाहर आ सकता हूँ लेफ्टी पे ना. ओए, आगे, आगे और बाहर.
Partnership developing at the top once more. They both put on 71 in the first innings.
Unadkat to continue. I'm quite sure that Rohit Sharma, the skipper, will love his bowlers to get a couple of wickets before the close of play today, to put them in a good position. I'm just wondering, DG Ganga, as an opening batsman himself, looking at Tejaran Paul, he's so far on off stump, right? So balls that are a little bit outside of off stump sort of cramps him. Maybe that's one of the reasons why he can't hit the ball through extra cover. He's moved so far across. Now it's good to cover your off stump so you know where your off stump is. But I'm just wondering if he doesn't go that far across, if he'll be able to hit the ball better through the offside.
Most definitely. As was mentioned, again, he's quite comfortable getting across, covering the stumps. Goes even beyond that off stump with his back foot movement. Maybe it's an opportunity for him to start in a different position. Murray Erasmus maybe just having a word with Unadkat about where he ends and follows through. Left foot again in that protected area. That's a no-no.
That could really throw off a bowler because it simply means you have to go a little bit wider. So you may be slightly out of your comfort zone. But the word is no official warning. Just letting him know that stay away from that area.
Well, that's twice we've seen him encroach in that area. Warning should be around the corner. If he does it again. Just saying with Tejaran Chandapol, if you look at his stance, quite opened. Maybe he has to turn a little bit more side on in his stance, so he doesn't have to change his movement. But if he starts in a different position and in a side-on position, he will be less square with his shoulders when playing deliveries. That might be one approach to assist with him opening up that opportunity to score through that cover region, extra cover region.
Even sometimes you've seen him trying to hit the ball square on the offside, and it's cramped for room. He moves so far across that he doesn't get that full flow of the bat to play that square cut or extra cover drive. So that is something that he can probably try to work on, so he can have more in his arsenal in terms of stroke play.
Yeah, if he continues with this technique, then he has to find a way of scoring through that onside a little more fluently. You think of Grim Smith, similar technique, scored a lot of runs onside. See there again, cramp for room, too close to him. Can't get the ball through that cover point region. Maiden over from Unadkat, 28 without loss.
इकडे वाटतंय का तुला रोहित इकडे वाटतंय
Ashwin has his man again. It was very straight, very full. And he reviews it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Check the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Okay, appears to be no bat involved, but can we just confirm that with Ultra Edge, please? Okay, rolling all the way through, please. Yes, all the way through. Keep going through the pad. Okay, so no bat involved. Ball tracking when available, please. Okay, original decision is out. Pitching outside off, impact in line, and it's missing the wickets, Richard. So please reverse your decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
It has to reverse that decision. Just doing a bit too much, that delivery. Brathwaite lives on.
Brathwaite needs to be a little bit more assertive and a little bit more intensive with his footwork there. It was a very casual attempt at a shot 2 balls ago. Good for him, it was missing.
This was that shout 2 balls ago. He just tried to work that delivery into the leg side, but missed it entirely. Do like the intentful approach from Brathwaite.
Confused, bhai. Too confused.
Yeah, just planting that foot quite early.
Not so sure whether it's going to turn or not. Yes, yes, Ash. No balance here, boys. No balance here, boys. Not sure, not sure. Not liking your pace, Ash. Yeah.
We're just talking about the balance of Chanda Paul, Ishan Kishan. And those catchers just around the batter, trying to get into his head.
Direct hit था ना जानबूझ के करता हूँ.
And he reverts to Hindi Ishan Kishan. 29 without loss and a Blue Waters drinks break. .29 without loss after 14 overs, the West Indies. Another 336 needed if you're talking about a possible winning of the game. Natcat just 1 run from his 3 overs. Ashwin 3 runs from his 2. No Jadeja yet. India declared on 181 for 2. Had a couple of interruptions from inclement weather today already. But it's all on the go for this test match. Land of Steel Pan and Calypso, the hummingbird. Much to sample and sever. And you come to Trinidad and Tobago. Carnival some distance away, but a lot of people have already started preparing. Of course, the Indian cultural delights, the African cultural delights, and the real opportunity to experience sports tourism in Port of Spain, down south as far as cricket is concerned anyway. And for the home series in 2023, we've got a white ball leg coming up after this. You can visit windies.com to purchase West Indies home tickets in 2023 and save 20% on venue box office price when you buy online and in advance. So visit tickets.windiescricket.com. Tomorrow, of course, reduced prices on tickets, $100 TT, and students and children can get in for half of that. Seniors included in that $50 price TT dollars, only though for the carrot stand. There's Jadu.
First ball on target. Shabaz Jade.
Mid-off dropping back.
Lovely Jad, lovely Jad.
Shabaz Jade. Bowling well, Jade. Bowling well, Jade.
You can hear everyone within the inner circle just supporting Jadeja.
Bowling well, mate.
Telling him he's bowling well. The areas in which he's attacking. They're just trying to force a mistake from Brathwaite. Takes a lot of concentration.
It's an interesting way against the left-arm spinner that he plays. He gets the bat ahead of the pad, although sometimes the pad can partly be in line. You see some guys playing with bat alongside pad. So spinners already starting to get something out of this surface. 29 without loss, made no.
A target for West Indies, 365. Last ball of the previous delivery. Ashwin continues from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And so does the two catchers around Chandapal.
Nice, Vicky. Sharp one. एक बॉल फंसेगी आश भाई. Nice, Yash. Shabashi. Nice. Aja.
Another maiden over. 29 without loss.
नहीं नहीं इधर रहना
83 dots thus far. Just 4 fours for West Indies. 16 overs.
It's Craig Brathwaite's way of saying this whole sequence of maiden overs was building too much pressure. Jadeja won't be too bothered.
Played into the leg side. The placement was spot on.
सामने और
Yeah, with that boundary, what he has done is now force that leg side to just step back a bit. What Jadeja has also done is not bowl as full those last 3 dot deliveries. It's a good comeback from him.
वापस उसी शॉट के लिए देख रहा है ये
And good adjustment from Craig as well. Having a look. You've already gotten 4 from the first ball.
Well played by Brathwaite, 33 without loss.
Come on, lads, come on, boy. 2-3 ओवर में अच्छा माहौल बना है पलश यार एक विकेट यहाँ पे लास्ट कम ऑन बॉय
सिंगल करा सकते रोहित भाई
To the east of us, very, very sunny. Good overhead conditions. Another 18 overs remaining in the day's play. Light permitting. Chandapal 3 from 54. Rapturous applause because from 1 or 2 spectators, because his strike rate was 5.56 up until that run. Moved to 7.
वहीं पे रोहित भाई वहीं पे
Going, lads, come on, boys. Come on, Ashley, come on, Ashley.
शाबाशी जा खेल
Gets it through now. And gets a couple. Talked about Stacey Ann. In that first innings, Brathwaite was bowled through the gate, ball landing in those footmarks. In this second innings now, he's trying to reassert himself and not just let Ashwin bowl into those areas, those footmarks, by using the sweep. And that's the reason why they're trying, or certainly Brathwaite is trying to reassert, because there's enough to work with now late in this game.
Yeah, really good delivery. Similarly, we saw Blackwood got outer delivery similar to that. Spun past the batter.
बस
Brathwaite sweeping again.
वहीं पे जडू भाई अंदर.
This has to be mindful of not getting his front leg too far across the line. Leg slip or leg gully in play. And the sweep will bring his downfall now. So this time, no reprieve. And for the second time in the game, Ashwin has him.
Yeah, attempted that sweep again, but this time around getting it uppish. And an easy catch for the fielder. Brathwaite goes for 28. West Indies 38 for 1.
That's the fall of the first.
Kirk McKenzie joins Teejnarain Chandapal. Much work to do, the ball spinning, the ball bouncing. And of course we sort of alluded to with our ball tracking and our VTs that Brathwaite was trying to play the sweep shot to put Ashwin off and Jadeja.
That's the risk of playing that shot. Sometimes you get it off in terms of rolling the wrist over and keeping it down, and sometimes it goes up. Control is important.
शाबाश जडू.
Not that easy. Come on, lad. Lovely Jad, lovely Jad. Ready Jad, just to आएगा.
अचानक से आएगा.
Number two here, boys. Nice shot, nice shot.
शाबाश जडू भाई. जडू भाई थोड़ा सा लेंथ पीछे लेंगे क्या? पैच लग रहा है. Yes boy.
Keep going, fellas. Come on, lads.
शाबाश जडू.
Bold, Jaddu bhai. Jaddu, lovely Jaddu. Nice fellas, keep going, boys.
Won't be easy for young McKenzie against Ashwin down the other end either. The ball is spinning and bouncing. I'll be intrigued to see how McKenzie chooses to deal with it. Nice. That should be 4. First boundary of this innings for Chandapal, 42 for 1.
हाँ.
Genuine है मार.
West Indies at 42 for 1. a fuller pitch delivery to Chanderpaul and driven with a lot of confidence through the offside.
For Mackenzie, they've got a deep backward square leg, in addition to 2 slips and a short leg.
Ashwin is getting quite a lot of bounce from Brian Lara Pavilion end.
इसके लिए पीछे था
Yeah, but this is quite easy for him because it's 2 left-handed batters.
Yeah, hit, I think it was forearm. Now there's a short fine leg in addition to a deep, very backward square leg. There is that deep backward square leg in Siraj.
Nice, Ashley.
And point of first contact was forearm.
Shiba boy. Let's get one more, Ash. Let's get one more, Ash. One wrong shot here. No. Hey!
Well, difference so far between Mackenzie and the other 2 batters. Well, he doesn't have on a helmet 1, so it means that he may not sweep as regularly.
Come on, boy.
It stands tall and plays, tries to drive down the ground.
Quicker, flatter, and at the stumps. And Ashwin has another one. Talking about a review. They don't look confident. Time is gone and he's on his way. Excellent bowling once again.
Again, the change of angle as well for Ashwin. Just slowing things up. But again, the line attacking the stumps. Mackenzie goes without scoring. 44 for 2.
The fall of the second West Indians wicket is score 44. Mackenzie without vice captain. Incoming batter, vice captain, Jermaine Blackwood.
The West Indies vice captain, Jermaine Blackwood, who batted for a long time in the first innings. 92 deliveries. It wasn't what many viewers have come to be accustomed with from Jermaine Blackwood, but it was certainly quicker and flatter delivery that got rid of Mackenzie.
I didn't quite get that bat down in time. Again, just changing the angle, Ashwin.
Pressure is on here. Pressure is on here. One bad shot.
Let's get on more.
One big. Come on. It's a test game here. Come on, lads. Nice.
Interesting offside and onside field, because beyond the silly point, they've got a very deep cover. So it looks as though they want Tage to be pushing at that to bring the slip and silly point in. But they're willing to give that single away, not the boundary. When Jadeja bowled over the wicket to Blackwood in the first innings, that was how he was dismissed. It's a great catch, but what I was wondering in that first innings when he came over the wicket was, did Blackwood need to be playing at deliveries that were a foot outside leg stump? Or did he need to be defending it? If he was attacking it, fine, but not defending from a foot outside leg stump. He could just pat it out. 35 centimeters to be exact outside leg stump. Now he's round the wicket. Trouble. No response from Tej Narayan Chandapol.
Really seem to be ball watching there, and Chandapol. Driven to be sent back.
Number 3 now, lads. Come on, boys.
नहीं इधर रखे थे सामने हाँ वहाँ रखे थे वहीं बोले हैं nicely
Again, just that angle from over the wicket. Jadeja attacking the stumps. He's expecting that delivery or few deliveries to get that edge, to rip off that edge into that slip region. He has 4 catches, 3 on the offside and 1 just in front of the batter.
Ball going for, as well as the one that spins a little bit. End of the over, 45 for 2.
चलो आशी चलो आशी
Beautiful signs of Dongtong, Port of Spain. As Ravindra Ashwin continues from the Brian Lara Pavilion. He's picked up the 2 wickets thus far. So they still require another 319 more runs to win.
Come on, Ashley boy.
Come on Ash Siraj 2 step बस
Wow. Open Blackwood's eye as well. Good moving from Ishan Kishan.
भाग जा सिराज नहीं होगा वहीं काट दे रन आउट है बॉल
If anything, he's quick between the wickets. Good response from Chanda Paul as well.
He's batting on off stump. And Blackwood just looking at where his right toe is placed in his stance. Chanda Paul pays attention this time. And what I really like about the point that you made about the dismissal of Mackenzie as well was the change of angle from Ashwin coming round the wicket for the last ball of that over and getting the flatter delivery quicker in. That was 10 kilometers faster than what had gone before.
Come on, Ashley.
50 comes up for the West Indies, 50 for 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, big surprise.
West Indies 50 for 2 in their second innings.
Come on, guys, come on, guys.
boys.
Shadows stretching across the Queen's Park Oval. Teja and Chandra Paul. 15 unbeaten from 70 deliveries. I've seen some turn, some balls that have misbehaved off the surface more frequently than we have throughout this test match. So some concerns for the West Indian batters. And continues to trust his defense. Usually this is the way he bats, the way he operates, looks to spend lots of time out in the middle. Many of his first-class innings have been constructed this way. And the West Indian vice-captain, Jimin Blackwood, in the first innings showed tremendous restraint. There's been a lot of talk about his dismissal in that first test and his approach to test match cricket. He showed some fight, he showed some grit in the first innings. What will he do this time around? Hello, Secretly.
Hello, young Badri. West Indies. A little spot of bother.
Sweep coming, boy.
51 for 2.
Nicely, Jadu.
It remains 51 for 2. Despite the few rain interruptions during the course of the day, the fans have remained here at the Queen's Park Oval. Indian fans no doubt looking for another wicket. West Indian fans looking for these two to remain unbeaten at the end. 12 overs remaining in the day's play. Light permitting, of course. You can see the shadows there on the screen. Yeah, approaching and encroaching the pitch. Tejan Chandrapal averages 94 balls per innings across his first-class career. 122 innings. That's a considerable amount. 75 so far in this one. Gem. Absolute gem from Ashwin.
Pitched in line and spun appreciably. But it is not going to be easy. That's all spinners want to see. Just one delivery, rip like that one. And that would put a lot of doubt in the batsman's mind. But he's a quality bowler, Ashwin.
Yeah, if we cast our minds back to that first innings in the first test, Ashwin, very similar to a delivery a couple deliveries ago. And that time it didn't turn as much, clipped the off stump. And that's what Ashwin is looking to replicate. 51 for 2. Change in bowling from the commentary box end. Mohammad Siraj makes a return. Wonderful fourth day for him. 4 wicket for 12 runs he picked up this morning. Another 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. 5 for 60, his career best figures. Following up 5 for 73 against Australia in Brisbane. Secondly, you had a look at him in the first test, you had a look at him in this test. How impressive was he in this spell?
Very, very impressive. Cleaned up Joshua Silva. And then the new ball got rid of Jason Holder. Then David Joseph. Kemar Roach went next. And last to go, Shannon Gabriel. Really, really bowled well, yes. Another 5-wicket haul for the man.
Yeah, leading this attack, fast bowling attack really. Other 2 fast bowlers, just a handful of test matches between them. Confirmation of his best bowling in test match cricket. That 5 for 73 I mentioned earlier. And 3 4-wicket hauls. 2 of those 4-wicket hauls in the same match at Lords against England, and 3 of the 4 against England. You know a thing or two about getting 5-wicket hauls circuitly. Usually you pick 1 or 2 at the top and then come back through the middle and the back end, don't you?
No, I usually take the top 5 first. Bishop and others will take the bottom half. Yeah, but you know, when you whip out a couple of wickets early in the first spell, you always start thinking about 5. But the kind of bowlers we had, in our lineup, you know, to take a 5-wicket haul in an innings is always a special moment because every bowler capable of taking 5. So, as an opening bowler, and I get maybe say 2 early, and then things not going so well, come back in the middle, take another 1, and then you see 10 and 11, you start to look at the captain. Yeah, but it's always a special moment when you can take a 5er in the test innings. Not an easy thing to do, especially when you have other quality bowlers in the lineup.
Yeah, just 4 test matches for Unadkat and Mukesh Kumar on debut. So there was a lot of responsibility placed on Mohammad Siraj's shoulders in this test match. And he produced the goods, got those wickets very quickly this morning, which allowed India some additional time. And though we lost 26, 27 overs or so in the day's play, they're still in a very good position. $51 for 2. Ten overs remaining, so we're making use of the additional time. 5:30 was the scheduled close, but we can go as late as 6 p.m. light permitting. A little bit more pressure being exerted. Another fielder close to the bat, silly mid-off. Just fortifying that offside, so maybe a change in line from Ravi Ashwin. That delivery in the last over that spun past the bat. Encouraging Ashwin. That one was badly lined. Let's see what happens for Blackwood. Yeah, fielder retreats to mid-wicket. About just over 3/4 the way back. Edged just wide of Ajinkya Rahane. Chase is on. Results in 3.
Ishan Kishan, the wicket keeper, gave chase, very streaky, trying to play to extra cover, just a little bit wide of that first slip fielder. West Indies need 310 more runs to win. India need to get 8 more wickets to win this game. Who is it going to be?
Also the possibility of a draw. if they can bat through all of tomorrow, maybe a session being washed out because of rain. You never know. So just hang in there. All possibilities exist, which is the most likely. And you guys can decide for yourself. Yeah, lots of chatter, lots of noise around the bat. Having a bit of fun with Tejner and Chandrapal. Rohit seems to be a little bit irked. Yeah, some bounce, more encouragement for Ashwin. 55 for 2. The umpire just had a quiet word with Ishan Kishan. This is the one that bounced just a little bit inside portion of the bat. Yeah, Murray Rasmus, a light word with Ishan Kishan, perhaps about the chatter around the bat and the timing of it all. Siraj will continue.
As we see the lights fading a little bit, over by over. Sliding down the leg side. Going to be very important that both Chandrapal and Blackwood negotiate this final few overs of the day's play.
Yeah, it's not as luminous as it was a few overs ago. Mohammad Siraj is running from the shade into the light. I wonder if the umpires will be using the light meter anytime soon. Beautiful sunset here in Port of Spain. Just needs to concentrate for a little bit longer. Jim and Blackwood.
No.
Seem to be getting the ball to swing a bit. Siraj. Picked up 5 wickets in the West Indies' first innings. So he's very, very confident he can pick up a few more to add to that.
And that's exactly what he's trying to do with this little bit older ball, 27 overs old now. The angle into the right-hander. Remember the dismissal of Joshua Da Silva? Almost identical.
He knows how close that was. That delivery really hurried Jermaine Blackwood as well.
Yeah, the difference with that one and the Joshua Da Silva one is that Blackwood wasn't trying to play as expansive a shot as Da Silva, more defensive, and was able to get some bat on it.
No.
Another punch, another dot, 55 for 2. The hills of the Northern Range, the Queen's Park Savannah. Lots of greenery, quite verdant. And so important to have these natural parks in the city.
Come on, boy.
Yeah, lovely overhead shot of the Queen's Park Savannah. Two slips, silly mid on, silly mid off. Good single. Excellent running.
Shabba, boys. और अंदर थोड़ा 2 स्टेप क्या बात मुकेश तेजी में गिनती हो रही है भाई
Yeah, the lights, and you can see the shadows on the pitch. So where the batter is standing at the moment, Jermaine Blackwood. Beats the fielder mid-off, chases on, gets to the boundary. Very well controlled from Jermaine Blackwood. No issues with the light there whatsoever.
Very ordinary effort from Ashwin. I reckon he should have stopped that.
Come on, Ash.
He was very, very casual trying to stop that ball. Resulted in 4 runs.
Lovely, Ash. Lovely, Ash. Come on, lads. Come on, boy. Come on, Ash, bhai. Bahut badhiya.
Desperate for one more, searching for one more.
Lovely, Ash.
Lovely Ash
Persisting with that over the wicket line. I'm sure he'd want to try a couple around the wicket at some point. Cut away. Another boundary in the over. Expensive one from Ashwin. 9 runs coming from it. 64 for 2.
last delivery of the previous over. A little bit short. Jeremy Blackwood was able to get it away down to the third man region for 4. He's not impressed.
Mohamed Siraj to continue at this stage. We have 7 overs remaining in the day's play. And we can go to 6 p.m. It's around 17 minutes or so. What can Siraj pull out of the hat, out of the bag? Change of angle.
It's been a long day, young Badri. Do you think we should put in for overtime?
I think anything after 5 should be time and a half, and after 5:30 should be double time.
We'll have a word with Lynchy later, won't we?
Cut away in the gap. Not a boundary.
A little bit of width was on offer for Tej and Ryan Chandrapal. Not where he intended it to go, but nevertheless, the result is the same. Came off the toe end of the bat.
Yeah, fans still rallying around the West Indies. Loyal fans through thick and thin. 3 boundaries in the last 2 overs. Solid, really solid from Tej Narayan.
Light certainly continues to fade. Just wondering how much longer we'll be able to continue, especially if the fast bowlers are in operation.
Too high. Might just have beaten him for pace as well. But no doubt know how close it is to the close of play. Tej Narayan Chandrapal and Jermaine Blackwood. And the importance of both of them remaining unbeaten at the end. Just the boundary of the over, 68 for 2.
रोहित से अच्छा घूम रहा है
इधर सीधा इधर डाल के देखो नॉर्मल रखते हैं फिर ये नहीं रखते इधर रखते मैं इधर आता हूँ ये बॉल खेलना है ना इसको हाँ
Some fans chanting close by. Let's go West Indies, let's go.
गिल पीछे जाना मुकेश भाई बहुत सीधा हो गया थोड़ा 4 कदम बस
Not tempted just yet, Jermaine Blackwood, to play anything aerially. Seen him try to cut a few that resulted in the outer edge being taken. Quick single. Well driven along the ground.
Yeah.
Tejan Chandrapal has got the knack of batting long, which is a good quality to have for any batsman. The only concern though is that he needs to work on showing a little more intent to score. Push the ball in the gaps for ones and twos.
Yeah.
Yeah, a rare moment of lapse in concentration. Turn the face of the bat a little bit too early. Leading edge. Could have gone anywhere.
Come on, lads.
Just past his average number of balls faced in first-class cricket across his career. 69 for 2. Yeah, the lights on has been on for some time on day 4. Don't think we are too far away from the umpires looking at their watches and perhaps the instrument. With regard to light, Siraj will be continuing the attack. Two fielders at short mid-wicket, something we saw in the first innings. Captain secretly a little bit earlier playing this shot uncharacteristic from him, losing patience and a lapse in concentration.
He played one the previous delivery and played it reasonably well, but on that occasion, he didn't. Played 4 sweep shots against Ashwin. not very successfully, and then that caused his demise as well.
Yeah, not very often you see Craig Brathwaite being dismissed by an unforced error. We saw the first innings, not much he could have done with that delivery. It was a beauty from Ravi Ashwin. Means that Ravi Ashwin has dismissed Craig Brathwaite all 4 times in this Test series and 8 times across his career. Wouldn't necessarily call him a bunny circuitly, but Ashwin, having gotten Brathwaite 8 times, only 3 batters he's dismissed more in Test cricket. Alistair Cook with 9, and he's dismissed both Ben Stokes and David Warner 11 times. So Craig Brathwaite moving up the list. But thankfully, it's the last Test in this series. Speaking about bunnies circuitly, I'm sure you had a few yourself. I know Mike Atherton, former English captain, would be up in that list. Who else can you remember off the top of your head? You must know this fact.
I don't know about bunnies either. A lot of people tend to believe because I've dismissed Mike Atherton quite a few times. I don't like the word bunny. He scored some hundreds too. So, I mean, as an opening batsman, you're always exposed to the new ball, bowlers fresh. Never an easy job for any opening batsman.
Yeah. Secretly, I've never heard you be this diplomatic. This is a little bit of a surprise to me. Mike Atherton 17 times, Mark Waugh 15 times in Test match cricket. Jack Russell 13. Not bad for someone who is on the cusp of his 60th birthday, secretly.
Well, I get lucky from time to time. And the flip side to that, Wasim Akram, the great man, just gets me out all the time.
Yeah, similar number between you and Craig Brathwaite. Wasim Akram had you dismissed 8 times. 71 for 2. But I don't think Wasim would be counting you as one of his bunnies. Gets you out for fun. Yeah, by my calculation, just about 4 minutes left in the day's play. It seems as though Alec Athanas is slated to be in next, possibly a night watchman.
One before we go here, boys.
One, Mukesh.
Just getting back to that Wasim Akram story. Great bowler he was. When he's bowling his left arm over the wicket, it's not so bad. You can negotiate. But when he goes around the wicket, he's behind the umpire. You can't see him approaching, and he just comes out last second, so you're never in a rhythm. I used to hate that. But you're quite right. He wouldn't worry too much about my wickets.
Excellent shot from Blackwood all along the carpet. A thing of beauty.
Brilliantly played by Jeremy Blackwood. Got a good stride in. Look at the timing. Look at the placement. All along the ground. Look at the focus. That was beautifully played.
I really like his approach. He deliberately trying to play the ball along the ground in this innings. Has been criticized and condemned on a number of occasions for hitting the ball in the air. We saw his steely resolve and determination in the first innings, and once again this time around. And that's all the West Indian fans ask for from him. That fight and that grit and determination. Don't give your wicket away. Changing angle, as I suspected. Ashwin goes round the wicket. And looking to challenge the outside edge of the bat as well. Just needs to buckle down for another 2 deliveries or so.
Mindset. Nice
This is good from them. Just a quick chat. Run that clock down.
Changing his mindset now. He won't play his shots now.
I can hear Ishan Kishan just jeering him.
Come on, Ash. Yeah, boy.
Good bowling too from Ashwin. Continues to loop it and flight it above the eye line, perhaps enticing him for a big shot. Should be the final ball of the day's play. Competently watched. Let's keep an eye on the umpires. Let's see what they decide. Yep, and that's it. End of play on day 4 here in the second test at the Queen's Park Oval. They dominated by India. Mohammad Siraj picking up his second 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket, career best figures for him. And in totality, 63.4 overs, 9 wickets falling for 283 runs. Another half century for the Indian captain, his fastest in Test match cricket. And a maiden Test half century for the Indian wicketkeeper Ishan Kishan. Unbeaten half century he scored. Just a couple wickets for the Indian bowlers in the second innings. But overall, they'll be very pleased with their efforts, knocking over the West Indies quite early this morning. And then the way they batted. The West Indies' second turn, Craig Brathwaite looked really good once again until he played that shot to be dismissed of Ashwin. 28 he got. Mackenzie, his first duck in Test match cricket in his second innings. And of course, Teja and Chandrapal and Jermaine Blackwood not out on 24 and 20 respectively. 76 for 2.
Very, very good bowling on the part of the Indian bowlers. The 2 wickets to fall went to Ashwin, but all the other bowlers really put in some good work to restrict West Indies to 76 for 2 off 32 overs, all to play for on day 5.
Yeah, just a reflection of where things are at the end of 4 days in the second test. India 438 in their first innings. Virat Kohli 121. West Indies getting to 255. Craig Brathwaite led the way with 75. And then India's second turn, 181 for 2 in just 24 overs. And Captain Rohit Sharma, another half century for him, 57, his fastest half century in Test match cricket of just 35 deliveries. Previous highest half century came of 47. Ishan Kishan also got a half century, his first in Test match cricket in his second test. West Indies 76 for 2, 289 runs behind. Partnership of 32 between Blackwood and Teja and Chandrapal. Ashwin picking up the 2 wickets to fall. So still a lot of cricket to be played on day 5. Ronak Kapoor is pitch side.
I've got Ishan Kishan with me after a long day. Ishan, at the back of a maiden Test 50. Firstly, congratulations. We spoke before the test and you'd said you turned 25. It was your birthday. I told you maybe you'll get a promotion in the batting order. You got one today?
I know, I think it was a really special and important knock for me because I knew what team needed from me. I was supposed to go and play that positive game because we needed a good total in a short span of time. So that was the plan, and I think everyone backed me for it. I had a chat with Virat Bhai and he also backed me that just go and play your game. So that helped me a lot, and it was a really special knock for me. Being there and contributing for the team. So, and let's hope tomorrow we finish the game soon.
Yeah, given that there was rain around and weather around, was it always part of the plan that you will bat higher, or did that come up almost spontaneously given the weather conditions?
No, I think it was, Virat Bhai who took the initiative of discussing it with everyone that I should go, because he knew that left arm spinner was bowling and he might bowl the negative line when righty is on the strike. So there was no problem sending me as a lefty batter inside, and I can, play my own game. So it was overall team. They decided me to go in, and I think it was a very good call by the team, because these are the games where you have to take your chances and I have to go in, and as a youngster I have to play my game. So I was really grateful for that opportunity, and it was overall team plan, I guess.
Yeah. Did the weather affect the timing of the declaration anyway? Did it add to any real confusion?
No, I think we had this in plan that we'll play for 10 to 11 overs and we'll try to get 70 to 80 more runs after the rain started, because anyway, if we score 80 runs, we would get 370 on the board. And I think our bowlers, they did a great job in the first innings, and we have full confidence on them that they will do it for the team. So that was the plan of getting 370 to 80 on the board and let them bat.
You got your 2 back-to-back sixes, including a one-handed six, which of course we've seen Rishabh Pant play many times. You're trying to fill that role that Rishabh played so well. Love to ask you if you've ever had a chat with him about how to adapt and play in Test cricket, either recently or previously when you've played together?
No, it was not about Test cricket. I think I was at NCA before coming here. I was practicing there, and Rishabh was also there for his rehab. He just got few points for me. He asked me to, the bat position and everything, because he have seen me playing with him. We have played together so many matches. We are together since under 19. So he knows how I play, what my mindset is. So he just helped me a little bit with my bat position and everything. So otherwise, I think I also wanted someone to tell me a few things about my batting, and it was a great time for him to come and chat with me, and really thankful for that.
All right, and as we look ahead to the final day as keeper, you've also had a role to play in trying to send some advice to the seamers on what lengths to bowl. Yeah. How do you think India will go about on day 5 to try and get these remaining wickets?
I think we always come up with very good plans, and having so many senior players in the team, they also keep talking to the bowlers. But important thing is execution. It's very important, because tomorrow also it's going to be hot here, and tomorrow is the time actually to show us what we have prepared for so long time, and it's going to be a very good game, I guess. They are also batting well, and we need to bowl on those tight areas so that we can get them out as soon as possible, because any partnership, we know how it goes in cricket. One good partnership and we might lose our body. So it's important to get early wickets tomorrow, but it all depends on the execution, what we plan and how we execute it tomorrow. And
finally, I want to ask you, you're an IPL star. You've already made an impact in white ball cricket, but what does getting a Test 50 and playing Test cricket for India mean to you?
I think it was one of my dream of coming here wearing this white jersey and getting centuries or 50 for the team, and coming here on a tough situation where I was just I just wanted to go and I have to hit every ball. I was not supposed to take time over there. So it was a special one for me, but mostly thankful to my parents who always backed me on the call that, okay, you just go there and enjoy your game other than taking pressure.
Well, that was so entertaining to watch. Well played, Ishan, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, 50 from just 33 deliveries for Ishan Kishan. 438, played 255. India second turn, 181 for 2. West Indies 76 for 2 in their second innings at the end of day 4. Now we'll take a short break. On the other side, we'll have some analysis.
Back here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port-of-Spain, Trinidad, 4 days completed in the 100th test between these two nations, and the West Indies still need another 289 to try to win this test match and level the series. They're 76 for 2 after India declared on 181 for 2. Rohit Sharma got 57 in quickish time. Gabriel picked up a wicket. Jamel Warrican picked up one. Brathwaite got 28 today, but the not-out batters are Tej Chandapol, who it must be commended to his concentration that he's still there at the crease after so much time with Jermaine Blackwood. I think, though, Darren Ganga alongside me, it's safe to say that the big impact, arguably the biggest impact of today so far, has been Mohammad Siraj in his 5-wicket haul.
Indeed, I think he was the one who orchestrated 5 wickets early in the day. That was on day 3 when he got the wicket of Joshua De Silva, the ball reversing. And then with the second new ball, swing once more. Kemar Roach playing at 1, that swung away, and then Shannon Gabriel misjudged a straight delivery. Best test match figures for Mohammad Siraj. And a look at his lengths. Yep, generally in that 68-meter band, but also surprising batters with the fuller lengths, with the swing and the short delivery as well.
So the West Indies lost 5 for 26 this morning. They really capitulated on a lead of 183 for India, which meant Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal could come out and play freely. And 3 scores for India's captain in this series of 50 or more.
West Indies trailed by 183, so they had a target in mind and they had a plan, of course, to bat a certain number of overs and score as many runs as possible. Rohit Sharma with 3 sixes. That's his natural game. He loves to attack bowlers, always with so much time when he's at the crease. Again, just reinforcing his class, his 3rd 50-plus score in this Test match series.
Yeah, his Test match batting really has gone from strength to strength. But he had a youngster in only the 2nd Test match, Ishan Kishan, who, as we heard from him earlier, was given the license.
Yeah, and he's always quick to talk about words of advice from senior players. Virat Kohli opening that opportunity for him in the Indian dressing room, and he played his natural game. Wasn't under pressure with attacking fields. The West Indian bowlers were always up against it with that big lead that India had, but it will do his confidence a world of good, this being the last Test match in the series, and his adapting from white ball cricket to red ball cricket. I think that opens a new conversation in the Indian landscape when it relates to Ishan Kishan.
Rishabh Pant is on the men, so that's another real bonus. Now, the West Indies then had their time at the crease in their 2nd innings, and a couple of wickets were lost.
Brathwaite played 4 or so sweep shots. And when you're hitting across the line on a 4th-day pitch, there's always that element of risk, ball keeping low, bouncing a little bit extra because of the wear and tear. And exactly what Ashwin was hoping for, because the field was positioned. Kirk McKenzie didn't last long from round the wicket. That's a difficult angle for a left-hander when you're not able to negotiate the degree of turn. He just played the wrong line, expecting turn, and he had to depart.
Yeah, it's a nice little initiation for McKenzie, who seemingly has a bright future ahead of him, all in the learning curve. Now, Craig Brathwaite, you mentioned those sweeps. I'm not sure how we contextualize it in trying to score, which he had to.
Yeah, he made a determination to use this stroke. We don't often see that from Craig Brathwaite, maybe because of that threat of that rough area from Unadkat's follow through, and that 4th sweep shot, just hitting under the bounce, top edging it. And when you looked at that field, you felt that that was always going to be a wicket-taking delivery for Ashwin. Maybe upon reflection, could have backed his defense a little bit more in the circumstances, but that dismissal in the 1st innings too would have been on his mind. An absolute beauty from Ashwin spinning out of the rough. So using a proactive, aggressive approach didn't really help his cause in the 2nd innings.
Test cricket is hard. Test cricket is hard against the better teams in the world. And just to reinforce as well, Tejaran Chanderpaul is still there. We talk about his learning curve and looking to score tomorrow. He's faced a lot of deliveries. How much commendation does he deserve just for his concentration?
He deserves a lot, because you look at Tejaran Chanderpaul, you can see he's got the attitude to succeed. Again, we spoke about his uniqueness in technique, the way he goes about his innings. He's got a method that has brought him success at the 1st-class level. And he will learn. He will learn to adapt and to change as the demands of Test cricket requires. The one thing that we know about him, I saw him this morning before the start of the day's play. He was going into the nets with Stuart Williams. So you wouldn't find him short on effort and preparation to play this format of the game. So I'm happy that he's still unbeaten. I think he will learn from that experience. I don't want him to jump into that fear of failure, because sometimes as a player, you're not getting results. You start going in reverse mentally. So runs under his belt will definitely put him in better stead for the start of day 5.
Yeah, those runs will come. Thank you very much to Darren Ganga. Just a reminder of where we are lined up here in this second test match. West Indies still need another 289 going into that last day. They're 76 for 2 with Brathwaite dismissed for 28. Blackwood is still there along with Chandapol. So much to expect. Ashwin with 2 wickets. And because of all the inclement weather we've had over the course of the test match, we'll be on air a little bit earlier tomorrow as well as we were today, 9:15 a.m. local time for the final day of this 100th test match between these two nations. 9:30 start, 98 possible overs on that final day. Second Cycle Pure Agarbathi test powered by Yes Bank. We hope that you've enjoyed today and look forward to your company tomorrow from Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. Bye for now.